Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone else who's watching, to AGE February Open. I'm Colin Honigman, and I'm joined by the one and only Mitch Leslie.
Good to be here. I love how you point at the producer when you go live, as opposed to the other way around. Like, who's running this show?
I mean, we run it together.
This guy is absolutely running. How you doing? Yeah, great to be here, Colin. I mean, it's time for yet another AGE Open. It is February, of course, for those that are struggling and still feel like it's May of 2020. I don't blame you at all. But I tell you what, it's a great time to be a fan of competitive flesh and blood. And if that's what you like, we've got some of the best out here in SoCal, and many players have also traveled out to get here. So we're strapped in for a great day. For those that aren't familiar with how our circuit works here, of course, our open events all feed into a player's championship. It's a circuit. You turn up here, you play, you earn yourself circuit points, and you put yourself in the running to earn even bigger prizes at the player's championship later on in the piece. We'll talk more about that later. But man, yeah, great to be back. I've had a bit of a break from AGEs. So you guys have been running it beautifully since I've been gone, man. But yeah, good to be sat next to you.
Thank you. I work very hard, so I appreciate you calling that out.
Cut to before the stream. Colin's like, all right, let's go live, and I'm going to black out for 6 hours. I'll see you on the other side. Yeah, really working hard out here. Hey, if you love what you're doing, you're not working a day in your life. Good chance, I guess, to talk, I guess, a little bit about where we are in the grand scheme of AGE right now. Right?
We're in Hawthorne, California.
Is that where we are?
Technically,
okay, Hawthorne. We are, of course, live from Lawndale.
Oh, it's Lawndale.
Yeah. All these suburbs are subdivided. I mean, as someone who, obviously wasn't even an American native, in case you couldn't tell when I came here, I was really confused by that, but I digress. We are here at Collectors Legion in Lawndale. Basically, Redondo Beach. Beautiful out here. Fantastic store. Big shout out, of course, to Collector Legion for partnering with us in this particular venture. We've got enough room, and thank God for that, because we're uncapped. I think we're at 60 players and counting so far. So we're looking at 6, maybe 7 rounds of Swiss before cut to top 8.
Yeah, we're going to see if those 4 extra people show up and push us to a very, very long day, or if we just have a regular long day. But yeah, we're not sharing it with a giant Magic tournament this week, so there won't be 150 people behind us, but it's still going to be jam-packed. We got a lot of great players, and we got a lot of great new heroes that people are probably going to be playing this week too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Heavy Hitters, Flesh and Blood's most recent set has released, and we've already seen some of our top players take these decks for a spin out in Hartford. Of course, we had a Sealed Calling in Hartford, and then a Battle Hardened. A lot of people were very interested to see what decks would start to rise to the top in the classic constructed format. The winner, of course, Yukili Bender. No surprise to see them with a dominant showing on Kayo. That's a great story I want to sort of talk about. We've got quite a few of them here, I think, to jump into, but we can have a look at our standings. Do you want to quickly give people a bit of an idea of where we're at?
You mentioned that this is a circuit. We've already had our first one that was taken down by the Lube himself, Alan the Luber Hoang. Alan Lube, he's the Luber. Lubers rise up, all of that. He took it down. His first.
Just so many in-jokes. It's just in-jokeception here,
That's his whole thing. Alan Lube is his channel. Check out his YouTube channel. You can learn how to play Bravo like him. We had a great turnout last time. 61 players. Yeah, we didn't make it to 7 rounds, but huge turnout. Great top 8. We had a lot of great players, including Alan and Fayu and Zayne the Rock Johnson and Eugene on Kano. So it was just a fantastic showing. And so they won some money. They won some points. This all leads up to the end of the year where we have our Players' Championship, which is an invitational. So yeah, it's one of the driving factors, I think, for the turnout. Month to month is that you get points every month, no matter, you even get participation points basically. So really you just need one standout day in the year to make it into that invitation.
Into the Players' Championship as well. I mean, let's kick off some of our stories of the weekend here. First of all, of course, Heavy Hitters has landed. If you haven't checked out the set yet, strongly recommend you do. It's been hailed by many a Flesh and Blood pundit as one of the greatest limited sets that has ever been released. Maybe the greatest here, and I tend to agree with them, of course. Yeah. Warrior, Brute, Guardian, all get a bunch of cards, of course, with a bunch of new heroes added to the mix here as well, some of whom already have risen to the top.
That is true. We'll get into that specifically in a second, I think. But I think the new set is really great. The Flesh and Blood pundits have never claimed that a set was the greatest limited set ever before. That's a joke. I feel like they say that every set sometimes, but I think this one is really good.
Yep.
It seems very focused on kind of back to basics. Kind of an extension of Outsiders, where there's no talents to really muddy things up. It's more about these hybrid cards, and specifically in this one, it's all about the wagering. It's all about the clash, and I think those are the two standout mechanics that have been really fun in my couple limited game or draft and sealed experience. That was such like a cool thing. I don't know, just like it was like, all right, we're gonna wager, all right, we're gonna clash. Like every time you did it, it was just like, this is fun, this is exciting. It brings a different element both to defense and offense, and I think that's probably one of the reasons, among many others, that this set is standing out to a lot of people.
Absolutely. It's, shout out to Naya in the chat there, of course, top 8 competitor from Battle Hardened down in Hartford, looking for Zayne on stream in round 1. On that note, we can move on to our next story here for the weekend, which is San Diego absolutely threw down at our last AGE Open Series with 3 players, I think, in the top 4, Colin.
Yeah, definitely top 8. I think the top 4. I forget the actual top 4, but yeah, they show up in force. We love the San Diego community.
There's 3 in the top 8, right?
They're too good. There was 3 in the top 8, and it was Eugene, the other Alan, whose name I forgot. I'm sorry.
Alan Chavarin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was Alan Chavarin.
Yeah.
And then Zayne, the Rock Johnson himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and obviously, Zayne, who I mentioned in chat earlier on here, of course, with 2 top 8 so far and 20 points already in the 2024 AGE circuit here. So looking forward to seeing a bit of Zayne. We'll try and, of course, get him going sort of later on here, but it wasn't just him, of course, with a great performance. Alan, of course, who was like a Bolton player for the longest time. Levire, of course, also a deck that we saw Alan pick up, famously known for having this collaged together hero card of Levire. Like I think he tore it up, and and he used crayons, I think, on it.
I think
if you've ever played against Alan, I don't think it's an experience you're going to forget.
No. I believe Alan is the closest thing we have to a performance artist in Flesh and Blood.
Sure.
He brings an energy that is unmatched. He has the ripped up Levire card. He has a crayon and notepad set to keep track of his life total.
Yep.
Just everything. He plays on a paper, like the the welcome mat from Classic Battle set, paper mat. I don't know. Everything he does is just a choice and a vibe, and it's awesome, and we're always happy to have Alan here.
And I am curious to see what Alan brings to the table here, because again, he sort of says here he feels like Levire's in a great spot because now Brute players, and we'll get into this a bit more, are much less reliant sort of on Scabskin scalers to give them action points. So that's like an element, a really highly varianced element of the Brute game plan that has been really minimized, or at least in the spots that you like have to use it if you can generate those agility tokens.
Yeah.
A segue into our next topic, of course, as Kayo immediately has made an impact here in the classic constructed metaphor heavy hitters, with obviously 2 players in the top 8 of Battle Hardened Hartford, both on, I think, the same list. I think it was a mirror to 80 between Naya and Yuki, and Yuki ends up winning the whole thing with a victory against Margin Bay. Caleb Van Patten in the finals there. It was Kano versus Kayo. Let's talk about Kayo. He comes in, obviously, in sealed and in limited formats. He's a really solid pick. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with him on small hands or with sort of weird card pulls. But in Classic Constructed, he is an absolute beast.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're so worried about printing blue 6s, and they're just like, what if all cards were 6s for KO? But no, really, like it plays out differently for KO. It seems like a really interesting deck. Zayne Johnson was saying the other day on the Attack Action podcast that he feels that KO's the new math deck. It's really the one that is kind of like presenting best numbers and the best math in the game right now. And I think that's just really interesting. And of course, we saw Yuki. I think she went 11-0 on that.
Yeah,
day.
undefeated. Yep.
Like crazy, just like straight out the bat. Of course, she's exceptional in every single way. So, that's also, you kind of factor that into it as well. So KO won't necessarily win you the tournament, but, a good pilot on KO, that's going to be a scary thing.
Yeah, I mean, what seems so frightening about KO is that if you want to try and play a mid-range value-oriented game against you, he will win.
Mm-hmm.
If you try and race him, he might still win. Just on the, I think a lot of people are very excited about, what you could do with cards like Berserk and, in terms of Blood Rush, Bellow's turns, but we're seeing less of the Berserk, more again of this value-oriented deck. Like, you have incredible attacks. Swing Big obviously is available to you now. You have 3 more copies of Wild Ride, 3 more copies of Pulping that Reinhardt did not have access to, as the yellow versions of those cards are considered 6s in terms of the checks that you make as a brute. So all of a sudden, your core is very easy to build. Whereas Reinhardt, there was a big problem, is that if you wanted to sort of bring in a lot of cards with these powerful effects, or you wanted these blue cards that blocked, they weren't 6s. And all of a sudden, your variance, or there was a lot more risk on like a lot of these like Wild Ride turns, or like trying to make sure you're discarding 6s on Kayo. Basically, every card can be a 6, right? Outside of, you might have Cast Bones and you might have Blood Rush Bellow in the deck.
It's the oops all 6s.
Everything else is a 6, especially for the purposes of Cast Bones, which I'm
totally.
sure we're going to talk about that card today, because that is disgusting.
Yeah.
It is like, in a similar way to Codex of Frailty, as far as I'm concerned, like, it is just that above rate, especially in like the best case scenario. It differs, of course, but I still think that's a good example of another card that's really going to define this format, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, I think even KO does pretty well into Fatigue because of Cast Bones specifically. You're just like, okay, I'm just going to turn around and I'm going to present, +6 on my next attack, on my next turn after blocking out, also having a really good set of armor to block with. So KO's kind of like got all the numbers in his favor right now. But yeah, Cast Bones is nuts. It's crazy that it is, because normally I feel like Majestics aren't the best in limited. Sometimes they're very good, above rate, but sometimes they're more niche and they require a bit better deck tuning to really shine and be that powerful. But because of KO's power, because of the set itself, Cast Bones in limited is just like, yeah, you're gonna get a couple might tokens, and that itself is like super powerful, especially when you're starting at 20.
Yeah, I mean, and we talk about the additional upside on a card like that. First of all, you as the KO player know what's on top of the deck, approximately, right? It is reordered to some degree, but you can actually sort of, if there's any concern about there being like a non-6 sort of coming off the top, you kind of know about that. So, yeah, bear that in mind. We will have our players meeting, I think, a little bit later this morning, as people are sort of getting set up here. As we've just
people still coming in. The players meeting happening in a couple minutes. But yeah, I mean, I think absolutely KO is something I'm very excited about. I haven't played it yet. Have you chance to play any of the new heroes?
So yes, I've been testing a fair bit of Victor in a few lists. I've played a lot against KO here, but I mean, we can talk about Victor here. I mean, you are printing a hero with text on the card that says draw a card. Very powerful. The fact that you could do this multiple times a game, which and again, the effortlessness with in some cases Victor can actually generate a gold token to draw a card is staggering. Your Aura Magus is a gold for all intents and purposes. You can block 2, then if you need a gold there. Also, if you clash into a Golden Sun off the top, that's a gold. Win a Test of Strength clash, that's a gold. There are so many powerful cards in this deck that can generate gold from clashes or from sort of any other mechanism. So you are now there is a possibility that Victor maybe can't do a whole lot with that extra card. Right? That's the one thing you kind of build around, you kind of mitigate. And the shells for these Victor decks have looked pretty similar. Like, a lot of them are pretty similar. They're pretty figured out. So, in terms of, you have a lot of blue 3 blocks that make sense. Like Thunk is like a random one that you're going to come in with, because again, you win a clash revealing that, create a might token.
Yeah.
You have, I think you have Test of Might, Test of Vigor in blue, 3 blocks here as well. So they come in very reasonable with also a lot of upside.
Yeah.
There are some matchups where Victor does not want to be clashing.
Yeah.
Right? A KO would be a problem for Victor. Yeah, you can try and redo a clash, but I don't think the value is there if you have to lose a gold token, given how powerful that is. But he's still good, because the core Guardian card pool is so very, very good. You are losing out if you're not playing Bravo. You're losing out on the specializations. You're losing out on, Dominate printed on the card here. But Victor can present some ridiculously above rate things, like Prime to Fight, for example. If you have a Might and Vigor token in play, it's like, what, 3 for 10? It's just like, okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting
so what, a 2-card 10?
that the Seismic Surge kind of value part of Bravo doesn't carry over, but the Vigor tokens definitely kind of make up for that. And so, just you can swing in these crazy ways where all of a sudden you do just like pitch one card and you're coming in, with plus on power and with extra resources. And you also like revealing Golden Sun, you get that gold and then you draw Golden Sun. Like, It's pretty good.
Pretty good. And again, that's like what, like a 10 overpower.
Yeah.
You know, like Victor wants to throw these above rate attacks. He's less concerned with disruption, but you are going to want cards like Debilitate and Chokeslam, right? Like your absolute go-tos in terms of your Red Guardian attack. So you can still threaten this disruption. It's just you cannot guarantee it to the same degree that Bravo could, right? Bravo really has like such an availability of the specializations with incredible disruption abilities, just Starstrucks, of course, you know, because you're Crippling Crush, for example. So, you know, and obviously the ability to bring them out of his deck like through Showtime and other ways. But Victor, very, very solid. The core pool is quite similar. I think this guy is going to be really nasty.
Yeah.
And again, like you play Tectonic Plating with this guy. You're absolutely making surges, and they still find your value over the course of a game. And then you have like your Zealous Beltings, your Rousers sat in the sideboard. You can bring those in. You'll maybe, you know, Trounce is an incredibly powerful card.
Yeah.
Obviously, it suffers limitations of block cards, right? You can't be putting these in your arsenal, can't be cute with them. So this deck like tends to have like a less density of defense reactions than like Bravo is able to bring in. Like maybe you don't have a full list of Sinks and Fates in this deck. So that's at least what we're seeing right now. Well, the funniest thing was I was in the Purple Discord. And, you know, Victor gets announced that we see a chat pop up. People start getting in there. The first thing they do is like, right, who wants to come to my Victor server? We're going to make our own server where people can't come into the, I assume, so people can't come to the Purple Discord. Shout out Taylor Crawford, by the way. So you can't come into the Discord and see the deck list. We're going to go elsewhere. So, you know, we went over there, had a Discord, and I got to sort of see what a lot of the preeminent Victor players were going for. So that's my rant. This guy's gas. He's extremely good.
It's pretty good. I hated everything about him when they revealed him, mostly because of his face. But
he's from Solana. Like, I can't say no. I play all heroes.
Exactly. He's from Solana, so I hate everything about him, just to go into my personal lore. But I was at work last night doing some things that didn't require a lot of attention, and it was late, so I was just like, you know, I'm gonna try playing some Victor. Just found some random list. I was like, this is fun. Like, you do all this stuff. It's got that feeling of like, oh, I clash, so I reveal a card. Cool, I get a gold token.
Free stuff.
It was just, and then there was the part where like I didn't really know what was going on. It's Talishar, so it does it for you, and you're just like, oh, I have gold now? Wait, what just happened?
If you win like the Trance Clash, it does it so fast that you just see the tokens appear on your side. Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, I'm going to get a gold when I do this thing, and I didn't get a gold. I was like, wait, I don't think I understand how his hero power works yet, but it was a lot of fun. You know, I had some people just dip out after 10 minutes of playing, but otherwise I was like, okay.
That's the Guardian experience, though.
Yeah, it really is. But it does seem more engaging than I thought it might be. I don't know if it's easy mode, but it's definitely interesting, and I'm more curious about him than I was previously. But, you know, I did hear, just to kind of jump over Guardians, we do have at least one Betsy player in the field today.
Really?
So I'm you know, rooting for Garrett. Hopefully he does well. We get him on stream, and we'll see how that goes. He was into it. I'm into Betsy. I don't know if she's good in CC, but I love her vibe, so I'm excited to see if someone can kind of crack that nut. But.
Yeah, I mean, so just looking at this card, right, you have a pump on your hero card, which is great. I mean, like, you know, that is very powerful effect, even if you like Ira, for example, and you know, like you can really leverage a +1, especially because a lot of Guardian attack actions in heavy hitters were printed with text saying, if the power of this attack is higher than its base, you get an extra effect, right? Concuss. Cards like this that say, yeah, I mean, all of a sudden now we have a disruptive element, providing you can find a way to boost the power of this attack. Yeah. Betsy also has, you know, and you know, especially in Limited, a lot of these like Guardian auras that say, okay, here's an action point, or rather, here's the use of your action point. Your first attack next turn is +5 and wages of Victor token, like Big Bop, for example. Okay, so all of a sudden, like you know, you're priced into like a oscillating game style where you take a turn off, you might block a little bit, use your action point not to throw anything too heavy, come in with a big attack, and all of a sudden, then Betsy starts to get kicking because you can make sure that attack is wagering something, right? Big Bob has that built in. Then overpower is relevant, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't like defense reactions still, you know, kind of poop on this one a little bit here. So that's why we're maybe not quite as excited about overpower, and that's also why I think that comparing this apples to oranges to sort of Bravo, for example, like that dominate effect, obviously is much more exciting.
Yeah.
And the thing about Betsy is have to be wagering.
Yeah.
You have to be wagering a lot. Especially if you're using your headpiece, the Good Time Chapeau, which says like, hey, if you wager, there's extra sort of bonuses that you can get here. You have to destroy gold also to activate that. She seems great, but you're rolling the dice a lot.
I think that is what kind of the general consensus seems, and makes sense because there's not too many wager cards yet, so it does really narrow your pool, your card pool selection to just those cards, like basically just this set. You can have some good Guardian staples, you can have some other cards that might help you, but like those cards that are really good and limited, like Big Bop, which like I was way cool on until I played Draft, and then I was like, oh no, Big Bop's really good. I should have drafted those instead of passing them to the guy next to me. But it does seem like that's the struggle she has right now. I am, curious. Curious if we'll get more wager cards if we have like a supplemental set, if that's something they're going to keep kind of flushing out more, or if, there's just something there we're not totally seeing, obviously. But like it's tough when your hero power is so tied to a specific mechanic because then, you just can't. If you don't play into that, then you basically have a blank hero, and then might as well play somebody whose hero text says something.
In her defense, like I think there's a ton of stuff printed with wager on it, right? Like that is really one of the most core mechanics of the set, and she doesn't hate having clash cards either, because you definitely feel like she's favored to win a lot of clashes just based on the average attack power of a lot of her cards. She has a specialization, bet big. I mean, when she's wagering like a gold, vigor, and a might token on that attack, that's it's printed pretty above rate. It's like a 4 for 8, right? Like on text again. She often she makes use of a lot of these vigor tokens quite frequently as well. All of a sudden, it's a 2-card 8 as opposed to just sort of having to pay full price for it.
Yeah.
The value seems incremental, though.
Yeah.
Right? Over the course of the game, you are trying to gain might and vigor tokens, make things stronger, make things less expensive, and find victory. I really hope we get to see like the Betsy player on camera here, but we'll see how that goes.
We'll see how it goes. I think there are wager cards. I think more.
You want more payoff, right?
Well, what I was going to say is that probably too many of them block for 2 is a thing that you kind of got to get into there, and that's not what you always want.
Especially when you want to take turns off, right, to set up these auras. You would want to block prior to that, but you're stuck with a bunch of 2 blocks.
So it could be difficult, but, we did just get sign off. We're going to jump into this because we have a great announcement. AGE Players Champs comes at the end of the year, the end of this circuit. What do we got?
Yeah, so I mean, in the past, right, this has been a really exciting event here. Players playing for a huge chunk of prizing as well. It's it's quite prestigious here in SoCal. Now, Legend Story Studios are getting behind what we're doing here at the AGE Players Championships, and it will now be a PTI event to boot. That's right.
Go.
You can compete for circuit points here throughout the AGE Opens, qualify for the Players Championships, and earn yourself a PTI. That's not all, of course. There's a lot on the line, but yeah, even more so now than we had before.
This year, our winner gets $1,100 of the prize pool, and a gold cold foil, and a PTI. Like hell yeah, dude, we did it.
Yeah, which is fantastic. I think in the past this has really been a popular event for players locally and even in a state to come down to now. We've sweetened the pot even more. It also makes the stakes a lot higher once we get to the Players Championship as well, which is an awesome time. Again, it's a bit more intimate, right? It's like it is invite only, and I think this would be. I can't think of too many invite-only tournaments that would have PTIs available to them.
Yeah,
right
I'm not sure.
It's a pretty new thing here. So obviously, thanks to Legend Story Studios for getting behind. It has been a local initiative supporting us and allowing us to take that to the next level, and allowing us to offer not only you at home just a more improved competitive experience with players really leaving out there, but also more incentive for our players to leave it all out there themselves and show what they're capable of. It's a fantastic scene out here on the West Coast. Thank you. Yeah, Flesh and Blood TCG in the chat.
Hell yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Can we get back to talk about how busted these heavy hitters heroes are?
Of course. Which one would you like to talk about next?
All right. Let's talk about Warriors.
Well,
right.
he didn't label these correctly, but
fine.
that was the right one. Kassai.
So, when I first started playing Flesh and Blood, I only played Kassai, only played Blitz. Obviously, different hero at the time, but the idea was the same, right? Small hands, accrue value, have on hits in terms of copper generation that have a payoff, right? That was through Blood on her hands, which is still a possibility to play with this Kassai, the Golden Sand hero, but there's even more now, right? You print it on the card. First of all, your sword attacks being virtually free here. It's Courage of Bladehold, printed on a freaking hero card, which is pretty nice. Big fan of that. Also, the frequency with which you're able to draw cards, right?
Yeah.
Kassai now has cards that just inherently allow you to do that. Draw Swords is a good example, right? It looks on face like a very expensive pump, +3, draw a card. The red one is, you're paying 3 for. But again, you've discounted your sword attacks. So you've already gotten 2 value back on that straight away. Who knows what card you've drawn? You've also got a pump there. So it may as well be like a 1 for 3 pump, which is very respectable. It also enables you to see another card. So big fan of that. Kassai's play patterns definitely seem to be pretty mid-rangey, right?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I haven't played it yet, but it sounds a bit grindy, which is cool. I'm into the mid-range, but I think for Warrior, that's that's kind of a different tempo.
I mean, so what's beautiful about Kassai is that the thing that was present, I think, in the old Kassai in Blitz is that she plays really well with these small hands. That's why we say grindy, because she can throw 2 cards to block and go, okay, pitch for a sword attack, Blade Runner, right? So all of a sudden you swing for 2, and then you're going to go again, a pump on your next attack, and all of a sudden it's a 2-card 7, baby.
Yeah.
2-card 7. We like that. So she inherently, like, those turns off small hands are on rate at least. And then you can generate more value with them now, because again, banishing 2 reds, 2 yellows from your graveyard to get a gold on hit is pretty big. And the reason why it's grindy is because you have to block this.
Yeah.
If you allow your Kassai opponent to generate too much gold, firstly, she's easily drawing cards without cards that have a draw card effect. You just pop a gold and you discount your sabers. So those golds are neutral on value.
Yeah.
Pay 2 to crack it, you get a card, and your swords are free. So she is one of the best gold crackers in the game. And then, of course, Raise an Army, her specialization, allows her to summon Centauri Cell Swords. For each gold you pay into that, which are kind of like chunky Aether Ashwings, really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
It is interesting in the late game.
Can't pop those guys.
That's right. You have to attack them. And there's some decks that just cannot afford to do that, especially unlike Dromai, which she might develop a couple at a time. You just might have 3 out of nowhere. Yeah. And these are not like 1/1s. So that's that's a late game approach, and it's payoff for that gold generation. It also can be almost a deterministic win condition if you're able to block and play that mid-range game.
Yep.
It does mean you have to play a lot of yellows though,
because
you need to banish a number of yellows. So again, we're returning back to almost like a Bolton Prism-esque sort of world where you're really incentivized to play cards of certain colors. Icelander, of course, really wanted to play blues. So that affects your deck building and makes it look interesting. It's not just like a Warrior Shell.
Totally.
And she's a dual wielder, right? Where Warriors in the past, outside of combo Bolton, were sort of using Raiden, and Dora's using Dawnblade here. So it is a fresh style. I think playing against it is going to take practice for people, and she's going to be happy to throw you 2 3-card blocks and just sort of ride it out here. So it's fun for sure to play. I've tinkered with a few builds. Trying to get the yellow ratio right has been challenging for me.
I think any class or hero that they make incentivize specific color of cards, I think it's just really interesting because it just kind of forces people to use different cards and value them differently. Yep. It gives value to cards that otherwise might seem kind of pointless outside of being resources or limited kind of scenarios. So I think it's really cool, but 4 cards is a lot. You banishing 4 cards, you can only do this, a limited number of times in a game. I mean, if you're running 60, I guess you can do this, 13, 14 times or whatever.
That's a lot of times.
It's a lot. But that means you have to have half and half red and yellow in your deck, and then I don't know. Does she run blues?
She does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're already going to start lower than that.
You want glints. You want probably blue hit and run, blue Blade Runner as well. Yeah. So you do have a decent number of blues, and I think it's the ratio of reds to yellows. It's maybe 2/3 to 1/3, not counting blues here. So it's, you obviously, but it's fine because some of these cards make sense in the deck anyway. Yellow Blade Runner's a great card. Passion you're probably going to play as well. You could still
Randy
play
here. Brandy's here.
Randy
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. you can opt for a Blood on Her Hands base strategy in this deck. Because you still have you don't have copper generation baked into your hero ability anymore, but you still have probably 6 to 9 copies of Outland Skirmish in your deck, probably just the 6, the red and yellow ones, and you have Spores of War. So you have minimum 9 forms of copper generation here, and adding that to all the turns in which your opponent needs to block you out because of your potential gold generation,
crazy.
You're probably going to get some of that through. Most of the time, I'm throwing Blood in the Hands to block, or I'm or pitching it or whatever, because I think it's a little less reliable to get enough. But you don't need a 6 copper Blood in Her Hands turn to do something that's really above rate here. So you have to block her on hits generally, unless you can send more disruptive ones back her way, and that's pretty scary. So yeah, it's chip here, chip there, but she's going to be a lot of fun.
Still
I know
a
a lot
warrior,
of people are cooking on it at the moment.
Yeah, still a warrior. You got to worry about every time they hit you that something bad or worse is going to happen later because of that. So, yeah, it'll be exciting to see. We'll definitely get a meta breakdown for everyone as soon as we have that. I'm not sure. Did we get a full final count on how many players we have or no?
I think we just had the players meeting.
All right, so we just had a players meeting. It looks like people are they
shout out Chris Ciali in the building. Good to see him. Of course, we saw him on camera, I think, in the first of our Hartford games, right? Chris playing a Raiden Bolton list, I think, into one of the most degenerate Fatigue Bravo lists I've ever seen. I have no problem calling that player out. That was abominable. Look, I'm biased towards Chris, of course, as a local, but that was the spirit killer and a half, that one. Shout out to Savage Feats, of course, for putting that coverage on and recording those games and showing us later. So
awesome. Yeah, well, it sounds like we are getting ready for our first round. Paired up. We're going to find a great game. Let us know in the chat what you want to see today, what heroes you're most excited about. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to Taylor, my boy from the Attack Action Podcast, and everyone else will be back in 2 minutes.
Now, welcome back, folks. Yeah, we're picking the headsets off the table here, perusing our deck list for round 1 of our AGE February Open. We are moments away from jumping in, but if you're just joining us, I'm Leslie, joined by Colin Honigman, and we are on the precipice of diving into some of SoCal and the surrounding states' very best throwdown here. We have over 60 players signed up. We are 67 players.
Is this the biggest one yet? Biggest one yet. We're just getting bigger, baby. Let's go.
Love to see that. And again, we have been walking up and down the tables. We've seen some really interesting decks being submitted here. I know Andrew Rudin, of course, is on Prism today, so curious to see if we get a chance to look in on him. But our first round matchup will be featuring Fuzzy, Delp, and Alan Hoang, known as Alan Lube, of course, here. And we have a Kayo versus Bravo matchup on deck, which is, I am looking forward to this greatly.
Yeah, of course, Alan, our winner from last month. So we'll see how his deck has changed, if it has at all. I think at least, he's got a Balance of Justice, Gauntlets of Iron Will. He's got Thunk in there.
It's about the same. It's a pretty classic Bravo
exactly
list,
the same thing. But, that's Bravo for you. He didn't need much improvement. And luckily, they didn't seem to print anything that was too crazy just for him in this set. Fuzzy, on the other hand, is playing Kayo. Last season, Fuzzy was big into Briar, so interesting to see him land on Kayo. I don't know what he played last month. I don't remember if he was here even, but I think
he on a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Briar definitely in the past was one of Fuzzy's go-tos, Nationals competitor as well.
I could see Kayo being kind of like a natural succession to that, or progression to that, because of just the power and speed of what he seems to be able to do. So the list, we were looking at it trying to figure out if it was close to Yuki's list.
It is close.
It's close, but I mean, that's probably where KO is just kind of at. But yeah, definitely some differences. I can't say card for card, but should be an interesting matchup. I'm really excited to see what he can do against the wall that is Bravo.
Yeah, we're talking about Alan, of course, who is, I believe in AGEs, he has 100% win rate. He has never lost a match at an AGE Open. Now, again, I'm pretty sure he sort of just turned up for one and then just won the whole thing. Yeah. But obviously, Alan, you'll be able to find his gameplay everywhere. He's actually on the OKNY podcast pretty frequently. Recently had some matches up there against Oliver, showcasing some of these lists here. Of course, has Alan Lube, his own YouTube channel, where a lot of content goes up there. A lot of Bravo guides as well, if you're interested in those here. So we're jumping in a matter of moments here as our players seem to be ready to go. Looking at equipment, right? Apex Bonebreaker is a pretty huge one here. We do have
Knucklehead.
The Knucklehead.
Which I think is just temper too, but we'll see if he rolls it.
There's not rolling.
Come on, let's go, Fuzzy. Roll those dice. Let's do it. He doesn't need gambler's glove. He can just roll a 6 and have 6 intellect. We can make this happen.
Yeah, again,
we believe in miracles.
You roll a dice and you gain intellect equal to that value for the next turn.
So it's 1 to 6. There's upside no matter which way you go. All right, so he's coming out.
It's Assault and Battery here. Obviously, one of the newer cards with Beat Chest. It says, when this attacks, if you've beaten Chest, create an agility token. So great way to start off the game. You're expecting this to be blocked out in its entirety, and it is, but Fuzzy generates a might token for having beaten Chest and discarding a 6, and he gets to go with an agility token here. So that's something that's really scary, getting to hit the ground running here with a ton of value. I mean, I'm seeing that could be a CNC for 7 with Go again to open up here. But straight away, we have a Bravo activation. So Alan wasting no time and starting to send dominated attacks here. So we have plenty of pitch going on. It's a dominated crippling Fuzzy already on the back foot. This can happen when you let Bravo go second, but just a classic 3 blue and crippling hand. Another day at the office. My God.
Wow. That's just skill difference right there, is what I believe we call that. You draw your crippling crush first with the resources to dominate.
Fuzzy sees like a CNC into like
wild right. Yeah, he's got a hand, but that's definitely, it's always that thing. You're like, oh, he's going to dominate. Maybe it's not crippling crush, and I can just block 1 card and keep the rest of my hand. But
no.
Okay, he arsenaled something good.
That I believe was I think that was supposed to be the card that Fuzzy was maybe not sure if he was going to keep that or not one here. So there goes the CNC. There goes the swing big, man. And again, that could have been such Such a good turn. Again, a pretty red-heavy hand for Fuzzy there. You'll notice, I think 3 reds in that hand, not what you want to see. But a dominated crippling, it's a pretty good way to start off the game. And Fuzzy takes 8 straight to the face.
And it looks like he might have had 4 reds in his hand, which would be really unfortunate.
Whereas Alan drew 3 blues in a crippling. Oh, that's just
Absolutely maddening for Fuzzy there. But, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. You got to really gather yourself in these moments, think about how to play to your outs and get through this. You know,
He passed. He
Yeah.
passed the turn back
Yeah.
with an agility and a might token on the table. He lost all that value.
I think he had 4 reds. He must have, because like with a blue, at least he could have swung the Mandible Claw, which would have gotten +1 because might, you know, affects that as well. Which is one of the coolest things about might is that it's just all attacks. It doesn't have to be attack action. So yeah, really unfortunate for Fuzzy to give up so much tempo this early. We'll see if he can get himself out of this hole. I don't know if he's got any. He's got Reckless Swing, but does he have any other
In defense reactions? No.
I don't think so. He does have No Fear, which is the instant that lets you, I think, banish
from your
cards
hand, and
then
you get
prevent damage.
you get twice that amount of damage prevention.
Yeah.
So pretty good. This though also is pretty good. Tear Asunder into Anathos. 7 dominate. You'll be discarding cards if you get hit by this attack here. And again, as we've sort of talked about previously, not the best, I guess, suite of cards to deal with these dominated effects. And this is one of the methods for handling what such an effective mid-range high-value deck as Kayo is disrupt him early and often, and maybe every turn for the rest of the freaking game if you're Alan.
Yeah, that when Guardian and Bravo's cards line up correctly, that's just what he does, which is why he's always been good. I have a feeling, and I talked about this last month, that this might be Bravo's last year in, you know, CC format just
For
because.
Living Legending.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think he's just got too much value, and he can just withstand anytime there's a new meta. He does really well. It kind of shakes out differently meta to meta, but Alan has like always been a Bravo player.
Ooh, that's a. If that's a. Is that a red unmovable? No, I think it might be a blue one, so he's fine there. A lot of D-reacts here, so we're going to have a Blood Rush Bellow attempted here. Bare Fangs discarded off that, so we are good.
Nice.
Create a
Nice
Might token.
Ugh,
Draw
KO.
2 cards.
KO is good, man.
Attacks get +2. Now, Go Again Generation is like a mild concern. I think that's a wild ride in the hand here. Fuzzy, just thinking about how to most benefit now from this +2.
Yeah, it looks like he's been drawing not great on his resources, like which hopefully that's a blue in the middle there. I can't totally tell, but it might. I think it is because it's a
Reincarnate?
Yeah, I think it's the only he has that as blue. So
Yep.
yeah, I think he does at least have some resources this turn. But yeah, using his tunic to play that Blood Rush is like it's tight. You know, he hasn't got a lot of room to maneuver. in
He's
this
been
turn.
sitting on this Arsenal card, I think, for a little bit now. Because remember, he had like a 1-card hand plus Arsenal. I think he passed the turn back to Alan after getting crippled here. So this is really where you need to find a way to take tempo. In fairness, Alan's hand features at least 2 defense reactions there, I think. Unmovable, and I think there was a sink below in there. So here's the wild ride. We're going to want to get some Go Again here. So we draw a card,
Look at
discard a card.
Fuzzy. Doesn't even look at the top card.
You know, I
Doesn't-
mean, they're all
doesn't
6s anyway.
even know.
They're all 6s. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That one, that has 6 in the bottom left corner. So we have Go Again here and +2. So this is a wild ride coming in for 8. We already had also had a Might token created on the backside. So let's call it 9 just for the sake of accounting. And Alan now gets to think about how to throw the shields up.
Yeah, KO really
3 defense
investing-
reacts in hand.
Really through. Oh, God.
He has a fate too. Yeah.
And say KO invests in his future through the purchasing of might tokens. Really, it's really good. I think it's a really interesting thing. I think that's what makes his playstyle fun. Is that because in my mind I was like, oh, he's got to intimidate, but I'm just in the Reinar.
Yep. That's
brain.
fair.
But it's just no. He gets the might. Like it seems almost better because I don't know. Intimidate is such a hit or miss thing whether it has any impact on their decision to block unless you really intimidate the whole hand.
Again, but it is something that limits your opponent's agency, which is extremely powerful in
Yes.
Flesh and Blood. So that upside is there. So first the Fate for Scene thrown, and I think the Sync will follow it up here. Pretty elegant 2-card solution to the otherwise pretty frightening 8 damage. Alan maybe shipping away. Yeah, he did. Okay, so he shipped away the blue unmovable. Now he can at least sort of CNC here, but he's on tech plating, so he can't threaten any sort of pummel shenanigans. He does not actually have a pummel-based list here, so he's not doing that sort of, nasty little...
He's got 2.
Oh, he does. So 2 red pummels, excuse me.
Just, for good standing.
Maybe that's sat in the pocket there. Who knows? But he wouldn't be able to play it without a seismic. I think he has 2, so...
It'll come exactly when he needs it.
Claw with go again here. And this is maybe one of the reasons why Kayo has 1 arm for balance purposes, because these turns get even worse if you have 2 mandible claws. Still, a claw for 5 with go again is pretty good.
I know. When I saw him with 1 arm, I was like, what did they do to my boy?
That's called balance. Yeah. They Thanos snapped that extremity into non-existence.
Poor guy.
All right, so again, non-floating and just a card in Arsenal, so probably Alan not expecting much from Fuzzy there. Decent turn to have a lot to block with. I think we had a seismic pop, so with the CNC come down, yeah. I think those seismics are just sitting there in reserve, so I don't think Alan had one active. He will make one, of course. Yeah, pitching into the tectonic and then throwing a CNC. Totally reasonable here.
Yeah, just, good value. We'll see. We'll find out if this is a Arsenal card he really wants to protect or if he Arsenaled a bad card and wants to get rid of it. That's a mistake I always make. Sometimes I Arsenal a bad card and I see a CNC and my instinct is to be like, no, I must protect it. And I'm like, I could have just let this thing go. Yep. Like, it was not worth the 2 cards I blocked for it. But yeah, Fuzzy blocks it out. So maybe this turn we'll see. He's got another Blood Rush belt.
Yeah, this is part of Kayo's plan. He is happy to give a couple cards and have a setup turn. Was that a pulping in hand there, if I'm not mistaken here? Yeah. So a little bit weird. Pitch. And what do we have sat here? Just a humble reincarnate.
Interesting. A blue one.
Yeah, probably wants to clear his arsenal. Doesn't have Crown of Providence, obviously, in this build.
Yeah.
So throw that for 6. Be happy enough. I mean, Alan has done virtually the same thing here. But, I mean, this offers Alan another inflection point to go up another gear. My opponent's only throwing basically a blank 6 at me now. What kind of turn can I manufacture in order to really punish this? So take 3, give him the Pulverizer's block. And that means you have 3 cards plus an Arsenal plus a Seismic Surge now popping for Alan to try and throw a nasty attack back off. I think there's 2 Buckling Blows in hand there, so that's not exactly inspiring, but hey, I don't mind Arouse the Ancients revealing another 2 Pulverize in his hand. God. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, so it's been a struggle for Fuzzy, but the life totals are even currently. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but Alan is drawn pretty hot off the top here.
This should be this probably is a Rouse Anathos turn, I think.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Then you put Pulverize in the Arsenal. Pulverize in the Arsenal.
Heave it, baby! Heave that! Man, I'd love to see it. Man, Sam, great question. Is Charles Dunn here? I mean, can't miss the guy because normally anyone within like a 2-meter radius is frozen stiff by his unquenching thirst to play fatigue decks that involve ice. Shout out to Charles Dunn, of course, national champion. And, yeah, great guy that loves playing fatigue strategies. He is here.
He is
there we go.
here.
We'll try and get him on camera for you. We'll try and find out what he's playing as well, Ethan.
All right, so Rouse coming in just to mess up your day with the 1-card buff off of Pulverize, which is just so much value. I mean, Guardian doesn't normally have an issue, popping off the Rouse, but when you do it with 1 card, it is just a flex.
We're definitely like, this is Alan just trying to, advance his game plan here. A completely reasonable vanilla 13 damage turn with the ability to arsenal this Pulverize. And Fuzzy knows that that card is in Alan's hand, and he realizes, can I put enough pressure on my opponent here to make that Pulverize from Arsenal impossible? And maybe I ignore this Anathos, take 6 and try and get him to part with some cardboard. And he does. He takes the full 6 there. So Fuzzy here, holding a 3-card hand. I think there's a swing big sat in there. Pitch that Assault and Battery blue. All right, very respectable. And he really wanted to maintain that last card there and chose not to block with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this makes sense. It asks the question of, do you, want to block? I mean, I guess the Quicken token doesn't really help Guardian at all. But, yeah, at least he's coming in with a sizable hit when he's going to be facing down a, 14 damage Pulverize on his next.
I think this is an awkward hand for Alan. Showtime crippling in there. We'll see him shuffle through these a little bit more.
The unmovable is blue, right? So yeah, I
Yes.
was trying to see if does he have even the resources to pay.
No, it's a spinal as well. It's a very red, dense hand here. Showtime spinal crippling.
Yeah, so he can't afford. That's the danger of putting pulverize in your arsenal.
Yeah, you need 9. 3 blues normally if you're generating seismic surges on with any regularity. So balance of justice
Crazy
and the
card.
crippling throne.
Balance of justice is crazy. Yeah.
You know what? But I mean, they've just reprinted Hold the Line and put it on an equipment piece. But again, I do like this idea, right? Like we're running into a part of the game where like you're drawing cards off gold a lot.
Yeah.
Gold now a big factor of the game. Balance saying if your opponent has drawn their second card, I think this turn,
Yeah.
you can draw a card.
Yeah. Which I think is like it is a really nice, bet. It is a balancing card. Aptly named because it's targeting aggro or draw heavy decks that are just going to push a lot of damage on you. So it's a way of being like, okay, I blocked with this, got 2 value, and then I'm going to break it. I'm going to be able to maybe block 1 more, or at least have a card to have a turn with after the fact.
So depending on what Fuzzy's plans are for the coming turn, this is either completely, this is very negligible of impact, right? It's like, okay, so I have taken the crush effect here, which means I cannot get go again. My actions cannot get go again. But if I can offer, one large attack that is on decent rate, like an assault and battery for 7, discarding, I think, beating chest and creating an agility token, that's a pretty bloody good off turn. So remember, this is a 3 for 7, right? So 2 card 7 with the ability to generate an agility token. It doesn't care that it doesn't have go again necessarily here. Fuzzy is trying to have a downturn to set up. Has Alan drawn a sufficient density of blues to send this pulverize? I don't really know. We're about to find out. Is that a blue? Oh, he's got the triple blues. Bacon, lettuce, tomato. Getting yeeted across the table. Here's the pulverize being deployed.
Hello, it's me. I'm here to ruin your day. My name is Pulverize. That's
so bad.
Yeah, Fuzzy really trying to invest in his next turn there. It is hard, that's the brute math though of you got to. It costs you a little bit extra to do almost the same to maybe get an edge on the next turn.
But now you're running out of life. So you're running out of that buffer for which to keep cards back to try and have a big turn. You basically can't do that. But if you're trying to compete with Bravo on a small hand value basis, that is hard to do because he has a life lead, so he'll ignore your 2 for 8 and slam you with a dominate effect that again will keep limiting the number of cards you're able to hold on to. Not to mention the on hit here. Pulverize just has to hit to reduce Fuzzy's first attack by 4. It's not dominated here, but I mean, you're getting armor, you're getting a full grip for this a lot of the time here. Or you're just getting an Apex Bonebreaker and a blue. Okay.
Call trigger.
Apex Bonebreaker, of course, being able to generate might tokens when it blocks here, but that's a big hit from Fuzzy. The on hit could well be his undoing because that wasn't dominated, right? It was not dominated. Pulverize.
He only had 10 resources.
So Fuzzy has to have a really good reason to keep these cards. I guess it has an agility token, right? So he can just do a whatever. He can have a nothing burger attack, I guess, to open the turn here. But I guess I'm a little surprised. Maybe he just doesn't want to waste these. But I struggle to see how he can attain the same level of value as Alan. Also, big shout out. White Border Reckless Swing is, excuse my French, absolutely effing fantastic. You have to have a white bordered Reckless Swing because if you win, it's got to be the only white border card in your whole deck though. You can't have any others. It needs to be the most insulting, the most atrocious thing that you can show your opponent to really hammer home the fact you beat them with the defense reaction that does damage.
Yeah.
Bare Fangs here comes out, so we are looking at like a 2 card 9 more, I guess, because you're generating a might token on the back of it. That's a wind up there being discarded, so I think we're good. We're in 6 territory, so we will get that extra buff here. So coming in for 8 plus the might token and create one in the back. But this isn't really enough to force Alan to care.
Yeah, I mean, even if he comes in for 16 this turn, I mean, wait, that's only 5. Ooh, wait, what?
Oh, Pulverize.
Oh, Pulverize.
Pulverize effect, right? So that's -4 on your first attack. That's why I wondered if Fuzzy might... it's not a great strategy having a random pointless attack, like throwing a Mandible Claw. And just letting that I don't know. I can't see that making a lot of sense. But it makes me wonder why you didn't just throw the full grip at the Pulverize.
Yeah,
because Alan's not blocking you anyway, bro. You're either not attacking him because you gave your hand, or he just ignores you because he has a 13 life lead and can probably keep piling on pressure with these large attacks. They don't even have to be dominated. There's a Starstruck in hand there. Civic Steps get thrown out. And I love the timing, right? Throw it out on an attack that already has go again and virtually nullify the impact of the Quicken token.
And there you got the Pack Hunt coming in with the Intimidate printed on it. So this is looking like an 11, 14. Yes, I mean, he clapped back for a pulverize-ish
It's pretty good
amount of damage, but with the downside of no hit effect. And that's a tough trade. You know, Allen's still living pretty breezy up at 19 health, so he could take. I mean, if he takes all of this, it gets a little closer, but it's that thing where like the life totals don't tell the whole story. You know, like he's got tempo, he's got the ability to push unblockable damage, and that just gets scarier and scarier the lower you go against Bravo.
Clark in the chat, that's my reckless. Absolutely great decision to offer that to Fuzzy here. There is nothing better than adding insult to injury and then adding the most unaesthetic sort of presentation for a card on top of that. Again, I really appreciate that.
Good friend.
Allen took a faceful there, but again, I see a Starstruck in his hand. Looks like we have the blues to make it happen. There's a Showtime in there. Thunderquake as well. Create a seismic surge. Pitching the Starstruck. And how about a crippling crush?
Why not? It worked good earlier, so I got this signed by the artist. Ooh, I believe that's Wisnu, right?
Is it Federico or Wisnu? Probably Wisnu, yeah.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it's not Federico.
Yeah, he does his Fedum.
Yeah, that's true. We like 11 damage with an on-hit crush effect that says discard 2 cards.
We abide that.
So again, Fuzzy now off an arsenal as well. So incentivized to stop the crush effect and give up most of his hand and potentially, and likely leak a bit of damage here. Because Fuzzy, I mean, you could keep a card, arsenal that, and hope to have a chance to spring back, but you got dominate crippling on turn 1. And so you have never got to play the end game fantasy dream KO turn. So you've been forced to play out those small hands and try and have value trades. And yeah, the disruption from Bravo has made it very, very hard to gain incremental edges over the course of the game with like above rate attacks or extra token generation.
Yeah, and I believe Allen's deck can flex a little more aggressive as well. So, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily his approach in this matchup, because we did see a number of defense reactions. He may just be drawing the good cards first, which is sometimes really what makes the difference in the matchup. But Fuzzy has not been able to play his game yet. You know, it's just been really difficult. Every time he turns around, he's getting hit by something else.
Like he did throw like the Bear Fangs into Claw into Pack Hunt, which is a great turn. Ordinarily, unfortunately, it's like a whole card weaker because of the -4 effect. So that hurts, throwing out a 5-power Bear Fangs. That's probably about the most explosive he's been able to be, over the course of this game.
Yeah, which is sad when, you know, your 14 damage turn is like poo-pooed. Like, well, that's just not good enough. You're going to have to try harder over there. Yeah. But that's how it goes sometimes, you know. These are strong heroes.
And look, from Alan's perspective, like, it's been a very textbook Bravo game.
Yeah.
Right? Make use of Dominate when you can. The defense reactions came up. The 2 of them came up on that Blood Rush turn as well. Yeah. So really can't fault that there. And then again, see, Fuzzy had to leak damage because he probably wants to have an arsenal. So, and then when Alan is sick of just leaking damage, he can try and set up and have a Dominate attack to end it all here. Knows that equipment of Fuzzy is extremely beat up here. Still got a block there on the Apex Bonebreaker. I think the Knucklehead as well, of course, the boots. So a lot of that equipment blocking a little bit better. Fuzzy on a Tunic counter this turn. And what do we have in hand here? Okay, it's just a wind up. We are pitching and we're sending a Claw in for 3. You need to do something to remediate this very wide life total gap. And Alan says, hey, I have a spare card here. You can have it.
Yeah, I mean, is that even good? Is that worth it? Like,
well, I'm not sure what the card was that he pitched. I think maybe if it's, you know.
Oh, yeah. What was it?
Oh, okay. Alan is signaling here that he can or may be able to end the game on the spot. So Alan throws an Anathos here, of course, with 2 floating and 1 card in hand. What does that mean, Colin?
No, it means nothing. It means everything's going to be
if
fine.
I don't see it, it doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's just good. He's just got a lot of blues,
2 red pummels in the list here for Alan. So again, this Anathos goes up to 10 if Fuzzy does not respect it. So
the classic old switcheroo of, is this 4 or is it 10?
now, did I see I don't think I actually necessarily saw a pummel in. That's a sink below, you cheeky bugger.
That it is a sink below.
Alan with a little grin. He doesn't know that we know it, but basically this will only be 6 damage here. But Fuzzy,
Mischievous man right here.
yeah, Fuzzy has to be a little careful. I mean, he's probably going to be offering a 2-card block. Fuzzy, rather, going to be offering a 2-card block anyway to this. But again, if he only blocks with 1 card, that's what Alan's trying to do. It says, if you block with 1 card, I could kill you. So, Fuzzy, time to pay the piper, my friend. Here comes the Apex Bonebreaker being thrown out in front. That's a wind-up card here, so I think he's trying to make a 5 or 6 block here. I'm not sure what that first card is, but either way. Apex Bonebreaker, obviously a very powerful piece of brute equipment, just printed in heavy hitters. Going to give you a ton more block value and mean the Gambler's Gloves, a thing of the past.
Yeah, it's always so hard when any Guardian or Pummel list presents those 2 floating to you, and you're just like,
So
I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if you have it in there. You probably do.
It's so...
Will I die?
It's so maddening. It is absolutely maddening. And again, it's even worse when your opponent's on a tunic counter, right, and can sort of do that off 1 card, can threaten a pummel, and a large attack here. So Fuzzy makes the right choice. He has to play around the pummel because he can't afford to lose the game on the spot. So the Apex Bonebreaker got thrown out in front. And because that equipment blocked with a card of 6 power or more, he generated a Might token.
Yeah. That's an awesome card.
Is he going to do it?
He's going to roll the Knuckle Bones. Let's go. Knucklehead.
All right, so Knucklehead being activated here says roll a 6-sided die. Your intellect value, which has been how many cards you'll draw up next turn, is going to be equal to that amount. So Fuzzy rolls a 5. He gets to draw 5 cards.
Let's go.
At the end of the turn. So that's great. It's like a nourishing emptiness effect. So Fuzzy says, okay, I'm going to pass. Going to draw 5 with 1 in Arsenal here. And Alan's like, okay, I have to kill you now. I have to kill you now.
That is hilarious, as they say. You love to see it. It would be so sad if he didn't roll a 5. So,
make it a seismic.
That's a
okay.
I was gonna say that's a good sign, but nope, it doesn't.
Bravo activation. It's a dominated spinal crush.
Okay.
To try and end the game. Fuzzy, what have you got? You've got 1 block there. You've got the tunic can block, even though it has a counter available here. But this is 9 dominate.
He's threatening that possibility of a pummel again, which we know is still his thing below.
Still do. I mean, you can't win in that case. But Fuzzy does not have the option to throw his whole hand here. He can only block with 1 card from hand. That Arsenal card I don't think is an area because I only see the Reckless Swings here.
Spinal Crush is 9, right?
Yes.
So if he blocks, he can block 4, 5 with... Can he even block this?
He can throw the tunic in front, but I mean, he can block at best 5.
And then take 4 and die?
Yep, take 4 and die. He's really thinking about this, though, because, again, your life flashes before your eyes. But if you have a Reckless Swing, like, setting an Arsenal, Fuzzy says,
yes,
I got the swing, baby! All right. So Reckless Swing will be enough to keep Fuzzy alive against this attack. And, again, if Fuzzy discards a 6 or more, he'll deal 2 damage to Alan, which may not be irrelevant. That is a 6. Take 2, Alan. Fuzzy blocks 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Takes 1.
Wow, great. Love that. That's just brute gaming right there. Reckless to stay alive is only second to Reckless to win.
You rolled a Knucklehead, though. So on a turn where you have to block quite heavily and spend to play a defense reaction, you have a 3-card hand with the Might token. Yeah. So this is, I mean, and what is that, a Beast Within here? Now, you don't want to take too much damage if you can help it, but Agile Wind-Up pitched for a Wild Ride. Beast Within getting discarded here, we might be starting to cook.
Yeah, I think Beast Within, at least in Kayo,
it's the Wild Ride. Okay, that's
higher
fine.
chance of not just killing you instantly.
Yes. So Beast Within's in hand now. Again, it's only a yellow, so you could, I guess, try and throw a claw after this Wild Ride. Anyway, should be 7 go again here. Civic Steps. Gauntlets put in front here.
Nice.
See new Guardian arm piece printed in heavy hitters and a Showtime added to the block here. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6. We are preserving our life total here. And yeah, just the claw thrown in now with the tunic counter, which means Beast Within gets stuck in the arsenal. Not the best arsenal target, but it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's not, but he doesn't have much of a choice. At least he gives him something he can swing back with.
Oh, buddy.
But
He did not spend a lot of cards from his hand to block this turn. Alan, that is.
yeah, it's always scary. It's that thing where you're like, oh, cool, they're taking damage. And you're like, oh,
You're
no.
getting dominated. Oh, okay.
No, they're taking damage.
All right, here it is. It's going to be a choke slam dominated here. And again, does Fuzzy have the ability? We know it's in his arsenal. It is a Beast Within. So his ability to stay alive here is extremely dubious. Now, choke slam, obviously, it's an 8 damage attack. We have no block left.
Unless he plays that no fear and
Yeah,
prevent
right,
damage.
Exactly. Does he have it?
Block
Does he
a
have
card,
the no fear?
banish some cards.
Actually amazing here. Get the cards back after.
That would be so cool. That card's nuts.
It's free real estate.
I
We've
don't know
got
if it's good, but I just
one copy of No Fear
Yeah.
in Fuzzy's deck.
Did he draw it?
I think in the Guardian matchup it's great, right? Because
Probably.
you only want to block singular big attacks a lot of the time. All right, it's Blood Rush Bellow to block with. You have blocked now with a card from your hand. Oh, he's got it!
He does have it. He does have the no
My
fear.
guy. Okay.
All right, so it's X plus 2. So X being the number of 6 powers that you banish. So he can block 4. He can block 7 on that.
No, it's X plus 2. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
you're blocking
Woo.
6 of those 2 cards? Okay.
Woo.
Yeah, No Fear says, as an additional cost to play this, banish any number of cards with 6 or more power from your hand. You get them back in your end phase. The next time you'll be dealt damage, prevent X plus 2 of that damage.
that was wild.
Love that.
What a round one.
Yeah, loving this,
This
man.
was looking
Fuzzy with the one-offs to stay alive. Alan, again, stymied on his attempt to try and end the game. Fuzzy, though, did have to block with a card. He did have to spend the No Fear, which means he has a 2-carder plus Arsenal to come back with.
Yeah. He also had to give up his Blood Rush Bellow, which is one of his ways
Rolling Scabs?
winning the games. He is rolling
A
scabs.
3, okay, I was safe. So, again, it's half of the number rolled, rounded down. So, it's only 1 action point for Fuzzy still. It's going to have to make it count. Throws an yellow Agile Wind-Up. Look, damage is damage at this point.
That's true. It's something. But again, he's survived 2 near-death experiences with Bravo dominated attacks back to
Yes,
back.
I know. I mean, he has seen it all now. Again, you're throwing 7 here, which is great. Presenting a break point
Yeah.
to your opponent when they're low on life.
Getting closer to the point where Alan can't just ignore it flat out. But still,
Alan has to be sure he could win the game next turn if he takes
Exactly,
the
yeah,
damage, right?
yeah.
Thank you, Fuzzy. Look at that. Making use of the dice.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So it's like a 2 choke slams in the hand, I think. A tear asunder. 1, 2, 3 choke slams, maybe?
I did just notice that Alan is wearing his AGE
Yep.
medal,
Got to do it.
which historically has not been good for the previous month's winner. Wearing it
No,
to the
it
tournament,
hasn't,
they
yeah.
usually don't win the next
That's right.
But Alan is different. He's built
Well,
different.
he finally got rid of the sink below that had been in his arsenal for about 4 or 5 turns. A tear asunder,
Okay.
choke slam comes in. Can you get out of this one, Fuzzy? Another dominated attack. That should be 9 dominate.
Oh,
There's a
nice.
billion on hits. On hit, you lose. Is the printed text there? And Alan Lube will be victorious here in the first round of our AGE February Open now. A pretty
Still-
exciting game. I'm not going to lie. I love that a lot.
Still undefeated in the
Yes.
AGE circuit.
Yes, what is he now? He's
12
9
and 0.
12 and 0.
I think, is it? No. No, not your, no. 10 and 0. I think it was 9 with 6 rounds, 3 tie. Yeah. So he's now 10 and 0.
Doing math on air is really respect. We are casting flesh and blood
Look,
actually, so we don't really have any
Look,
choice.
I never said I could do math.
That is it's a cardinal rule of esports casting is don't do math on.
Good. I'll write that down. Someone give
I
me
mean,
a
no, you
note.
have to in flesh and blood. That's the problem. You have no other choice there. But the No Fear coming out there was pretty big.
Yeah.
A good scab skins roll. I think he was maybe hoping to like throw that agile and then
A legendary knucklehead row.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
come on. Like, that was...
rolling a 5 there, pretty good. Again, because Kayo has less times where he needs to roll the dice.
Yeah.
But now if you are forced to, the risk is much greater.
Yeah.
So there is still a lot of variance here. It's just the regularity upon which you have to rely on that variance has been reduced. The stakes, though, have increased. It's a nice little tweak there, I like we've seen from Legend Story Studios. Kayo there, seeing some of the strength of him, even on those small turns, being able to threaten a lot of damage here, but you can't really argue with Bravo's ability to close out games when he's ahead. You have a life buffer, you can keep a bigger hand, you can make sure you dominate those attacks, at the very least leak damage and maybe force a crush on Kid. Kayo does not deal well with that level of disruption.
Yeah.
There are times, not every turn, but there are some turns he wants to keep big hands. And if you take his agency away, or maybe you get that swing big or bare fangs out of his hands via discard effect, then he's going to struggle to match you for value across the course of a game.
Absolutely. I think, that's why Guardian is just bread and butter good.
Like this deck list is like there's nothing fancy about it, right? Yeah. It's very solid. It's what Bravo has been doing ever since the early days here. And again, each set there's like a new blue 3 block that he can start to work with. But we saw a lot of the classic things that make Guardian so strong. And yeah, I don't think anyone is sort of doubting the strength of that hero at the moment here. And we expect to see him and Alan, of course, be a fixture throughout today's games.
Will he go undefeated all year? Stay tuned and find out. But yeah, we'll bring him in and we'll talk to Alan for a few minutes, and we'll be back with that in just a second.
Actually, might be he'll be coming through in a moment. We'll see you in just a sec. We'll get Alan.
We are back with the main Luber himself. What up, man? Congrats. Great round 1.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty decent, you know. I'm not exactly looking forward to playing more KO. Or
you made it look so easy,
Kassai.
though.
Well, I think just the way the hands went, it
Yeah.
kind of played itself for the most part. Probably some things I could have done differently still, but I think just from the early lead I got, it was pretty smooth sailing from there. Like, he had a few awkward hands, which let me just play out 4 cards, which even if they're not the most efficient, still fine.
Yeah.
Like a Naked Terra Sunder, I was like, either he has a D-React now, or I get some armor, and which that'll be good for later.
Yeah.
And then just playing the numbers game.
Yeah, I mean, starting with like dominated crippling crush is just basically what you always want to do.
Yep.
So it's not bad. Definitely seemed like you were drawn a little hot, but it got tense there in the end. Definitely, who knew that Knucklehead was going to come in and be the thing that almost brought him back to life.
Draw 5, yeah. Towards the end, I was like, okay, I could probably start going for dominates to finish the game. I didn't see a second Reckless, so I kind of had an inkling there was one in Arsenal when he played nothing. And then, what was the other? No Fear, I hadn't seen at all during that game, so I was like, he might run 1 or 2, so he could probably block out a bit.
Yeah.
But was able to get there.
We didn't totally see his hand, but we were like, oh, like, what else could he have to, like, get out of this? And we are like, it could be No Fear. There's one in the deck, and then he was just like, No Fear. We're like, oh, my God. Which was pretty crazy. I mean, that's a cool card. Like, it's maybe a little niche and perhaps dangerous, but definitely, I mean, it helped him survive a little bit, but it really did feel he was, like, just on the back foot the whole game, and just, there wasn't, unless you just started drawing nothing, there was almost no way, I felt. But
yeah, I was pretty fortunate because, like, of my first 3 hands, I think 11 of those cards were blue. Yeah. And I was like, the reds are coming. But, like, the sinks and the fates, they always came when he was also attacking, so I was like, this feels pretty nice. Because KO also, it's like, he can't really take off turns with his hands that don't block. He has to attack. So it never feels like they can full block, and I just have a sink in hand, and I'm sad. If anything, those D-reacts are always live, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, even when he did have a chance to kind of clap back, you pulverized him right before that, so it kind of nerfed that turn almost by an entire card. It just kind of couldn't get the thing. Even when the life totals went even, it never felt like things were on an even keel.
Yeah, I think if the worst thing that maybe could have happened is right after that no fear, I draw into like imposing, showtime.
Totally.
In which case, I guess I can still play imposing and play something.
Yeah, for
but
sure. Yeah, which does happen sometimes.
It does.
How much have you played against Kayo and any of the new heroes so far?
Not too much. I would say only maybe around like 5 games, maybe for each hero.
Anyone in particular you're more worried about than the others?
I would say I'm equally worried about all of them.
Okay.
Kayo because he can just, roll with a head of steam and go crazy.
Yep.
Kassai because the game can go really long and Valiant Dynamo gets so much value. And Victor because I don't like losing to other Guardians.
He's so
they all make me
smug
nervous.
too. It doesn't, just kind of adds insult to injury there. And of course, Betsy, I'm sure, is terrifying in the field.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I know we got at least one. We'll
We have
check
one?
in. Yeah, Garrett was playing Betsy. We'll check in on him and see how
We
he's
have an
doing.
Olympia too.
I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll have our meta breakdown soon, but I would expect maybe less on the Reinars and the Olympias and the Betsies, but we'll see. This is SoCal. People play what they like.
Yeah.
So, not to jinx it, but I think you're 10-0 at AGE events
Thus far.
so far. you wore the,
I was told to.
you were told. Okay. I didn't realize it was a mandate.
It wasn't like strictly enforced, but
Okay.
for the spirit of competition, I will do it.
It has been a thing where everyone does wear it to the next one.
And they lose.
And usually they do lose. But, you're starting off good.
Starting off okay, yeah.
Bravo still seems like he's good. Your deck hasn't really changed that much. I mean, I'm not sure the details of changing, but, there's not a lot of new cards from the new set, it doesn't seem.
I think the only heavy hitter card I'm running right now is Thunk,
Yeah.
the new 6-popper.
And then the equipment.
And Balance of Justice, yes.
And the, Gauntlets of Iron Will?
Gauntlets,
Yeah,
yes.
totally.
So 5
Which, those seem like they do add value, but they're kind of...
Yeah, like smaller side grade / upgrades.
Yeah,
for certain
totally. Yeah,
matchups.
exactly. I mean, Balance of Justice in some matchups does seem very,
Yeah,
very
expecting
good.
a lot of chaos, so that one definitely goes in. Even against Kassai, if they're on cash in, it could be nice.
Totally.
If they don't run it, that's a little awkward, but
Yeah,
still
yeah.
blocks for 2.
Blocks for 2, it's good. So does Knucklehead. That when I saw him running Knucklehead, I was like, oh yeah, but it's blocks for 2, temper. That's pretty good. And then I was like, and then maybe you roll it in dire situation, and he did it. I was like, oh dude, this is brute gaming. So
Yeah, when he hit the and then when he went for the scabs roll, I was like,
Yeah.
man, am I gonna get brooted here? First
He
the
makes-
5, then
yeah,
he rolls a 4.
He rolls the dice twice and just wrecks
No
you.
gamblers,
No gamblers good. We don't need it anymore because we have one arm and just lots of 6s everywhere.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, very excited to see how the rest of your day goes. Any shout outs, anything you want to plug? I know we've been talking about your channel, so we're making sure everyone checks out
Yeah,
how
I
to
mean,
get good at Guardian over there.
I've been uploading more on my channel recently at Alan Lube, but it's usually just me pressing record and blabbering for like 30.
And
so
everybody loves it, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay if it's just that, because that's what we want.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for being here again. Good luck on the rest of the day, and we might have you back in here later. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. It's gonna be like 32 takes of you just doing that.
That's great.
When we shout things over.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfection. We're done.
Cards in my deck that don't make any sense that are there because I have to play them. Jimmy Blanco's shorts sure are small.
The news. The news.
A lot of newsworthy.
Welcome back to This Month in Flesh and Blood, our semi-monthly, semi-accurate news broadcast featuring all the news most noteworthy in the world of Flesh and Blood. My name is Sam O'Byrne, joined as always by my co-anchor, award-winning shoutcaster Mitch Uber Leslie. Mitch, it's been a while. New father, Overwatch League is back in swing. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, pretty.
And now, on to the news. The Flesh and Blood World Championship is set to occur sometime this fall, and the community remains in the dark, desperately searching for clues as to the location of the exciting event. No word yet as to what is holding up the reveal, although our news desk has obtained a photograph of James White as he attempts to secure a European location. As is evidenced by the photograph, things are looking grim.
Oldham has left us. The powerhouse duo of Michael Feng and Pablo Pintor combined their powers to send the Grandfather of Eternity into living legend status, a monumental happening in Flesh and Blood that was celebrated by players all around the world. The hero was criticised for its above-rate blocking ability and tendency to push games to fatigue, leading to uninteractive gameplay and a general sense of horrible, broken malaise. However, due to the timing of the banned and restricted announcement, Oldham remains legal in Classic Constructed, meaning we all at home have to watch this bullshit until July.
In other news from the Road to National season, everyone's favorite elemental Runeblade has survived living legend against all odds. Briar, Warden of Thorns, has ended the RTN season with 998 living legend points, leaving her, and critically, her weapon just shy of the living legend status that so many covet for her. When asked for comment on the matter, Brian Gottlieb is reported to have said, "Mauve, Shrill, Rosetta for 1, 2, and 2. Also, go yourself."
Spoiler season for the next Flesh and Blood set dusk till dawn, just around the corner, of course, with some members of the community being given special early spoilers due to their affiliation with certain heroes. Heroes like Oldham, Briar, and even Shiana are receiving new specializations this new set, and the Arachne community has to be excited to receive one for the Contracted Killer. In exciting news, we here at AGE have been granted the permission to share that highly anticipated new card. Without further ado, the Arachne specialization from dusk till dawn, Suicide. Reports say that somehow this will see more play than Regicide.
Shocking. In financial news, after watching a YouTube video, I, Sam O'Byrne, have come to the conclusion that Flesh and Blood is a loot box game first and a TCG second. And you know what? I'm going to go onto Twitter to share my findings. Hold on. I'm getting word from our producers that my car has been keyed, my house burned down, my cat has run away, and somebody drowned my goldfish. And yes, I am hearing that Jeff Hoogland has blocked me on Twitter. I am glad to see that all parties have let cooler heads prevail.
Boy Wonder, Kid Power, 90-day XP King Brody Spurlock has made the journey to Los Angeles to compete in yet another battle-hardened, fresh off a journey to Singapore for the Calling, Pittsburgh for the Realm Games Roll, Antwerp for the Calling, Baltimore for the Pro Tour, Auckland for the Calling, back to Baltimore for the battle-hardened, and more events in more places than I can name. He'll come to your wedding. He'll come to your bar mitzvah. He'll volunteer for jury duty, as long as there's a 3 times XP multiplier. He has told the news desk that he has finally completed his 4 years of training necessary to prepare for the Calling Venus. Unfortunately, only one other competitor has signed up for the exclusive and absurdly out-of-the-way tournament, Pro Tour champion Michael Feng.
As Road to National season comes to a close, many players have been discussing if past national champions should receive automatic invitation to the next year's championships, as certain players are upset with having to defeat these world-class opponents just to make top 4 and receive their invite. Now, as the discussions continue, I have received the tournament notes of my 6-year-old cousin Johnny, who went to his very first RTN just this season. He's actually given me permission to share these with you now. Oh God. Oh God. The sky has turned crimson and the air itself burns. My lungs grow heavy with the weight of what is descending upon us all. For what is divinity but this terrible ending that approaches from on high? He has come. He has come, the angel of death, and I welcome this blessed end. In unrelated news, congratulations to Michael Hamilton for winning an RTN in Indianapolis.
The hunt is on. Dusk Till Dawn is confirmed to have a serialized artist-proof cards within their booster packs. This has led to enormous anticipation amongst the Flesh and Blood community as thousands seek to obtain this special artifact from their packs. It is thought that these cards will command an exceptionally high price, though there is sure to be some discrepancy between the chain and Prism artist proofs. It is estimating pulling a Prism proof would hold value equivalent to a jet ski or a small private plane, while pulling a chain could net the holder an entire Bolton, Breaker of Dawn deck in Classic Constructed, as long as you proxy the Courage of Bladehold.
I don't have one of those.
Yes, well, I do.
The Arcane Games and Events series here is in full swing, with another entry in their tournament series happening here in this venue tomorrow, as well as an exciting $3,000 Players' Championship approaching this August. Not to be outdone, the Dromai Players community held their very first annual Only Dromai tournament just this last weekend, with 100 Dromai players registering for the invitational tournament from all around the world. Now, in an odd turn of events, however, even though Dromai was the only hero represented on day 1, only 3 managed to make day 2, and only 1 into the top 8. The event itself was won by Oldhim.
And finally, we here at AGE are proud to welcome Taylor Morrow of the Attack Action podcast into the casting booth for this battle-hardened weekend. We send our love to our missing brother-in-arms, Colin Honigman, one of Taylor's co-hosts on the Attack Action podcast. We here at AGE didn't realise that Colin had been replaced by Taylor until well into the second round, given their multitude of similarities, including their powerful moustaches, nearly identical glasses, and inability to win an armory since 2021. My name is Mitch Leslie, and I'm glad they've never gotten another spoiler. No, I'm not. Why'd you put this in? I didn't write this part.
Uber.
Shh.
Uber. This has been This Month in Flesh and Blood. Until the next time, good draws and good night. Never speak to me like that again. You understand? You understand what we're doing here? Never.
Okay, here we are, round 7 of whatever calling I'm at. And I'm just going to flip over my Vincent. I'm 1 in 5, 6 at this point, and I have a draw somewhere in there. Reactions?
Well, I'm going to be super competitive and very cranky anyway. And I'm going to play Tiger Eye. Oh, right. That doesn't work in the reaction step. Aw.
What did you do?
I wanted to play a block card, but that's not allowed.
I'm just going to take the damage. I don't understand how Vincent works.
Perfect, because the game
Odds
hasn't
are I
even
won't
started.
get punished. Odds are I won't get punished for taking this damage, right?
There's no way he's got a pummel.
This is why we're at the bottom tables here at this whatever calling. Welcome to the reaction step. This is it. This is our show. We're going to talk about... Oh, you go ahead. I'll segue it over to Isaac. Isaac's going to tell you what the fuck's going on tonight.
Well, you seemed unsure. We're going to play a game tonight. This is our new game show, and it's called Living Lurkers. Why don't you tell them about what this game is?
Perfect. Okay, so instead of the other LL format, this is the new LL format where it's anyone on the Living Legend board who's sub 100 Living Legend points. So the lurkers of the leaderboard.
Lurkers
the bottom
rise
tier
up.
heroes. Yeah, rise up. And so we're going to fucking make a tier list with these bad boys and bad gals and bad peoples. And
Hell
we're
yeah.
gonna see what that's gonna be like, and we're gonna start pushing this as the new format that
We're
you
gonna
should be
put
playing.
all the debate to bed. So everyone shut up because
Yeah.
we're talking. This is the new tier list. If you're playing any other deck than one of these lurkers, like, are you even alive? No is the answer.
Of course I'm alive, Sleepy Joe, you fuck. Levia's clearly S tier.
Fucking A. Let's get into it. So it's a tier list. There's no F tier, but D is as bad as it gets, which is weird that it's green, but that's just how tier lists work.
It's because S tier is fire.
Oh, shit's
guess.
fire. And green is
I don't know why.
basic. It's like a primary color. Get fucked. Oh, so is red, though. Never mind.
Little bitch color.
Yeah, it has this nice gradient into green,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I guess
slow.
makes sense. Okay, where do y'all want to start? Does anybody have any strong opinions right away? Should we just go left to right there or right to left?
Do we... What... These are all sub 100 Living Legend point heroes.
Mhm.
What order are they in? Like, how many points? I know that, like, Dashio and Maxio and Teklovosiono are all got 0 points. They just come out and nothing's ever happened yet. But, you know, does anybody else have Living Legend points?
Let me take a quick look
They
here
do.
because we're
I
super
close
prepared.
that window. Damn it.
We're super prepared. I got it right here. 4
I-
seconds.
I just sprung it
So
Taylor
at
beat me.
let's see here. So
You win the first round, Taylor.
I'm in blitz. That's too far. Azuri is at the top with
Nice.
64.
Ooh.
Then Levia Shadowborn Abomination. Clearly the S tier. 20 points. Arachne Huntsman, 10 points.
Ooh.
Riptide Lurker of the Deep,
Riptide.
2 points. And then Prism Awakening of Soul, null. Vincent Iron Maiden, null. Dash IO, new. Max the Hype Nitro, new. And Teklovossen Esteemed Magnate, new.
Is that
So,
really his
that's-
name? Esteemed
Yeah.
Magnate?
Yeah.
That's got to change soon, though,
It's
with
stupid.
ProQuest season coming up. I mean, some of these heroes are bound to win a ProQuest,
That's true.
I feel like.
So we're getting in now
When you have those-
before anyone gets too hot in the meta. You know, that's wide open right now. Anybody can win.
Yeah.
Azalea can win.
Also,
she would have been here.
Azalea would have been in this list, but just crushed it and made her way out of the submarine onto the ship.
Some kind of
Shout
magic
out to my
hand
wife.
appeared and just gave
Yeah.
Taylor a beer. Or a
Shout out to
cider.
my wife, the best.
Nice.
right.
Yeah, Azalea would have been here, but too good now.
All right,
She's
so
at
now-
136.
Yeah, she went from 36, which was deep in here, which I guess
Yeah.
would have been the top
To 136
or the second or
for
something.
winning one game. It's crazy.
Yeah, one single game is all she won. All right, so question now: do we go bottom up or top down?
Go bottom up, baby.
Let's go. All right, the
Let's
newest.
go with Teklovossen. These are the spicy ones.
Yeah, Tech Low. Where is our
Oh,
Tech Low daddy
these are-
sitting on this tier?
So, did we already clarify this is just within this meta, right? We're not
Yep.
saying these are S tier outside of. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
If
All right.
this were the meta, what's the tier list then?
I'm gonna put Teklo Daddy in B tier
Oh,
Wow.
dude.
because I think he's all right, but with his cycling of armor and heavy blocking ability, I think he has a pretty decent chance of like fatiguing / grinding out players who get caught off guard.
I think he probably sucks, so I'm gonna say C tier.
Mm.
Yeah, is there anybody that's going to be worse than him? I don't know. It's hard to say. I say I would also vote for C tier. He's pretty slow, and like compared to like Arachne smokes Teklovossen. So then probably so does Azuri, and I'm unsure if the split damage from Vincent stuff is also going to be able to handle. He's going to be able to handle it. So that's like 3 heroes right there that he just is. has a bad matchup against. It feels like.
All right, C tier.
So I don't know. We might move it around as we move them up and down.
Yeah.
Obviously, these
All right.
mechanologists are going to be the hardest ones to evaluate.
Yeah,
Just
they're
in CC,
brand
he
new,
can
so-
he can blast out those armors so fast. He has like 3/3 armors in no time, in like 2 turns.
Yeah, then they get shredded and they die.
Yep, and then you cannot
Right.
block
I guess
By
This is a
Arachne or
heavy-
Azuri with them in fear of shred.
assassin heavy meta, so that's a good point.
Yeah, two of the 9 heroes who we got here.
Yeah, I don't usually think too heavily about shred when I'm deck building, but
You got to in this
You're
in the
right.
lurkers format, man. It's shred
Yeah.
heavy.
Living lurkers, baby.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Techlo
All right,
Daddy. He's got
Max,
room to grow,
tell-
but we'll see.
tell us about Teklo Sun here, Taylor.
I like it that I'm the expert somehow. Also, are we going to say, we should clarify also, that closest to the letter C is the top of the tier?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll rank them in tier level as well as by tier
Okay,
level.
perfect. Yeah, add some nuance
Mm-hmm.
to this. I have a hard time figuring out how Max is not super affected against the assassins and Riptide and potentially Prism. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a boost, he's got a crank, he basically doesn't have a real weapon, I think the Mechanoid is pretty good. I think Mechanoid also maybe beats the Mechropotent as well.
Hold
One of those.
So-
to clarify, he can
Uh-huh.
use any weapon. He doesn't have to use Banksy, right? We're talking about CC tier here.
Yeah,
It's
that's true.
He could use the Techlo leveler.
Yeah, or the
Or a pistol,
pistols, or whatever you want. I'm
a
just
Navi
saying.
blaster.
or a blaster,
Yeah.
Not
or a
that he
barrel
would.
shot.
Nice.
Yeah,
Is he a Mechanoid deck?
yeah.
You
It
think
like
so?
happens pretty fast.
That's
yeah.
cool. Oh, I guess because
It
you need all
happens-
the hyperdrivers. Oh, but
Yeah.
do they go to your? Never mind. We don't need to discuss it. So, what do you think he is then? B tier? Is he
Mm.
C tier with his bastard father?
That's I like it that's our new headcanon here. I would, for me, looking at this, I might put him at the top of C, bottom of B.
Mm.
That's where I would that's where he feels like he's gonna go.
Yeah, I feel like Riptide might rip his tide up. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he is aggressive. There's not a lot of like aggression,
Yeah.
full on aggression in this Living Lurkers format. So, he could, just based on that, he could be pretty good in being able to present damage faster than some of these other heroes. So I don't know. I could
wanna
say
put him
even
in
maybe
D
A
tier.
tier. You want to say D tier?
Yeah.
Wow.
His hero power is not enough going on for CC, and I don't know. Prove me wrong, Max. Till then, you're just fucking D tier.
His hero power is turn 2 resources into 1 resource later. All right. So I was feeling B. Taylor said C.
When do you put it like that?
And then
No,
Isaac
his
said-
hero power is turn 2 resources into 1 resource later and 3 damage. Well, I guess not. That's 3 resources. 3 resources.
Well, if you
Or-
crank it, it's damage if you use his weapon. But if
Yeah,
you don't
so it's like-
crank it, then no.
For 3 resources, you get a resource back, 3 damage, and potentially 2
Another
an extra
resource.
resource backs. So
all right, fine.
Or-
I was being glib, but that's fine. I feel like if we average out B, C, and D, we're at C tier. So maybe he's like top of C, and we can discuss it later.
okay, cool.
All
Cool,
right.
cool.
All
Yeah,
right.
I think we'll place them, relook at it,
Yeah.
in
It's
fiddle
not
fuck
done
around.
yet. This is in progress.
Yeah.
We're working
it's in
through it.
progress.
All right, Dashio. I got strong feelings. I feel like she's fucking like A tier at least, maybe even
I
S
think
tier.
so.
She just
I think
pops
so.
shit off the top. Like
Yeah.
you get to look at the
And
top card. It's
the-
crazy.
It's really good, and I think in normal outside of the lurker submarine that she has the best potential out of the mechanologist. I know that's what a lot of people are saying, but then when you play against her and she gets a high octane turn off, and all of a sudden there's a fucking boom grenade out there and you got to block all these attacks and there's 6 action points and then the pistol comes in for 12 damage after all of that bullshit happens. You're like, wow, that's crazy. I guess you only have 15 cards left in your deck now, but I took a buttload of damage and you did a lot of stuff. So that's crazy. So yeah, I kind of feel A tier, maybe the bottom of A.
Yeah, I was gonna say A or B. I'm not. So yeah, I can go A. It's just kind of like I'm not sure. Like the card advantage is really good, and her shenanigans are really good. I'm not sure if she like quite has it in her outside of the submarine to be, to be excellent, because you got to have all those items in your deck, and they cost an action point to play, and they
Yeah, but
don't
we live
block
in
and,
the submarine now, so there's no outside.
Oh, totally. So inside the submarine, I think her shenanigans will. I'm gonna say B, but you guys both said A, so we can leave her at A.
Nice.
That's my
yeah.
vote.
And the SS lurker, fucking Dashio, she's A tier, baby.
I like it. That's Dashio. Love that.
Shout out to Connor, local player. Started calling her Dashio, and I love it. Now we all call her Dashio.
Love you, Connor. Great job. Is that the brute player guy?
No, no. He plays a lot of decks. He judges too.
Oh, okay. Nice.
One of our local judges. Important to the community. Next up,
Namaste.
Vincent.
Ooh,
What's
this
her
is so
epithet?
hard. Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden.
Isaac, you start us off on this one.
You love Rune Blades.
Ooh, this is so hard, you guys. I'm gonna put Vincent at B tier.
Mm.
Solid B tier here, right? Because he has some, or she has some serious limitations. Like always has to banish a card.
All right, welcome back everybody to round 2 at February's AGE Open. That was an exciting first round. Knucklehead was used, 5 intellect was gained, no fear blocked out, 4 damage, but Kayo did not pull through. The Luber himself is undefeated at AGE. The legend continues.
Man, he's just a menace. Winning the last one and coming in real hot on this one,
Yeah.
shutting down the KO copium that has been out there. We have so many KOs in bracket. And
Speaking
just
of, let's get into that. Metagame breakdown.
here we go. 11 KOs is the most representation. After that, Bravo, Dory, Dromai, Kassai, and Victor. Those are I think the main expected are these top 6 right here, right? Everyone expected probably a little bit of these heroes. And then you have your outliers, or what I call your specialists that come to bracket who want to prove that these heroes are still good. These heroes have edge in the meta. You have Kano, Azalea, Fabtcg, Katsu, Levia, Prism. I heard it's been doing too well, but it's great try, great pick, and one Betsy.
Yeah, we got one Betsy. I got in touch with Garrett in the field, and he did lose his first round, but it was against Kano. Brought AB2 to a magic fight, and that's what happens sometimes. And then we've got 9 other decks, just because we can't fit them all on a screen in a way that's intelligible, but this includes Arachne, Dash.io, Riptide, Sir Bolton, Teklovasin, Uzuri, Viserai, of course you mentioned Betsy, and Olympia. So a huge spread of heroes here, which is really fun to see. We'll definitely, have some interesting matchups on stream if they perform well, or if they're in at least a win-and-in situation. And maybe, if everyone just demands that they need to see Olympia prize fighter on stream, maybe we make that happen. We'll see.
Probably in the midway. This is definitely a really interesting, I think, take from the room, right? We were just on the car ride up. I ride with a bunch of people. We were talking about what could possibly be there. What could be surprise factor, because it's so new in the meta, and all people kind of really attached to are the things that are winning. And the one thing that's majorly won is obviously KO and Bravo. So to see maybe Katsu might have a good edge in the meta, or Kano might be super good, is going to be super interesting to see where we're at round 3 or 4, how they kind of push through that early wave of new players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always a thing with the new set coming out. We see people usually try out the new heroes, but I feel like this is pretty strong representation from some brand new heroes into the meta, which is really exciting. You know, we talked a little bit about Victor earlier this morning. Me and Mitch were kind of bemoaning the fact that he is pretty good despite his face.
A lot of value from him.
There's a lot of value, and it's not that bad to play. It's kind of fun, as I admitted begrudgingly, but. You know, Dorinthea, also a warrior, is going to stand out a little bit when we have a warrior set. I'm not totally sure what her deck is doing anymore. But, you know, if anyone does really well, we'll bring that on stream. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I thought maybe there would be a little bit more Kassai, just because I do know we got some, like, warrior stands out there. But, you know, not too shabby. And speaking of Kassai, we do have one coming up on stream.
Colin.
Young Colin, as we like to call him,
Eriksen
is the one who's come to replace me.
Are you old Colin now?
That's what some people call me.
No, you're not old Colin.
I'm both been here longer on Earth and in the scene, but he is better than me in every way other than that.
No, he's not more handsome than you.
Oh, well, that's fine.
That's
you know,
true.
we all can't be blessed, but mustache like this. But yeah, no, Colin is a relatively new player, but he's done very well. He made it into the top. I think he was top 8 last time, last month
right
AG Open. So you know,
there's some interesting stuff in this list. A lot of one-ofs. Most notably in this Kassai list, he has a Heart of Fendel, which is something I've not seen, at least in my local scene. Too many people mess with, so that's gonna be super interesting. We're gonna get right into it though. We'll talk about more. We'll see on the field to see how it all draws together.
Yeah, Colin going up against Christian Berry on Katsu the Wanderer. So this will be an interesting matchup. I believe Colin's list is a bit defensive, kind of grindy. So we'll see how this plays out against Katsu, who, you know, has been a pretty good, has an interesting spot in the meta. Definitely people who like him and play him, never like the meta choice, it seems, in the past several seasons. But he has, you know, he has a way to do what he does very well. We have the Bonds of Ancestry and, you know, cards.
He can be very low to the ground too, really early on.
Yeah, a lot of the new cards that came in Outsiders really seem to like put him in a place where he's good. He's not outstanding. He's not amazing. He's not just going to win you games flat out.
Yeah,
but he can get there.
I'm trying to think. Katsu got the Ancestral Harmony in this set. He got a card.
Oh yeah,
he got an expansion slot card, right? It was like a pseudo Art of War, I think people were calling it early on. I remember it was revealed, but I haven't quite seen it in action. So I'm interested to see if the new card brings it in, if it pushes him to another level. That's it will have him keep up with some of these faster decks like Kayo. So looks like they're gonna go for the die roll here. I think maybe it's Katsu first. We'll find out.
Ancestral Harmony is the action. Your attacks with combo get +1. Banish top card of your deck. If it has combo, you can play it this turn. Blue blocks for 3, costs 0. So, you know, everything you want in a ninja card. So, pretty interesting. Also, you know, curious. I don't know how many people are playing it. I don't know if it's really a Katsu card, but the, what is it, Ripple Away is the new generic Majestic. That,
the blue one? Yeah, that one's super good against decks. I'd say like Outsiders heroes who like making a bunch of tokens.
Exactly, yeah. So, you know, it seems like that would be something you might see in this meta, but not sure what decks are playing that yet. But, yeah, let's get right into this match
into it. Enhance.
All right, so Colin here is running a Hot Streak and a Centauri Saber.
Pretty classic build so far, I think.
Is it? I haven't watched a lot of the new games yet, so I'm not totally certain.
There's some debate with Kassai whether he should be running Courage or Grains, the new chess piece, and then obviously the gloves are pretty. People love getting Courage tokens, so I would say that the one thing is personal preference is probably that chess piece. People kind of figuring it out, floating between the two, figure out which one's better. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I think maybe one might make it, but for now we have that flexible options. Katsu going to be starting with a good little poke, a little chopstick, get that leak damage in, or free cards. Colin's unworried.
I'm very worried. Oh, you mean this?
No, not you, Colin. Just
no. This won't be a problem at all. I was looking up Hot Streak. I forgot what that card does.
It's a good go-getter.
It is, yeah. When it's defended by one or more attack action card, Hot Streak attacks get go again this turn. So pretty interesting. 1 for 2. Yeah, it's interesting with the Courage Blade hold because Kassai has basically a similar ability built on her hero. So it will be. I'm curious when that is. I'm sure it's just more flexible. You get the 2 block, and maybe even it could even just be a 3 blocking armor chess piece. For the most part.
See, double block coming out of Colin here. Obviously, it's turn 0, so he's going to use all he can to be able to mitigate as much damage because he's going to redraw at the end of the turn. So putting 2 in front of the surging line, it looks like. Yep, and a surging line. Leaking a little bit, and then it looks like Christian is used all his cards. So no arsenal out of the Katsu early, which is kind of important right now because most of the time some people like to set up.
Yep.
It seems like Christian just wanted to get some damage through.
Unfortunately, he did not get any damage through.
Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out for him in the long run. Now Colin is on the attacker. He gets to kind of come back. He lost a couple cards. He lost a Nourishing. He lost a Raise Army, which is interesting to run Raise Army against Katsu because some people say that's a like a longer game match, like a fatigue matchup. You'd run Raise Army. And then he also lost a Cash-In, too.
He did take some damage. Okay. They just didn't hit the life total.
Okay, now we're updated. So
Yeah, Raise Army, yeah, that's an interesting card. I'm not too sure which matchups, it's in. I'm not a Warrior player,
It's
so
just a little bit
anything I
slower.
say about Warrior is going to be wrong. But I was going to say, it's cool. It's interesting and cool that he's running the Crown. He's starting off with that gold.
Yep.
Getting that whole machine running with gold generation for.
Here we go, one of the new
Kassai.
cards, Blade Flurry. You know what this card does?
I do not. Tell me what it does.
Gives a +2 on the front end and another +2 on the next one. So it is just pure value. You're spinning in a circle. You're chopping it up in the deathmatch arena. It was able to go over that block, hit him for a couple there, and then now has a hot streak coming for 5 because of the Blade Flurry. Now, usually I personally don't like blocking hot streak because it can extend their turn. But with this much damage being presented on that second blade, it's hard not to. It's hard not to give a card from hand. So we'll see what Christian votes for, and he votes for Pure Race, and I love it. Just don't block the hot streak. I'm going to come back with my full hand or partial my hand and see what I can get going.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting that, and again, I'm not sure what the builds are for Kassai. There are more attack actions than I would have normally thought in Warrior, but I think that's kind of where Kassai and Olympia are probably running these days. But yeah, so if he does get that go again, that is a threat that his turn can continue, and it's not just Dawn Blade or weapon focused.
Colin blocking with a lot of M's early on here. Blade Flurry and Blow with her hands. We've seen more M's in his graveyard than rares or commons, but it looks like he's going to hit him back with a good CNC slap.
Yeah, that's half this game is just trading CNCs with each other. I do think, like I said, I do think Colin's deck is probably a bit slower, and which is why something like Raise the Army, if that is a slower card, that is going to be something that might be pivotal or like really important to his game plan overall, is just to gain a bunch of gold and then just make a bunch of dudes on the field, and that'll be interesting to see if that happens.
Yeah, it's like I said, so new, and people are trying to figure out like how it's most optimal to run. And the only reason I say it's a little bit slow is just because it requires gold. You got to accumulate it. It takes time. It takes time to raise an army, make some homies. And so to see maybe he busts it on 1 gold or maybe does it on 3 gold is going to be super interesting against the Katsu. And Katsu, it feels like someone who could clear the armies because he has a lot of go again. But I'm super excited for this game already.
That's true. Yeah, that is an interesting portion of this matchup because I think a lot of heroes would have trouble dealing with 3 or more extra people that you can't pop. We were making a joke earlier. The Centauri sellswords do not have Phantasm.
No, they don't.
You do have to kill them, and that's just hard. It can be really hard. I'm pretty sure. I think Blake was telling me he might have played Colin this week at Armory, and I think Colin put out 5 Centauri sellswords. So.
Scary.
We'll
I've not seen that many yet.
We'll
I don't
see
even think
if
I
we
have
get
that many
there.
tokens, bro. I got 1 in the whole case. I got 1 Centauri token. All right, so good block out of Colin. He blocked a card called Be Like Water. Be Like Water can change its name to like a surge line or a different line you need if it hits.
Yep.
You always want to block Be Like Water. It's 3. It's no break point. Real easy. So Colin playing a little defensive, 2 blocks so far, leaking some damage. Christian looking to start probably his mask momentum, but no more cards in hand. Very aggressive out of Christian currently.
Yeah, interesting. He's choosing, but he's had to block a bit because that's the always interesting thing about Warrior is the fact that it's an aggressive deck that you can't ignore because of the steamrolly potential of hit effects. They're not disruptive, but they do just give them more power as we go along. And I'm not sure how that plays out in Kassai's deck specifically, but I do think you just can't ignore it sometimes, and it's really hard to just let them hit you with anything. Dawnblade used to be its own thing, but now you got to worry about everything else going on. So it looks like Colin's activating Kassai's ability, banishing 2 yellows and 2 reds to... What does that do again?
So what it does is it makes it so your next attack on hit has make gold.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah. So that was perfect timing with the Nourishing Emptiness because of the Dominate. Katsu does not like giving armor and has to have a D-React plus armor here, or is just going to let the Nourishing hit for gold and then let it hit for intellect. Very, very well timed, I think, by Colin for sure. When I was playing Kassai in my pre-release, I was never able to kind of line up. I was always just kind of doing it because I could. I didn't really have a combo in mind, so it's cool to see oh, that's the card you want to target with this ability because pretty guaranteed to hit.
Yeah, pretty good. Nourishing Emptiness, a really interesting card in Kassai because you have the ability to filter out your graveyard to make sure that you don't have any attack actions in there.
Yep.
So that can come online multiple times in the game rather than just hoping to get it once early on. And it looks like he's got 3 in the deck. So, my assumption would be that he either does regularly or hopes to regularly be able to get that dominate and hit effect. Which
definitely happens for sure.
He just drew 5 cards right there. I'm like, oh, but he's messed up. But no, of course, that's what Nourishing Emptiness does, and that's so powerful.
So now we're going Kassai is only for weapons. Thank you for that clarification. So maybe just did it to... he did it to activate the Nourishing. I think.
Yeah.
Because he blocked the Nourishing. There you go. We figured it out. So he did it to make
frog.
Nourishing turn on. And then, Yep. Perfect.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, just like I said, I think Colin's been playing for 2 months.
Yeah.
Already exhibiting really, really good skill in this game, doing smart things like,
Things I don't even know. He was way smarter than me.
It's like one of those. It's like when Icelander used to target itself turn 1 just to get the arcane barrier on.
Oh, I see the card we were talking about. It's in there. Super interesting. None of them have used armor, but I've been playing very aggressive. So we're getting down to the point, we're almost at half-life. This is where we're going to see blocks matter more. We're going to see armor matter more. I think the mentality of both Christian and Colin right now is just send it. Just send it and try and get them try to get each other in a lock. Because if Katsu can get in a Kodachi lock with Kassai, it's over, And right now, Christian is sending it. He's got a 100 wins line, and then with a surging.
Yeah, it looks like he activated Katsu to get the Bonds of Ancestry in his Banish Zone to be able to play that. So, yeah, I'm curious if, this is where I struggle personally. Sometimes you feel like you need to put that pressure, you need to keep going, but there is a disadvantage to not having an arsenal for most of the game. It's such a powerful piece of the mechanics of how this game works. To not have one, you're kind of hamstringing yourself a little bit. I give grace to anybody at these tournaments and just assume they're all better than me and they're doing this for reasons that I don't totally understand.
Yep.
But yeah, it's one of those things you kind of have to worry about when you're doing that. You're just like, this is a good, it's not a bad hand to do it on. So
here we
what
go.
am I talking about? Because he's about to dishonor
Kassai.
young Colin here. But, he still has 3 cards in hand. So he's not too worried about this. But, turning off Kassai's hero ability would be very significant. Sometimes dishonor is just like nothing, doesn't really affect the game when it hits.
Yeah.
But this could be really meaningful. I don't think Colin will let it hit. But, it is something he has to think about. I'm also trying to keep track of Valiant Dynamo and how much value he gets out of that, because I do think that card's become very, very good in Kassai. Or, I mean, it probably always has.
It's
been.
always good. It's giving you so much value, and he hasn't quite blocked it yet. But Christian doing his best here. He's gonna get tempo because of this. He waited, find this line, and is able to slap back pretty well. Now we're gonna get armor for the first time this game.
Nice.
And we're gonna get the fridge, the entire my boots, my gloves, my chest. We're not going to let this dishonor come through. It will be awkward. It will mess up future nourishing. He only has one more left. It can mess up my future value plays with Kassai, you know. So I think it's pretty valid. No one's going to get dishonored by their family. It's not. That's not something we aim for. So 2 good blocks, an armor block, and Colin's going to about to slap back with something big. He has 4 cards in hand. Because of the nourishing last turn, remember he drew up to 5. So this was a really good turn to have an extra card for blocking. And let's see what he's got.
Yeah, it's always helpful when you have so much armor that blocks, which, giving up, it's a significant choice to run the crown instead of having even more armor to block with.
Yeah.
But, as we've been talking about, gold is very important to Kassai. And again, here we go, activating Kassai's ability, banishing 2 red, 2 yellow, getting that gold hit effect on their weapons. And then a Gorgonian Tome. Wow.
I love it. Gorg Tome is usually only played in Runeblades, but because she likes the draw card, it gives her Sabers a discount.
Yeah.
She plays it. Super fun.
And then cashes in. Wow.
Oh, here we go.
So back to 5-card hand.
but your weapons are free
and
now.
your weapons are now free.
Yeah, yep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, just played
my
every
goodness.
red card
Please
you don't want to
put
see.
the dice out for us, Colin. How much is this going to be? 3,
3,
6, 9,
and then like another
11? Is it going to be 11?
Put it on the hot streak. Put it on the hot streak.
Let's go. Wow. That's
2 floating still. So still lots of room in the turn. This is just going to be the first big swing.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, coming in for 8. Oh, yeah, that's right. What's this one called?
It's like the next one. Slice and dice.
Slice and Dice. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the next one. Yeah, for sure. I just black out on warrior cards because they hurt me so. So bumping that up to 9 because he's blocking with an attack action, which I believe is a 9. They always use the 6 upside down, which is confusing. Which way it's facing, but it went from 8 to 9, so that makes sense. And the Sink Below coming in, so not a bad time to do that. Copper generation, we were talking about this earlier too. Kassai still has plenty of ability to do that. Spoils of War and Outland Skirmish? Is that what they call it? Anyway.
Yeah, it's Outland Skirmish.
Yeah.
Yep.
Generating copper, so Blood on Her Hands is still viable in this new version of Kassai. So yeah, this is, and he's just racking up them tokens now too.
Yeah, pretty much you got the easy extra floating to be able to like pretty much just mana dump anything floating into that arm piece to continue to make courage tokens, which is great.
Oh, that's the, what is it called again?
The arm piece?
Yeah.
It's
Versus.
Yeah, Iron Song versus.
Iron Song versus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Warriors just got so many choices. It's really interesting, and I do appreciate how they play a different role in the different heroes, kind of expressing the base of the class's like mechanics in slightly different ways that really do play out quite differently.
Okay, blocking with a 3, giving the hot streak go again. It's hard not to there. And then coming in for more, attack reacts on top. You know Warrior, right? Warrior's your favorite. The attack reacts on top when you try to block.
Yes,
Up to 8 now.
I do know that.
But we got a flick flack, so we're going to cover up a good amount of it, leak a little bit.
Ooh, and he's got, is that courage token?
Yep.
Gold, copper, just a token full turn here for young Colin. But Christian bears the storm. He took his whole hand, but he's still got a little bit of a life lead, which we'll see if that continues to matter. But it's he's just gonna drop.
What we saw was definitely just a bloodbath of just going back and forth, and then them kind of stabilizing here. I think Colin came out a little bit on head because he has those extra tokens he can use or pop. The courage is gonna help push this damage through, And now Colin, nothing with too big here. No M's, no big, no cash-ins here, but still really respectable damage with Go again because of the hidden run.
Yeah, we're starting to look a little bit like Ranger Azalea kind of stuff. We're just like, non-attack action, here's my big thing, coming in for 6+, whatever, with Go again, on hits, and all sorts of stuff going on.
It's not too bad. Thankfully, the weapons that they get have very low.
No, for sure.
Low physical. But Katsu makes it hard for him because he's not the deck that wants to block. He doesn't have too much armor in general. He wants to be the one being proactive and pressuring you.
Yeah, for sure. It is 3 flick flacks in the deck, really
hitting them.
putting in work so far and coming up at the right time. It does look like he does have 7 total. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong deck list.
Yeah, that's good.
Flick flack.
Christian seeing these flick flacks at this time is super great for his stabilization. He's going to be able to arsenal a card and hope for an opening next turn. He still has a lot of life to work with. I don't think there's an instance where Kassai can do 25+ damage. She does a lot of respectable damage and then tries to maybe pop off a blow in her hands. But we'll see. Colin is the young prodigy. He knows more than us. He has apparently played like 80+ games on Kassai, just always grinding.
Wow.
Always at the armories. A good new community member. And
Who's got the time?
Who's got the time? But it's the energy here has been super great seeing these new players come and shine. We have 70+ people out here all competing to be the AG champion.
Yeah, it's pretty great. 67 was our total, which is fantastic. We're so happy that this is continuing to grow.
Yep.
People out here having fun. The energy is good in the room. And
You guys are here watching with us, enjoying.
Exactly. And there it is, Clint the Quicksilver, the original
Go again.
original OP card.
Yeah. I've been kind of reading the glints against some Kassais because they'll swing with the saber like
With
naked.
nothing, yeah.
I'm like, I'm not blocking that. Play the glint, please.
Their Warrior is like that sometimes where they do things and you're just like, oh, okay. But I mean, Colin's got a little awkward hand here. He's got 2 defense reactions in hand, so it's definitely limiting what he can present as damage here. But I think it is a class where you have to worry about it sometimes. They can always just pop off. Like you said, if this hot streak gets Go again, what else do they have in their hand? Can this just extend out into something really punishing? Or is he
Like
just
that,
going to play an attack reaction and just,
push damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. The mind games, like, you're so trained against Dory. Like
Yeah.
man, blocking, I better overblock completely. Like, Kassai, kind of yes, no. Like, you don't always want to overblock. It's kind of like when you block is what matters when playing against Kassai.
Yeah, it's interesting because the hit effects, the tokens, I think, are perhaps a little, wow.
I was going to CNC to end the chain there.
What a
Pressure's
turn.
Arsenal.
I would say the tokens that Kassai generates, I think, are probably harder to value at any given one point in the game.
Yeah.
Versus just like Dawnblade getting getting counters is always just scary. I think the other tokens you kind of need other things to come around and empower them to be more impactful. It's going to be interesting to see how people kind of learn to deal with this. Reminds me, shout out to Session Blood in the chat. Session Blood did a how to block Dory or, how to play against Dory episode way back in the day, which was so insightful in my early days of getting crushed by Dory all the time.
Now we need a how to block Kassai.
Yeah, exactly. So Valiant Dynamo coming out again. I should have a counter on how many times we're using Valiant Dynamo.
Such good armor. Christian took the CNC and just kind of playing some pressure into Colin.
Yeah, it feels feels a little one-sided here. I don't think Christian has been able to present anything that has put Colin in any sort of situation where he felt like he's worried or like his turn is very much impacted by what Christian's doing, which is always a really hard feeling when you're doing your best and they're out here just like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to do something better than you on this.
So the really interesting line was that Christian blocked the hot streak, which gave it Go again for the CNC.
Yeah.
So if maybe he didn't block that, he could have kept his Art of War. He could have maybe had like a bigger turn. So once again, maybe in the future, looking like a how to block warrior tutorial would definitely be beneficial. When and why? Because as the person sitting across from warrior, I don't know. Like I'm trying my best here. You got cards that play like at instant speed.
There's so many. Yeah, there's so many cards that a warrior can come back at you with, like in the middle of the turn. You know, the reactions, the instant cards. It's just all very. It's hard to keep that kind of calculus in your brain all at the same time and keep track of your own turn. And then they just come out and say, "I'm going to play blood on her hands."
Blood on her hands, which is going to be kind of like her combo piece here. All this gold and copper you've been accumulating. I think it's just actually copper.
Yeah,
You've been
just
accumulating are now going to make it so you can swing weapons multiple times. You can charge them, and at 16 health, Christian is not happy to see this because it's probably going to take a lot of his hand to be able to survive here. But it all depends. Christian could also take a lot of the damage and go for the throat, maybe doing a 20 plus, but we'll see how the cards lay. So far, Christian has access to Mask Momentum and his Perch Grapplers. My understanding, most of the time, Katsu's just bring Perch Grapplers because of the block value on them.
Exactly, yeah.
So he's anticipating probably blocking them in the future for a good 5 block. Could come in handy here.
Activates Kassai, turns on her ability. Yeah, Blood on her hands just crazy. You know, you break your copper, you get to pick each mode twice. There's 3 modes. Target one-handed weapon gets +1. Target one-handed weapon gets a go again. Target one-handed weapon may attack twice this turn. So just a lot of sword swings coming in right now.
All the words you don't want to read.
Exactly. it's yeah, this is gonna be tough. I think definitely taking Christian's whole hand, probably most of his armor that's left over, and what's gonna be left at that point we don't know. Flick Flack again coming out at a great time. You love to see it. Of course.
The last Flick Flack though.
Oh yeah, it's his third one.
Third one, yeah. But Lawrence, you said coming out at a great time, upping the value of his block here, and that might help save him into his next turn. And like I said, early on, you saw a lot of Majestics go into the graveyard for blocking early. So Colin, I don't think... Well, he obviously has a couple more cards, but not as many as he should for late-game threats. The deck seems kind of stacked, a little weird. He might draw into a handful of D-Reacts, and that could give Christian an opportunity. But right now, Colin has the steering wheel. He is showing Christian the arena.
Welcome to my home. I call it the Deathmatch Arena. Over here is where I will stab you 8 times in a row.
And here's where I'll take your money if you take the stab.
Yeah, definitely a really, really strong turn. And then again, you're in that position. He's got 2 floating. If I block this, I can give it go again. And then what does he have left in his heart? It's like another CNC, something like that. It's pretty punishing. Really interesting. I haven't seen Kassai much playing, so I'm curious how this compares to other people's decks, if they're running similar kind of situations, or what the gamut is right now. But yeah, he's gonna take that and say no. Your turn is over.
I don't want to go have you go again. And that's kind of when I was playing. I was learning early. Is that hot streak? There's a lot of things you can control from your end.
Yeah.
With that hot streak, so you just got to be able to be like, I don't know if I want to see another card in your hand. You still have, like I said, the 2 floating. You just kind of have to read the board for what it is and just take it on the chin.
Yep. Yeah, that does seem to be part of like playing against Warrior in all of its iterations, is learning when. Oh God, yeah, cash in. Let's just get more cards. She's drawn a card, so now her swords are free. Wow, yeah, Kassai just really strong.
Copper.
There's a lot. Boy.
So, but as you see, so she's drawing a lot of cards and cycling through her deck very fast. She also has apparently some susceptibility to being fatigued because of this. If you are a deck that is efficient at blocking, you could really give her a run for her money because of that.
Yeah.
Because she sees so many cards, because she has to banish so many things, and if you have a fridge too, you could also block out a lot. But that is not Katsu. Katsu wants to fight you fist to fist, and currently he's getting a little bloody right now.
He brought his fist to a sword fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Christian, like I said, just hasn't had his turns haven't had the impact. You know, he's done a pretty good job at keeping the life or keeping the lives equal, at least up until that last turn where he really, you know, blood on her hands is going to be blood on her hands. What are you going to do about it?
Ooh, Blade Flurry. That's
Yeah.
+2 and +2 the next one.
Oof. I hate
It's 0 cost.
warrior cards like this.
Right? It's 0 cost?
Yeah, it's 0 cost.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. I saw this and I was like, it's a 0 for 4, but it feels like it's a little better than that, which I guess is why it's
I
majestic.
know you liked Rain Razors, so we printed Rain Razors in Warrior.
Yeah. Like, what if
Uh,
rain razors, but on knives?
but weapon?
Yeah.
Rain Razor, but weapon.
There we go. 5 coming in. Go again already from the hit and run that he played.
Yep, Copper.
Copper's still on the line, just setting up another blood on her hands turn, which I think there's only one left because I believe Colin blocked with one very early, and then he's just going to end it with CNC. Wow.
Yeah,
And takes
so
4 and loses
strong.
his arsenal. Wow.
Yep.
So Kassai seems good.
Kassai's very good. Hot Streak's cool. That's
Streak is-
fun.
yeah, you know, I didn't really consider that weapon very much, but
that's great.
definitely seems good. I don't consider much about Warrior.
You know,
Everyone
this
knows
is
that
not a thought
me,
about
yeah.
Warrior.
I try to not think about it unless I want to ruin my own day.
You gotta sleep at night, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sitting there, Iron Sign Pride. Are you kidding me?
Iron Song Response.
Oh God. Oh God.
Here we go.
Overpower. Oh my God. Anyways,
Swing, swing, slam seems to be the theme with Kassai.
so all right, so we have a naked Centauri sword.
At this point now you have to block it because you're at 4. There's no mind games you can play really.
Yeah. But what does Colin now have to?
It has to be
give
Blade
it
Runner.
go again. There we go.
Method to give go
There's
again.
just there's so many things now that allow
Go again.
Warrior to get go again, which is really
Now let-
scares me.
Let me add some flavor on top. There's some Kassais who play push the point, which gives them dominate. They can do all the things everyone else can do now, Colin.
Wow.
Yep.
They just have it all, don't they?
Oh man, they're living it. They're in the light. Fans are cheering. Kassai.
Yeah. I mean, I do prefer Kassai over
There we go.
Dory, and there we go. Wow.
GG. Over the top.
That was, and then he had the blood in his hand for next turn. Whew.
Yeah, it's you're really under the needle with Kassai, and there isn't unless you're a deck who's efficient at blocking. I would say just send it. Just never block the hot streak. Just run and just hope you hit every card you need.
Yeah, I think I mean, the longer you wait, it seems like the more time Kassai has to set up, this big blood on her hands turn and things like that really are just gonna end the game for you if you wait too long and take too much damage. But yeah, that's tough. I'm excited to see more of that, see where it plays out, how it does against Kayo, which seems to be the other hot kind of deck going on right now.
This is a honey badger.
Who? Kassai?
Kayo.
Oh, Kayo's the
Kayo.
honey badger. Yeah.
In our local meta, we call him the honey badger because he just doesn't give an F.
Yeah.
None of his cards block, and he just rushes at you with one arm, and you're like, oh god.
Does not care. Does not care. All right, so we're gonna bring young Colin in here, give a chat about this last game, about his deck, and get some insight into
Vibes.
the Prodigy's rise to power in the SoCal meta. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
How's it going, everybody? We're back here with Colin. Colin, congrats on your win.
Thank you.
2-0.
Yep, 2-0.
Nice, nice. Why Kassai today?
So Kassai is something that I've been honestly building since like she came out. I think she's a really cool hero. I really like how flexible she is, that she can go really kind of hard aggro and going attack, command and conquer, like in this game a lot.
Oh, yeah, you definitely
Or just the plays with the cash in to draw 2. But she can also be really defensive. And last game I played against a Bravo, and the game pretty much was slow. It was going to second cycle, and you can end up playing to raise an army. And I also just think she's in a really good spot right now. I think Valiant Dynamos are amazing. Those block for so much. They blocked for 12
Super
the
good
first game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. That sounds amazing. We saw how amazing that is.
Yep.
How long have you been playing?
I've been playing like armories and stuff since I guess like October or so.
Okay.
In kind of the Bright Lights meta.
Okay.
But before that, I was doing a couple of like little blitz decks with friends, just like the little precons, and I messed around with a friend on Talishar for a bit.
Kitchen table stuff.
Yeah.
So would you say this is kind of like your first entry into the competitive scene? Have you gone to a battle hunt or anything before?
Yeah, I've gone to the previous AGE, and then I went to one ProQuest.
Awesome.
Before that.
Perfect. Well, I'm happy you're here. This is a great, I think, entry point. We have a lot of great, nice players that come and hang out here, as you can see.
Yeah.
We're all always good to get some games in. I want to talk a little bit about your list, because your Kassai list is a little different than I've seen other Kassais I've played so far.
Yeah.
First off, you're the only one I've seen. You're the only one I've seen with the Heart of Fendel.
Heart of Fendel, yeah.
Heart of Fendel so far. Now, obviously, it wouldn't come up in this list, in this matchup, but you'd probably use it for those slower matchups like Bravo, right?
Yeah. I did end up getting 1 point of value out of it. I think I was on 24, he was on 25, and I managed to pitch it to get some value there. I think it's just a really solid card.
Yeah.
It was definitely something that in my early deck building, I like to include all the gems. They're just cool.
Yeah. Super cool.
But after cutting it down a bit, I found that the one non-block was not really that much of an issue. And just because with like the warrior fridge of basically like 6 or 7 points of block, then you usually can kind of let your life go a little bit lower and then get value out of it. And it's just been a very solid addition.
Nice. And is there anything else, like you have like, I think like one fate in here. So I always love, I'm a big deck builder. I love tweaking 1-ofs and 2-ofs, right? So the one fate, 2 Oasis, is that just to cover your like defensive matchups like in the long run? Like you brought Oasis, did you bring it expecting Wizards?
Yeah, I've been doing a decent bit of testing against Kayo, and the Oasis definitely helps there. I'm on AB3 actually. Just because I want to be able to have a chance in that matchup, and I mean SoCal, a lot of Kayos.
Was there any matchups coming into this event you were worried about?
Dromai, definitely.
Dromai, okay.
Yeah, it's Dromai is really tough for Kassai just because the dragons have so much health. Like even the little ones, like an Azalea, has 3 health, doesn't kill with the saber. You have to either pump it or you have to play something like Iron Song Pride, which I was considering to try and clear them better, but. A lot of times in that match, it's just kind of a race, and then you hope you draw the poppers at the end.
Yeah, I imagine that's pretty big because your clear is so determined on your hand against those Dromais. Last couple questions here. As you know, Heavy Hitters being a brand new set, super fun. You've been enjoying it, obviously. You've been playing Kassai.
Yeah.
Would you have any suggestions for players out there watching from around the world, like some tips on Kassai? Starting out.
Okay. So I'm on a bit of a different list with Kassai, with like the tunic and playing it slower, but I think that the biggest thing with Kassai is just you can really lean back on just the value plays, especially into slower matchups, just letting Dynamos just rack up the block, and you play really well off these 2-card hands. So I think that you don't really need to go as aggressive. Your bigger hands a lot of times are just the main attack, Blade Runner attack, and then some pumps, like some +3s and stuff. And so I think generally just taking it easy, kind of slowing it down, and just really relying on that. And Kassai can kind of play on any number of cards, because even on 1-card hands versus swing is 3 points of value. That's not bad.
100% correct. So definitely keeping the pace, not being too aggressive. Weathering your way through the storm. You have that fridge. I think that's super good advice. Some people sometimes play too fast, or they feel like they need to find that pressure. But you're able to. You guys are playing really fast at first, and you guys kind of stabilized in the middle there, and that's where you saw what you were saying, that patience of like weathering and find it, and then you got that CNC boom.
Yep.
And that was huge, and then you did it again, and that was also huge.
Yeah, I think it's been one of the reasons that I'm not on Grains of Bloodspill,
Okay.
which is the new legendary chess piece, is just because it requires you to keep going. You got to keep
Momentum.
using those vigor tokens to either make new ones or to basically cash out on a hand that doesn't have the resources that would normally be necessary for it.
Yeah.
And I think that just puts a little bit too many constraints on what you want to do. And it also doesn't allow you to play Shunt, which I think is an amazing card.
It's also true, and that's exactly also why you have the Fendels here, which synergizes a lot. It synergizes with Oasis, it synergizes with that Shunt, right? So I honestly think that how you showed today was how strong Kassai could be with Saber CNC. Is there another combo besides like Blood in Her Hands that we haven't seen that you think that the people should know about?
Yeah, I think that the big thing we didn't see here is that Raisin Army play. And just kind of setting it up. It's a game plan into a lot of slower matchups, especially like Guardians and stuff, where it's just you kind of play slow, it's blocking out, and just trying to sneak in bits of gold, and then you're basically waiting until like at least like second cycle to be able to get that Raisin Army play out. And it's just one hand. You take a bunch of damage. You have Raisin Army and a couple blues, and you can just do a massive amount of damage in there. And hey, at the end, maybe you can even sneak it to CNC.
Yeah, I've heard some rumors of you doing Raisin Army for 3 or 4 to locals at armories, and they just drown from all the homies attacking them.
Yeah, I may or may not have knocked Blake off of Arachne due to that.
He was on a roll. I saw him on Twitter. He's posting, I wanted Arachne. And I was wondering where those posts went. So now I know.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. Great performance. I wish you the best of luck going forward. Is there anybody you want to shout out or say thank you for your friends out there for helping you out?
One thing I want to shout out is just the community. I feel like I don't shout it out enough. Just like the level of support. Like when I came into this game, I just kind of showed up with like the little precon blitz decks, and immediately it was like, oh no, come on in. You can try this deck. Would you like to try Dorinthea? Would you like to try Bravo? And I was immediately able to really get into it and be able to play at basically everyone else's level with the proper deck lists and with a bunch of help. And I think that really got me into the game and is what has kept me coming back every Tuesday at Odyssey, and even now coming to some other armories as well.
I'm glad you're treated well here in SoCal, and we continue to push players and help them develop, because it is a complicated game. There is a lot to ramp up as a hobby sometimes, but come out, talk to people. They'll be more than willing to give you cards. And pay it forward too. That's another thing, as we always say, is we're going to help you, but make sure there's another new player.
Yeah.
Pay that forward to them. Take the time with them, and let's all grow and have a good community and have a fun game process. So I appreciate you being part of the community and coming out. I wish you the best of luck going forward. I am disgusted by that CNC line. I have to play at some point later.
Yeah. Well, I hope we'll be back on camera in the top 8.
Yep. Thank you very much. All right, guys, we'll be back at in 10 minutes for the next round. Thanks for staying tuned, and see you guys soon.
Cool.
Boop, boop.
Welcome back, everybody, to the AGE Open for February, heading into round 3. That's right, I'm Mitchell Lizzie here with Sam O'Byrne. What's up, man?
Dude,
it's been a minute.
It has been a minute indeed, and I could not be more thrilled.
I'm stoked. Man, I tell you what, can I just say, like, it is a great time to be a flesh and blood enthusiast. Heavy Hitters has hit hard, and we've already seen, like, a huge shake-up in the metagame, I think. Even just walking the tables. A huge diversity of decks. Let's talk about it a little bit more. Let's hit the button over here and bam! Have a look at that. My girl up there in the large photo, as opposed to being a footnote. Can I get a hell yeah for Dory out there?
Hell yeah!
That's
Taking a look at Dory, man. Look at that with 6 total players here in like a 70-person open. I mean, 6 doesn't sound like an enormous number, but when you look at the incredible diversity of heroes, you talk about the big photo. That's the one I wanted to spotlight coming into this meta breakdown. I mean, we got Victor over there and the golden enjoyer as well. The two blonde people.
That's right. Yeah,
top and bottom.
All of them from Solana rising up here just quietly. Look, hopefully we can catch a sort of Dory game later on. There's a few different looks to that list, and jump into some Victor gaming as well, as Victor's been doing really well. We do have I think at least 2 Victors towards the top tables right now. To answer Mansand's question earlier, he said, "What's Charles on?" Charles is playing Oldham, basically. He's playing Oldham. He is playing Oldham. Oldham, who hasn't quite, had his hair grayed yet. He's on Bravo, and it definitely, is looks like a slow, like definitely fatigue-based look, so very much in his wheelhouse. And I mean, when the US national champion comes calling, you better believe he's going to be, throwing some haymakers. So he's sitting towards the top tables, and I hope to feature him a little bit later on. Yeah, there's a Betsy out there, and a few other things, but I think it's worth pointing out how quickly Kayo, Kassai, and Victor all have sort of drastically increased representation here over the last week or so.
Absolutely. 3 of the new heroes from Heavy Heroes are in our top 6 decks here at the AGE Open. And that's not just because they're new and fun. It's because they're powerful and do incredibly interesting and unique things. I mean, we've all seen what Kayo can do in the pilot of someone like Yuki Lee Bender. I know a lot of players out there are trying to achieve similar success. But those Kassai lists are looking nice. The gameplay I've seen from Victor looks kind of disgusting. But again, I'm really excited to see what Dorinthea can do looking into the matchups if she can avoid some of those Bravos and some of those Victors and start to feast on some of these other less block-oriented heroes.
Yeah, I think that's the concern for her a lot of the time, is that she's going to lose every clash. So, when you go into matchups, like for Victor, for example, it's a little bit hard to really pace him on value. Some Dory players are trying to bring a sort of axe strategy into that matchup, and still doesn't really guarantee you a win, because Miller's Grindstone is really annoying. Both playing off small hands, and it's definitely threatening to blow up a lot of your deck here. So metagame's in a great place. We want to feature one of our players who had a fantastic showing at our last Arcane Games and Events Open Series at Zayne Johnson. San Diego had 3 players, I think, in the top 8, if not top 4, if I'm not mistaken. Zayne has obviously been a fixture. We've seen him on a ton of heroes in the past, Viserai, for example. Today, he's playing Azalea, so he's made the trek out here. Azalea, there's a lot of hype around her. There's a lot of hubbub sort of around what that hero can do now. Not heavily represented today, but I think she's definitely a good spot right now.
There was a lot of tier list discourse out there on the internet, and a lot of people had Azalea up top, and then you had a lot of people saying Azalea wasn't very good. I don't know. Zayne, I know I talked to him. He said, I wanted to play Azalea because I got my playset of the beautiful extended art Ravenous Rabbles. He's on to 2-0 in this tournament so far, so the Rabbles are taking him a long way, and I think we should go ahead and check out this next match. We have got Zayne Johnson on Azalea, ace in the hole, versus Nicholas Tagg on the new Armed and Dangerous Fruit Kayo himself. So, I mean, we're probably going to be here for a short time, not a long time.
Still going to be
a good time, not a long time. There it is. Let's go ahead and take a look at this game. Zayne, you see that little number 4 next to Zayne? Walk me through that, Mr. Ubershout.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are we looking at there?
I mean, Zayne is currently 4th on circuit points in our AGE sort of tournament circuit. And again, as we get towards the end of the year, our Players' Championship attendance will be decided by your circuit point standing here. So that's something we definitely want to keep an eye on. You can see it over here. This is where we stand right now in our Players' Championship standings. Zayne, obviously, with 20 points coming out of our previous event. Obviously, we saw Alan earlier on. We featured him. Alan Chavarin, obviously, always a feature here. So this is what these players are fighting for, as a Players' Championship now not only offers, obviously, some great prize money, but a gold foil and a PTI. So there's never been more to play for here in the AGE series. So here we have Zayne, of course, flipping pretty standard stuff here, of course. We do see... I have seen a Sandscour Azalea out there with New Horizon. And for Nicholas, again, Apex Bonebreaker. And, of course, that headpiece is something we're going to be looking at. An incredibly powerful card in Scowling Fleshbag.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how the Scowling Fleshbag is going to be utilized. Is it just going to be trying to stop a powerful on-hit? Other than something like a Rain Razors, it's going to be tough to, kind of snipe a card with the Scowling that's going to be super relevant. We're going to go ahead and start this off, it looks like, with that yellow Agile windup. Make the agility, make the might. I also, check out that chess piece over there, the Heart and Cross Strap. That probably tells you a little bit about the game plan that Nicholas has coming into this game.
Yeah, again, Nicholas' list does feature a final Spring Tunic here, but I think he knows it's going to be go time pretty quickly. Can he afford to wait 3 turns to find that one resource of value, or does he just need those 2 resources on a certain turn to try and blow Zayne over? So on turn 0, I mean, Nicholas probably hoping to go, maybe hoping to go second in this kind of matchup here, but Zayne will have the opportunity to block this single claw, maybe filter the hand a little bit here. A red Read the Glide Path and a Lace card there thrown in front.
Yeah, a couple 2 blocks. And, those are 2 very powerful, 0 for 3 effects, especially that Inertia on the Lace with Inertia there. But for Zayne, you may be looking for a resource card, maybe trying to find a way to activate that Death Dealer. I remember that's something Justin Koo, calling Taipei champion, talked about, is you always want to make sure that you're able to utilize your Death Dealer as much as possible. People aren't drawn off Death Dealer enough, he said, but look at this. It's going to be a swing big to follow up. We're going to get some damage across for sure. A couple 2 blocks in the hand there for Zayne, going to mean he's going to take some damage on this turn 0.
Yeah, again, I mean, that's that sort of density of 2 blocks in the deck. As soon as Nicholas sees like a 2-card block on a claw, he's like, oh, we can actually leak a little bit of damage here. That 3, keep that in the back of your minds. I also think the player referred to, was it Justin Koo? Is that his name? Yeah, I think he was recently victorious in Manila as
100%,
well.
100%.
There, so yeah.
11-0 on Victor.
Absolutely
in the
filthy
Blitz.
stuff. That's right. I've seen the deck tech there, so that's a great player to take some hints from going forward. See, here's Zayne, throws out, okay, so we are lacing this right up, and a Sleep Dart just yeeted from the hand.
Absolutely. 11 spot coming in, 2 Frailty tokens representing, which would make that Mandible Claw attack for a measly little, I guess 2 with the Might token if it's the first attack plus the agility. But 11 damage is nothing to stop at. Those are 3 powerful on-hit effects, 2 Frailty tokens and the Sleep Dart, meaning KO. Those 5s would no longer be 6s, meaning those Might tokens would not be created. That's not something Nicholas wants to see, but it might be something he's priced into doing. He doesn't want to, he was not able to arsenal a card. He basically traded 3 damage on turn 0 to have a 5-card hand on this turn, which means he doesn't really probably want to do a lot of blocking.
Don't forget, that also means that some of those 5s in the KO deck are actually 5s.
Yeah, exactly.
For the purpose of discarding here. So it's not even just that Might token generation. It also means that, if you want to Wild Ride or you want to get a bigger Bear Fangs or any of those effects won't be activated here. So really interesting little inclusion here. And Zayne just making sure Nicholas knows what is at stake here as its attack comes in. Again, you can afford to... I see like a Bear Fangs, I think, in the hand right there. Like a Command and Conquer, if I'm not mistaken.
And I think a Pulping, yeah. So there's a 2 block, a 3 block, and 2 no blocks. So Nicholas here looks like he might just be priced into taking a couple frailties, and he's heading to bed.
Yeah, Zayne Johnson playing the Sandman in this particular round here. A couple of cards away, and we'll tuck an Arsenal card in. Nicholas now obviously knows he's going to be under the effect of that Sleep Dart. And again, it's quite relevant, right, if it's just a 5 at the top here. But again, such a high density of natural 6s still in this KO deck here that you probably will still want to go for it. Bearing in mind, of course, we still have an agility token in play. So opening with something like a Bear Fangs is completely reasonable. You still feel fairly good about getting your value on that card. We'll see what the plan is here.
Got the agility, got the might, did head down to 29 after that first attack. Sometimes in these KO decks, you're just priced into these decisions. If you're running the Pulpings, you're running the Bear Fangs, they're such powerfully offensive statted cards. But man, if you're facing down a deck with a lot of on-hits like Azalea, you're going to really have to find the right time for that Flesh Bag, the Bone Breaker, and the Scabskin Leathers to get into the red zone, or else things are going to be difficult. And talk about the other piece of equipment.
It's time.
Go ahead and activate the Heart and Cross Strap.
Okay, Heart and Cross Strap here, and that is a 7-powered Go Again Command and Conquer, Eat Your Heart Out range of players. That is brutal, and that's one of the scariest things that can be sort of assisted by this extra token generation. Comes in at a break point, threatens Arsenal, forget about your defense reactions. Oh, by the way, there will be more after this. Very quickly, shout out to Captain Talon in the chat, friend of mine. Heading out to his first battle heart of this. So good luck, mate. Were you on Dromai still? Man, he could have picked up Dory, bro. Could have picked up Dory.
This is a very cool line here from Nicholas. I mean, feeling the effects of that sleep dart, realizing that the draws and the discards aren't going to be as powerful on this turn because of all the 6s that are now probably 5s in the deck. But that Heart and Cross Trap, one good turn deserves another. A 7-power CNC with Go Again. Doesn't matter about the rest of KO's hero ability because this is just so threatening, and we're utilizing the agility token and the might token created on our turn 0 just from that agile windup. So KO going to do some powerful things and showing why that Heart and Cross Trap's in the deck.
Zayne, I'd say block with armor, but well, that's not really an option for it. Could have picked Dory as well. Now I think of it. Having a fridge will be nice, but this is a very tough decision. Command and Conquer so often is just pointed at you, for like a 2-card 6 with a non-hit off a small hand. It's a good way to stay in the tempo race if you've been forced to block. But Nicholas is able to string far more together on a turn like this. Like going into this with a bare fangs would be absolutely abominable for Zayne to face down here. Perhaps, I guess, like the frailties, it's not the kind of on-hit you're looking for, right? I mean, you definitely, if you're worried about that sort of agility token getting used, like you'd hope to have like a red in the ledger or something like that, a way to compact these otherwise big turns. But we are not blocking. Don't worry about it. Keep your cards. And away goes that drill shot.
Yeah, I was wondering if Zayne was just going to decide, listen, 1-card loss is a little more easy to swallow than throwing 3 cards in front of this Command and Conquer and turning my turn into something that is pretty negligible against this KO deck. So we're going to see how Nicholas wants to follow that up here. As Zayne just said, sure, give me the 7. I'll lose my card. Show me what else you got.
Yeah, bare fangs. Pretty good. Let's see what ends up being discarded from the hand. It is going to be a 6 at minimum.
Well, let's see if the sleep dart becomes relevant here. We're going to lose. Oh, the
That's
red
a pulping.
pulping. So that's plenty. 8 more damage coming from this KO deck.
Yep. Just quietly, also like a might token generated in the back from that pulping going into the sleep dart, of course. Yeah, no might token, but still 8 damage after 7. 15 with a pretty juicy arsenal disruption there. So add 3 value to the turn.
Yeah, I think if you're Nicholas here, you got to feel happy that the sleep dart wasn't more impactful, right? Because it could have been significantly more disruptive, but that CNC doesn't care about 5s or 6s. It doesn't care about drawing and discarding, and the Bare Fangs still hit a natural 6. So sleep dart, I think it's a really cool inclusion for these Azalea decks, but for Zayne, unfortunately, he's sitting all the way down at 28 after that turn after blocking with 2 cards. Let's see what he can string together from here. Just 2 cards and no arsenal after that CNC.
That's no arsenal. That's even more concerning, right? Our Bolton shot feels fine here. We're gonna have a look at the top. Bolton shot going to be thrown straight on out here. So Nicholas probably not too worried about a larger turn from Zayne. I mean, depending on the texture of this hand, you may be priced into letting this one go through to the keeper. I think I see 2 blues though. Another Bare Fangs. That's not too shabby.
No agility for Nicholas, so he's going to have to find another way to get Go Again unless he has an instant speed discard of an agile windup. All-Star and Limited turns out pretty dang good and constructed as well. This is just going to be 4 damage from the Bolton shot here. Both players sitting sub-30 already on these first couple turns.
I guess, yeah, I mean, okay, Reckless Swing comes out. That's totally reasonable. Nicholas no longer slept, so a discard of a 6 here will also gain him some extra value. Again, the Bolton shot in and of itself, that looks like a Assault and Battery.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 3 of those blue in the deck. I think they're 5s, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if that's the blue, it'll be 5 turned into 6 because of KO. You get to beat chest, making agility by discarding a 6. Again, KO gets all this extra consistency with that hero power. Let's see what he's able to throw down. Clearly didn't need the blue in the hand.
No, my token generated from that?
No, it's on your own action phase.
There you go.
Yeah. So let's see. Looks like it's going to be a Scabskins roll without...
Oh, that's
hits
30.
the
Oh.
6. You see Zayne just kind of give a little nod. Sometimes that's all you can do. Listen, these KO... Again, I said there's no agility token here, but for Nicholas, he's going to have to find another way of Go Again, and it looks like that 6 might not be as terrible, and the Cast Bones is going to get drawn and discarded, so no +2 and no might token. That is a -3, like you're saying, a -3 value loss. It happened to me 3 times in Sealed in Hartford, and my opponent was like, oh, you missed 6 points of damage.
You hate to see it. That's right. Not only you're not getting the +2, you're not getting a might token generated. And we know that Nicholas probably doesn't have the ability to make use of 3 action points on a turn like this. So still, Zayne probably feeling a little at least more comfortable about that. Nicholas was just hoping for that kind of, the turn that threatens, anywhere from sort of 12 to 15 damage off a smaller hand. Scabskins would have enabled that. But Zayne still has asked a question, at what point do I have to really start prioritizing my life total here? Remember, he did throw 2 cards at the Bare Fangs last turn. Looks like a Codex of Frailty there. Pretty unmistakable treatment on that card.
Nicholas here going to have to try to find a way to get some agility token generation, or else these Scabskin Leathers are going to be some of the only way to get go again without cards like the Wild Rides and the Pulping. And that Cast Bones hit here, that's another way to get agility if you're able to find 6 Might tokens and the agility. And, you know, even if you've made 1 off your KO, then all you need is 5, because Cast Bones just checks for 6.
It's
Cast Bone doesn't need to
doesn't
make
need 6 off the Cast Bones, right?
Yeah.
And you also know, with a reasonable amount of certainty, what you're drawing into. And then once you draw your hand up, you also know like what the top 2 are.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you know if you're going to be, you know, risking missing out on a 6 discard off the top or something like that. So the amount of information that it garners you, plus the it's the Codex of Frailty of heavy hitters for me.
Yeah.
In terms of just how incredibly above rate the card is.
It's a powerful card for sure. Zayne going to go ahead and take the 6 here.
Oh,
and
we're casting the bones anyway.
Let's go ahead into a Cast Bone. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6. Folks.
Oh, man.
That's 6.
Roll 6s on your Scabskins, flip 6 power attacks.
Wow.
How about a crap ton of Might tokens and a free agility to boot here? Now Zayne knows exactly what's coming, and I'm going to give it to you straight, folks. It ain't good.
It ain't good. You got a little shout out to another member of our chat there saying, listen, because we drew and discarded the Cast Bones, that's a 6. That's a non-6 that did not get revealed to the Cast Bone that was played. So I think, listen, you lost 3 points of value on the Bear Fangs, but you gain an enormous amount of value from the single agility token created off the back of the Cast Bones played. So let's see, is Zayne able to find something like a red in the ledger to make this agility token significantly less scary? But those 6 Might tokens are still going to make whatever 1 attack would get thrown.
That's right. I mean,
Not feeling good.
That's the reality of Kayo right now being an incredible mid-range deck, because even on those small turns, the single attacks you send, it's never just a 2-card 6, right? That is the absolute floor, and it's almost impossible for Kayo to reach that. He's almost always above that, whether it's a Swing Big, a Bear Fangs, and there's Might tokens in the mix. So, you know, he can go tall, he can go wide, he can go wherever he needs to, and right now it's for the throat.
Knock the Death Whistle here. Going to go ahead and set the top of Zayne's arsenal. He's in an interesting position because that Rain Razors is a nice card to power up something like Bolton Shots, but it looks like, we're just going to go ahead and grab the red in the ledger, which means we're not going to be able to activate the Death Dealer after playing the Rain Razors, because then we'll draw the red in the ledger. If we want to dominate the red in the ledger, it's going to have to stay on the top of the deck. So let's see if he has some more pumps, plus that tuna counter.
New players at home following along with no problem, I'm sure. But yeah, essentially like sending a non-arrow up to the top can be a scary sort of proposition. But Zayne is just on damage control right now. But Nicholas, for all we know, doesn't really care about going any wider. I mean, he's presenting minimum 12 damage off, 1 attack action next turn, and it's likely, as it often is for Brute, to be more than that. So I would be afraid. And if Nicholas has also followed the time-honored ritual of making sure only the Reckless swings in his deck are whiteboarded, I'd have to go and shake his hand.
You're going to go Seek and Destroy into Premeditate here. We have a tuna counter if we would like to go ahead and utilize that for the red in the ledger. This is going to be dominated off of the Azalea ability. Zayne just kind of shortcutted. It went to the top of the deck and then was thrown into the arsenal from the Azalea. So Seek and Destroy going to threaten to destroy any arsenal that Nick would want to create. The Premeditate going to threaten the Ponder generation. Yeah. But the red in the ledger, the real kicker here is that is 11 damage, and if it hits, only 1 action for Nicholas on the turn. So again, that agility token not going to be relevant. Those Might tokens certainly will be.
How bad do you feel as Nicholas if you just kind of preserve life here, give 2 cards, and then send 1 large attack action after Zayne? Because you probably at this point realize that the agility token is not that important. You probably can't leverage it. You can't really cover this fully and do anything. Well, he's answered for me. That's 4 block of armor thrown in front straight away, and probably a 6 alongside that Apex Bone Breaker.
Yeah, so it looks like he might just be wanting to get an additional Might if he has to block with the Apex Bone Breaker. Let's definitely put a 6 in front of it. Turn our, it's funny because you'd only get to do 1 action, but those 7 Might tokens, it's another whole card's worth of value of Might tokens.
So it's like
right?
you still maintain, turn after turn, it's still above 12 points of value each time. That's the consistency that can be offered to you by Kayo. So even on your off turns, you're basically still hitting for a billion.
When you're hitting through red in the ledger for maybe 13 here, it's got to feel like it could be a lot worse. It looks like it's going to be the Skull Crack donated to the block. Let's just get another Might token off that Apex Bone Breaker.
So how about Claw for 10? That would be worst case scenario for Nicholas. All right, take a bit of damage here. Nicholas already with that life lead here. Zayne will have the opportunity, though, to ponder. And I guess that's relevant, right, given what was set to the top of the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get to choose if we want to put that Codex in the hand or whatever we draw into our arsenal.
Is it not the Rain Razors placed there?
The Rain Razors with the arsenal, so that's on the bottom now from the Azalea. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like, yeah, it might be, I think, maybe an infecting shot heading to the arsenal just as a potential, throwback. Again, for Zayne, small victories, that Seek and Destroy means that whatever Nicholas throws, nothing's going to be able to be parked in the arsenal, but it's certainly going to be a big ol' attack, and Zayne's already sitting down at 20 here. Got that Wrecker Romp?
Yep.
Oh, God. Wait, is it a CNC, dude? Does he have it? He revealed a CNC, and Zayne knows he has a CNC from the cast bones. The question is, did Nick draw it here, and does he want to send it for 13?
Yeah, this is going to have more pop than a gender reveal party with pyrotechnics in a dry field. It is going to be absolutely filthy. That is gross.
Good.
That is what Lubu always dreamed of, everybody.
Yeah. That's pretty gnarly here. This is going to be CNC for 13. You can see Zayne is just having trouble even quite comprehending what's happening to him. This is going to be so much damage that Zayne has to deal with. He can't even quite realize exactly the damage dice that's required. We need to use 2 for this sucker.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so Zayne obviously, really deliberated on what card to send in there. And you might have been right. It might have been an infecting shot based on the little watermark in the text area here. So Zayne's like, well, you know what? I'm playing Flesh and Blood now. I don't know what you're doing. I think Nicholas is pod racing. Zayne is putting cards in his discard pile.
Yeah, listen, it's certainly not good to just block 11 of that and lose the arsenal anyway. So that red infecting shot is going to go ahead and head to the graveyard here. Tunic's going to go to 1, and poor Zayne hasn't really had much choice in this game. Nicholas has been firing, other than that single Bear Fane's miss, which ended up not even really being a miss at all. He's been firing on all cylinders.
Here's that read the glide path. Zayne getting to opt as a result of that. Sending it to the bottom instead. Okay, we are, oh my goodness, we're lacing with a lot of blood rot here, and then it will be a Codex of Frailty.
+9 from all those pumps, plus an additional 2 and 2 for both the blood rots if it hits. And here's a good drill shot here. This is threatening all of those equipment pieces, but the question is it threatening enough for Nicholas to do anything but say, send me the bill, and try to throw significantly more than 7 back at Zayne's?
I mean, is this just like the optimal choice for a 0-cost arrow that has a breakpoint by default? You just feel like this is probably one of the best to go for if you're trying to force damage? Because I think what the flesh bag is blade break anyway, so Nicholas can, and he's really more concerned about their value. Yeah, you can maybe turn off that extra block on the scabs or bone break here, so you can sort of consider 1 extra point of value being on the table.
Yeah, Zayne most likely going to buy pretty much all that armor block, especially because thanks to the Codex, Nicholas does have to discard a card here, so he's going to only have 3 cards left in hand. Going to discard a 3 block, which leads me to believe, you have to imagine he's got some blocking cards in here if he wants to put anything in front of this. 13 for Zayne as well, so 13 into 13, but this one's got 2 blood rots attached and the drill shot effect as well.
Yeah, and how interested is Kayo in leaving cards left in his hand after the end of his turn, so you may as well make this a 19 power attack in your mind. It's nice, very nice. Not really enough though, I think, to slow Kayo down over much.
But listen, if Nick just says, "Yeah, I will take it," that's 18 points of damage with both of those blood rots. So Nick has to think about this in some capacity, and the point of value from the drill shot onto any of these armor blocks also has to be considered.
And let's not forget the frailty, giving the -1 to the pulping coming out of Arsenal here. And now again, pulping, if that is dominated, well, she's still coming in, but there's a lot of value on the table that's not necessarily printed on the drill shot or those pumps that can come in here. So numerically, this is a very, very big attack.
3 Sync Belows are in the list for Zayne. I was curious. We do have that Ponder token. I wonder if he brought them in for cards like Pulping. I was looking for the, what are those traps? The Fatigue Trap, the Frailty Trap. Frailty Trap and the...
Yeah, if your opponent has like a lot of go again attacks, right, it's nice to inflict that.
Yeah.
What I suspect is that Zayne is running quite lean and probably can't afford to try and compete with Kayo in a mid-range context, and probably doesn't bother with the defense reacts. He probably knows, I need to race this guy and really crush him with these like punishing disruptive effects. My guess is that we don't, and we there's so many situations here if Zayne gets a lead that he just doesn't want to see that sink at all. Because again, we're not dealing with these disruptive on hits really. So Sync is just a slightly better card that blocks, but probably won't really intervene outside of the pulping situation.
And you have to find the perfect time to get it into your arsenal to perfectly line up with your opponent's pulping. So We'll have to see if Zayne did end up grabbing them at some point. This is a very threatening arrow, though. I mean, if you're going to have to try to claw back from taking a big old CNC for 13, I think this is a good way to do so. This is a lot of damage that Zayne is representing if Nicholas just decides to say no blocks, and that frailty might be relevant if the pulping is what is attempted to be thrown into battle here. Let's see if we want to put the equipment in. It looks like all of it's going in.
Okay, yeah, obviously, scaling Flesh Bag, you do lose value there. Obviously not intimidating a card away, but just stick a bunch of equipment block in front here because you know you can still try and close out the game here. And again, when you have some form of evasion in your arsenal via, pulping, that is the kind of stuff that lets you close out these matches. And the fact, of course, your opponent, their deck is riddled with 2 blocks.
Absolutely. Frailty there, going to go ahead and impact this pulping. If it is played on this turn, there was no 6 power attack placed with the Bone Breaker, so we're not going to get the Might token to kind of counteract that. This is going to be pulping. Let's see if we can just force a good amount of damage through. Time for a draw and a discard. Let's see if it gets the Dominate, and then if it's not defended by 2 non-equipment cards, it will also have the Go again.
That's right. So important to give it Dominate because quite often, yeah, that's a red wild, right? So this card now has Dominate and will very likely have Go again. And again, Might token created on the back there by Kayo's ability. Command and Conquer, of course, is a card that says defense reactions cannot be played to this card's chain link, and when it hits an opponent, destroy their arsenal. Kimikashi, I will be the chatbot for you. All right, so yeah, 5. Little frail of a pulping, but still packs enough of a punch here.
Zayne going to have to decide which, if any of his cards he wants to put in front of this, or does he want to kind of see what else Nicholas can throw? How much disrupting can he do from this point forward? He's certainly, he's not the ace in the hole. He's just in the hole right now. He's down a good amount of life into Nicholas, but that was a pretty threatening arrow. He's going to get 4 more points of damage, so Nicholas, ostensibly at more like 12, unless he pitches some blues into those blood rots.
Yeah, I mean, because there's like a real question if Nicholas can have a functional turn while having to give up more than 1 card worth of pitch value to avoid this damage. I think he's quite happy to be priced into that. But that's what Zayne wants in order to race, right? That extra damage via blood rot or causing your opponent to be forced to spend to sort of break that stuff. Kayo normally makes use of every card at his disposal on turns like this. And just want to remind everybody, Nicholas gave up all his armor. So he absolutely wants to use this turn to more than likely close out the game if possible.
Yeah, going to see what other, does he have something like a swing big, something?
Take it!
Yeah, look at that. Zayne says, I got you. I'll head down to 2. Show me what else you got. Any more Dominate?
Air Fangs, I think. Yep.
Draw and discard off the top. It's going to be that
Runner.
runner. Here's 8 damage, so you can't just put 2, 3 blocks in front of this one, Zayne.
I mean, yeah. Do you have enough 3 blocks at all? Is the question. Obviously, throw the bullseye braces in front. Cross wrap also does block, as does the tunic, because I don't think you're going to have much more time to make use of those here. So Zayne likely won't die here.
Certainly won't be feeling good.
I mean, I think his body language has told much of the story here. Yeah. Premeditate and the endless arrow being thrown in front and a point of block each on the head and chest, both of which, of course, are now destroyed.
Looks like we're going to trigger those blood rots. 2 cards left in hand and an arsenal. Nicholas down to 12.
Michael Dalton, I'm excited to put our Fatigue Bravo player on stream. Charles is performing admirably, and we'll have to feature him in the coming rounds.
Bolt and Shot, Rain Rage is a classic combo. Going to take Nicholas's health down by half unless he has something to respond here. The answer is no. We're just going to go ahead and discard an Agile Wind-Up to make an agility token in response.
What are your thoughts on the timing of that? Does it really matter when he does this?
It doesn't matter in terms of these interactions from what I understand. This Codex of Frailty, though, unless you wanted to go and grab the Agile Wind-Up that he just discarded, you could do that, of course, in response to the Codex of Frailty. So maybe Nick just making sure, I know I want to do this. Let me make sure I do it before the game progresses any farther and I don't forget. This Codex here is going to throw an Endless Arrow. That's definitely going to be relevant because you can just throw an additional 4 damage after, on your next turn. If the Endless Arrow hits, goes back to the arsenal, you can block with your entire hand and then throw the Endless Arrow again.
Yeah.
Zayne is putting up a good fight.
Presenting a breakpoint persistently when your opponent has no armor left. Yeah, we absolutely like to do that.
Question is, we've seen 1 reckless swing out of Nicholas. Zayne is sitting at 1. Are we eventually going to see a second? Pulping, though, going to be the card heading to the arsenal here, of course. That's just going to have to dominate. Yep. That's just going to close the game unless Zayne is able to find...
Even with a frailty token, right? 5 power dominate is pretty saucy. How about this? 6 with the on hit of returning back to Zayne's hand if any damage is done. That's a Blood Rush Bellow in the hand for Nicholas.
Yeah, but look at this. Looks like
Is this a... Oh, my goodness. So, Nicholas is down to 2 cards. I mean, that forced discard, I think, from the...
look at this. This is going to be
He
the
might be
game.
done.
This is the game. This is the Snapdragon Scalers going to put it back to hand. The Bullseye
can't block
Bracers
that.
is going to put it back. Zayne is going to come in for 7. He can't block this at all.
He's absolutely
That's the game. Zayne Johnson able to just pull it out of his absolute. The rabbit has come out of the hat. I think that discard of the Agile windup might have been the difference maker there. I don't know if even the block was going to do it regardless. It's been so long since I've been watching Lexi games. I didn't even think about the Snapdragon Scalers into the Bullseye Bracers. Bullseye Bracers hasn't been back in CC with, some degree of relevancy in some time. That was unbelievable there.
The Codex discard that's absolutely filthy, right? Yes, I mean... Does 2 points of block there? I mean, going back, maybe it helps you. That's why I wondered about the timing of it, right? You can just do it at the end of your opponent's turn when you've decided if you're going to block with it or not, right? But then, that's the scariest part about Codex of Frailty is having one less card to block with when you're at such lethal life totals. And the Bullseye Braces, of course, with that pumping effect, the Rain Razors in play already. Absolutely brutal stuff. Zayne is a trooper. He dealt with an utter beating for so much of that game, but comes up with the literal silver bullet right where it matters, just as Nicholas was absolutely going to close out the game, right? Saw it pulping in Arsenal. And this is what I'm telling you, man. Like, Codex of Frailty, that card is also absolutely filthy.
That was insane. That was so wild.
Again, as is being pointed out in chat, you could have blocked that Endless for 6. You could have blocked the Endless out.
Yep.
And, denied Zayne that chance to sort of bring that back. So, I just thought that was really interesting. And the timing, I think, of the Agile discard. Normally I'm discarding it at the end of my opponent's turn quite often. So, but yeah, look, great game. And Zayne is an absolute man. That guy's stone cold.
Dude,
Oh my goodness.
I mean, we were pretty tunneled on Zayne's having a tough time.
There's a pulping in Arsenal.
That's going to close the game. He's taking 2 singing saves. But Zayne just showing you really, it's the age-old adage, you got to play to your outs. And Zayne just sat there. He took it on the chin. He shook his head a couple times, but he did not stop playing. He did not stop thinking. And at the end of the day, he's 3-0. He has not stopped winning.
Yeah, and, that's why I understood why Nicholas wanted to throw his armor, I think, at that sort of previous turn, right? But again, you miss out on a ton of value from the scaling flashback. There's no sort of intimidate effect there, which can be relevant in these cases where you need more than just the 2 block from one of your equipment, right? You really need to get close to that 5 that you often do here. But great game, genuinely.
Azalea, an incredible game.
I mean, Azalea really has to play to her outs there. And what I think is really important about this is that she does mid-range effectively as well, right? Because she has a lot of these pumps. Even on smaller hands, she can threaten annoying on hits. The double blood rot, I think, to have that sort of big turn and threaten 19 damage off what was a smaller head. Yeah. She can stand toe-to-toe with the damage output of Kayo and other decks that really just kind of explode here. So really fun back and forth game. Very, very quick, of course, I think. And then we've got to slow down the last couple turns, as you'd expect there. But yeah, really nice.
I think that was also such a cool representation of the power of the kind of just the classic Snapdragons off of the Rain Razors and the Endless Arrow, the Bullseye Braces. Man. I mean, I used to play a lot of Lexi, and I just was sitting there that'll be a bummer on the next turn. But I'm wait, 6 damage. Yeah, Rain Razors. Oh my God, if it hits, it gets to go back to hand. That was unbelievable. Yeah, you get in here. Dude. You get in here. Oh my goodness. Let's go. We're gonna get Zayne in. We're gonna get hear from the man himself. Yeah, we'll just rock it. Everybody here wants to hear. Everybody here just wants to say what's up, dude. We were over here oh yeah, that pulpin's gonna be gnarly on the next turn.
It sure would have been.
It sure would have been. He said so. Walk me through. We were talking about you got to play to your outs.
Yep.
You got to keep going even when you're taking CNCs for 7 and CNCs for 13.
13.
Yeah, but you just kept going. You threw those 2 blood rots on. You got them down low enough, and you just assembled the wombo combo at the end. So how are you feeling as those final turns were shaping up?
I really didn't think I had an out when he played the pulping to put me to 1, and I could block, and I didn't find my D-React. I was just I don't know how I win this game. I think I have to steal it with an Endless Arrow or something, and then it happened to be in that hand, so I blocked. And then he discarded the pack hunt to the
Agile
Codex.
Oh yeah. The
and then I was like, oh, that must mean he's got 3 blocks in hand. But apparently he was keeping his resource card, thinking I couldn't present lethal. sometimes you don't respect Endless Arrow and it comes back to get you. But
Yeah.
oof,
Certainly comes back.
yeah.
That card is endless, especially at the end of the game. So
Sure is.
when you said you didn't think you had an out, you said you were.
I really didn't think I did, and I that's the assumption of the Azalea, where like you're pessimistic and you're like, oh, my opponent's got 3 blocks. There's no way I can win this. But sometimes you got to be like, hey, maybe they draw 2 no blocks. They're playing a lot of no blocks.
Absolutely. And I heard you just kind of mention like, I didn't bring my D-React. Did you bring the sinks in for the pulpings?
I did. I was like,
Okay. We were going back and forth on that.
yeah, I was hoping to see him. It's like one of those things where you don't expect Azalea to play D-Reacts, especially into a matchup like that. But it's such a math matchup where it's like just big number is good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this card says 4 on it. I'm not like sold that it's the way to go, but I played him.
Sure, for sure. So you're 3-0
3-0.
with Azalea.
Azalea.
I spoiled it a little bit to if there were any keen-eared listeners earlier in the stream as to the reason you played Azalea today.
Yeah.
If you want to just tell the people at home what kind of pushed you in this direction.
The real reason I am playing Azalea today is that I got the promo Rabbles from Hartford, and I was just too excited to not play them.
Yeah.
And I had Kayo with me, and I like was gonna have to get like cards from people here. Like I needed a couple cast bones, I needed a send packing, and I was just like, I don't like that feeling of like, oh, I have to. So I was like, I'm going to bring them both. And then as I was leaving my house, I'm just like, Kayo, you're staying home. We're playing Azalea.
Let's go. Absolutely. So into the heavy hitters meta. Everybody's saying different things about where Azalea lands. You're certainly confident enough on the hero to bring her to this tournament.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Bravos and Victors out there.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of them. Have you played any yet? Are you just looking to just stay dodging? How do you feel into some of those more fridgy matchups?
We're dodging so far, so that's good. I did have to play Dory round 1, which is like another matchup I really don't want to see.
Mm-hmm.
There's outs, but it's your codexes do a lot of work. But there's ways to be Guardian.
Yeah.
It's hard. The Victor is like a whole nother beast than Bravo, because Bravo you're maneuvering like how to prevent disruption or like minimize disruption, and then Victor it's kind of just play big number, kind of like my Tech Levasan game from last time.
For sure.
Just like there's disruption, of course, but you're kind of just like, I need my numbers to be as big as possible. Yeah,
for sure. So 4th seed so far after our first AGE Open last month. 4th seed moving into the next month. I have a question for you. As you look to prepare for different tournaments, because you are a mainstay on the competitive scene. You're just right on the winning in for Pro Tour Baltimore. Consistently right there in these top 8 contentions. Very strong player. So when you're preparing for something like an AGE Open, where you have a different sense of the metagame, the logos a little more, the different teams. Your team's Stroopwafel, there's Team AGE, the experience out there, right? There's all these. There's the other San Diego people. So like, what is the difference between preparing for a tournament like this? We have just a different sense of being steeped in the metagame, and then for something like the Pro Tour in Los Angeles coming up next month.
Yeah, I think there's a thing in SoCal where it's like you can't not respect Dromai, which is just like the baseline of like, if you're not bringing your poppers as Azalea, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just knowing that Zach is in the room. He's one of the best Dromais in the world, and there's always going to be more than that. But I also know like Alan, right? He won the last event on Bravo. I know that Bravo's going to be here. I know it's an expertly piloted Bravo. So whether I think that the D-React or not D-React list is better, I'm going to have to bring the D-React list because I know that Alan will be here.
Yep.
I may or may not have to get all 3 fatigue shots out of the binder and play all of them.
How many are you on right now? You on 1 or 2?
I'm on 3.
Yeah, got it.
Flirting with the 4th one. But.
Yeah. What was that? Oh, yeah, let's talk about the metagame. That's a good little call from our producer. So this is the metagame. As you look at this, is this what you expected? Is this beyond what you expected? How many Dorintheas did you think you were going to see against the field? Is 6 too many? Is 6 too little?
Honestly, I think Dorinthea is really good. So that sounds right. I think a lot of this is more or less what I would have thought. 6 Dromai, again, we're in SoCal. You have to know that's going to show up. For Kano, you got to know that's going to show up. I actually sideboarded my whole deck for Kano, because I got paired into Nick. I know Nick. He's in San Diego. He's a Kano player. And he said he's on Kayo, and I just wasn't listening very closely. I thought he said Kano, so I sided my whole deck. And he presents his deck, puts his hero down, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the wrong board. So I had to re-sideboard, but it was all good.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad.
But yeah, this is about what I'd expect. Reinhard being down there is a little sad, but we get it. Yeah, all the warriors are good. Bravo is still, probably the best deck. I don't know. KO is very good. Bravo does decently into him, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, Looking ahead, Pro Tour Los Angeles next month.
Sure is.
Take us as much as you can behind the curtain. You're on an esteemed team, a lot of heavy hitters.
Sure.
Yuki just took down the Battle Hardened last month.
She did.
Last week.
Yeah.
As you look ahead to Pro Tour LA, what are some of the things that are going to be kicking around your head? What questions? You don't have to tell us, the process, but what questions are you hoping to answer before we get to the Pro Tour? It's in our backyard. We got to see you, throw some numbers down.
I think my first question is going to be, can I justify bringing Azalea? And one of my big criteria for picking decks is I can't have an auto loss. I know that some people are comfortable with that. They bring a deck that targets a good percentage of the metagame, and they know oh, if it's Dromai, I just lose. I can't do that. I just mentally cannot do that. If I get paired into it round one, I would just be so tilted. So I really want to bring a complete deck. So that's where I start, which I think a lot of my team feels the same way. I know Yuki feels the same way. We're not taking auto losses. It's just not an option. So I'm going to look from the lens of Azalea. Hey, is there an auto loss out there?
Is there?
As of now, I don't see it. I know I saw, what's his name?
Paul?
No, there's a fatigue Bravo. Charles Dunn.
Oh, Charles Dunn. Yeah.
Charles Dunn. Come to locals.
U.S. national champion. Come to locals, Charles.
He's on a fatigue Bravo. Is that an auto loss? We'll see. I haven't played a super skilled fatigue Bravo pilot.
I've heard he's pretty good.
I hear that.
Yeah, I've heard he's good.
I've played next to him twice, and I'm like, oof.
That doesn't look fun.
Let's save that pairing as long as we can. But yeah, I think that there are decks that target her. Obviously, she's fatigable. Oldham used to be, frivolous into Azalea. But that's what I'm going to be hoping for. And then if that's not good enough, then it's going to be the Brutes and the Guardians as the next place to start.
All right, Brutes and the Guardians, which is not necessarily something that everybody was expecting coming into this meta, that the Brutes were going to rise up. But when you get a Brute and a Guardian set, all of a sudden, like Azalea, like Lexi after Outsiders, the classes get better.
I know. Brutes love to be persecuted, but maybe LSS gave him some good cards.
Maybe. Castbones is pretty good.
Castbones pretty good. Hitting 6 on Castbones is real good.
Well, Zayne, thank you for joining us. Good luck in the rest of the rounds.
Appreciate it.
We will see Zayne and all of our other incredible competitors very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood from the AGE Open coming up in just a couple minutes.
You can draw these really dud hands where you can't really do shit, right? But then sometimes I've played against Vincent and been like, this deck is broken. This is stupid, because they'll just do back to back to back 27 damage turns. So with that potential power, even if it might not be super consistent, I think this deck has some strength.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she runs Pummel. Pummel's good, and she has a bunch of cards that say "fuck your arsenal," and a lot of these lurkers like their arsenal. So
that's true.
Totally, it's you take 1 damage and then you get hard punished for it, and you're like, well, I couldn't block 7 rune chance and 13 damage, so how was I not supposed to take a damage and get hard punished?
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I haven't played against her enough or with her enough to know if that's high rolly potential, or is that that's just what she does. It's Runeblade, so hands can be clunky. So I don't know how much she suffers from that issue. So I could see a bottom A, high B. Depending on I don't know, these other heroes.
Yeah.
But it's who runs Arcane Barrier really well? The mechs kind of do, but I guess mechs do.
Not
they lose a lot.
Yeah,
of
not
cool
Tekla-Vossen, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure Max has the resource curve for that. And Dash is going to have a lot of no blocks. So my guess is that or how I see it is that a lot of those hit effects, if dealt damage, all of the annihilates are turned on by all of the heroes, or all of the widespreads, excuse me, are turned on by all of the heroes we have up there already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Either you can't, your game plan's fucked because you're Tekla-Vossen and you're like, well, I brought a robot to our magic battle. This sucks. And then Max is like, "Ew, I'm daddy's bastard. I don't have enough bitcoins to pay for your magics.
I've just got this wrench.
Yeah, I got this wrench from daddy.
Call it bonksy.
I call it bonksy. I cranky and then I bonksy. Ooh, and then I play with my mechanoidsy. woe is me against your magics.
I mean,
okay,
you
so
know, he beats.
that's what he's saying.
She beats C tier heroes, but does she
Yeah,
beat
totally.
the A tiers or S tiers that might be coming later?
I'm thinking that she's A tier with dash, because if dash is going to have no blocks and have like kind of this specific combo, and I just feel like Vincett's like always going to get damaged through. I don't know. It could be a really aggro, fast-paced matchup. Who knows though? Because it's like Husk does dick hole against Symbiosis shot, you know, blocks 6, but it doesn't block 3 instances of 2, you know.
Yeah, but
Well, ideally, you wouldn't use it then.
Yeah, you would use a different
you'd use
piece
it
of
when
equipment. But one of her best assets is her Husk.
Yeah, but
you
she's
know?
got grasp
Yeah.
too, and probably crown. So you know, she blocks. She blocks.
She does. I guess she can use Carapace also.
All right,
So,
here's she blocks. She
ahead.
has a range of pretty good weapons. So like, you know, some of these heroes' weapons are a little. So you know, maybe she's bottom A. I don't know.
I could be into that.
It's like almost the only one that has Arcane. Like Prism kind of does Arcane, but not like enough that you would likely run Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is
Yeah,
she's
it's
the
not
only
enough.
one with that ability of
Yeah.
mixed damage.
She literally is the only one that's like now everyone has to tech for Arcane damage.
Yeah, totally.
This format
Yeah.
is totally different once Vincent makes it to like mid regular outside the bubble. All right, let's say bottom A for now. We'll revisit if we need to.
We'll revisit.
All right, Prism.
Colin starts off with Prism, baby.
Ooh. I'm trying to think. Okay. This is hard because I think she could be good, man. I think she might be S tier. She's got angels. She's got heralds. There's like a couple decks that have like 6 powers. I guess 3 of the decks, so like a third of this meta might be able to do some popping damage, but like, you know, Prism's about board state. So if you're wasting your good cards to like popper heralds and shit, like, you know, I don't know. She can do some stuff. I'm gonna say S tier based on absolutely nothing other than Prism is dope, and she's got ward and a bunch of tricks up her sleeve.
Love it.
Wow.
I'm gonna say A tier.
Okay,
I think she's good.
she's
Lower
definitely
health,
good. I
though.
think.
You can get run over though before you get, you know, like some clunky hands or like a bit of misfortune, and you're like dead pretty fast. So
32 health.
living on the edge there, but I
Yeah.
think she's she's good.
I'm gonna say D tier.
Wow.
Whoa.
So Vincent, innate 6s. Teklevasen, innate 6s. Levia, all 6s. Arachne, running 6s. Azuri, running 6s.
Yeah.
That's like five heroes out of 9.
Yeah, but she's playing a board state game though. If you have a lot of 6s, you're not like shit. You pop my herald again. This is impossible.
Yeah. Like she's playing out, you know, her heralds and then also auras that you have to spend your turn destroying. And then angels who just soak up damage. Like most
Yeah,
of these
you get-
heroes
you
don't
get-
go super wide.
You get bonked with Iris of Reality.
But
How do you like
Max
that,
Max
Taylor?
goes very
like
wide, and
that?
so does Dash. And Dash does it with like action points, you know?
That's true. I would say, I mean, if we're going to average it out, then it's like around B tier, which
Okay, she can be our B tier hero for right now.
I think that makes
S
sense.
tier seems insane though.
I don't know. Colin said S. I said A. I'm sticking with it.
You know,
And I said D. I'm sticking with it. B. Top of B.
I think B could be right. I think it's
But
hard
I mean,
to say.
how does that average out to? Well, all right.
Listen
a-
here.
It averages out to like
You-
A minus,
He's
but
just
we
weighing.
don't. We don't have
You're
a
weighing
B.
Taylor's vote more. This is my point.
Well, letters don't divide the same way as numbers do.
Yeah, yours is a factor of 1 letter, and mine is a factor of 3 letters from yours.
All right, we'll slap her in B, I guess, but I'm telling you, she's good.
I think she's also good. I mean, we could just say she's A. She's A. Taylor could suck it.
Listen here, Sleepy Joe, you fuck.
Yeah, I think you're full of shit. You're just
I
jealous
don't-
that she's so
I-
cool.
Does everybody know what you guys are referencing?
Yeah, everybody on the internet except for you.
Okay.
We had to
All
tell
right,
last
well
time.
then keep at it, I guess.
I will. Wish I could do a better Obama impression. Hello,
All right, Riptide.
Michelle and the
gonna
kids
give-
need me.
I gotta,
I'm gonna put
gotta hurry this up.
Riptide in.
Or we get canceled.
Did you say S? I thought I heard you
Yeah,
say S.
no, Riptide C tier for me.
Ooh.
Dude, Riptide gamers revolt.
No weapon. Aggro deck with no weapon. It's tough.
Wow, you used to be a ranger. Wow.
Whoa.
I think Riptide and Prism are the 2 hardest for me to evaluate, you know, in this like context or whatever. Like Riptide's better than I think we think he is.
Riptide's good, man.
Jesse's
You
gonna
know what I
kill
mean?
me.
Yeah, Jesse, Anthony, all of us disagree. Riptide is pretty good. I think especially in the submarine, the SS Lurkers is he's pretty strong. Stacking 12 damage with 3 different hit effects and then getting an
pretty
arsenal
easy
card. It's pretty good. I don't know.
He's pretty good against any boost decks for sure. I'll give you that. But I was putting those lower
I think
anyway.
he's just like he's disruptive for sure. Like he gives you blood rots, sedation, whatever that inertia, gives you frailty, you know, all of that stuff.
Yeah, but you're not trying to out aggro him, right? Like if you just don't play his game plan, he gets a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just trade cards with him. You know, just like he shows you 10, you give him all 4 of your cards and see if he can kill you. I guess, you know, but like Dash isn't going to be able to do that because she's going to have items in her hand just innately. And yeah, I don't know.
Vincent's got the equipment to block. Prism, I think Prism is probably a hard matchup for Riptide.
It feels like it, yeah.
Because he's probably slinging 1 damage or 1 big arrow, sometimes 2. I think it depends on how many Bolton shots you have, or if you're running Promise of Plenty. Shout out to Anthony Fan.
Just with Dreadbore, by loading or having a Bolton shot in Arsenal. Or loading, you get the +1, right?
You load it, yeah.
Yeah. It just gets go again. So you can just like, it reminds me of just getting some free damage in, like holding cards, load that. Then he's got other stuff coming at you. I don't know. He has good cards.
I think so. I think he's got good cards. I think he will struggle against Vincent. I don't think he can block Arcane very well. So if you got 8 rune chance
versus
coming
a
in,
fridge.
And I think Vincent has good resources. And I think Dash does too. Well, but that doesn't matter as much. Maybe it does. But like, yeah, I think, I don't know. I feel like B feels good. I think he's better than these Teklo buddies down here.
Teklo family down there.
I think he has a potential of high rolling, but he might struggle against these A tier heroes who maybe might need to push some of these up, man. I don't know. Someone's got to be S tier in this format.
Well, we tried. We got downvoted. So
yeah, we put
I'm
her back
feeling
up there.
like-
Let's go.
Just because you're controlling this mouse here, I'm starting to feel like maybe Vincent moves to the front of A, and that dash maybe moves to be with Riptide. Is how I'm feeling.
I could get behind that.
Ooh, okay, I like it. Spicy.
Oh.
Is Riptide ahead of Dash or behind Dash?
Dude,
I think for now ahead probably.
Nice. I
right?
like
But
it.
But as this meta evolves,
As it evolves.
after we see a few lurker callings,
Brian Gottlieb,
no.
cover your ears. Bright lights, crap heroes.
No way.
Dash
Cool.
just got-
Just
Cool
kidding.
heroes.
we were talking about Riptide and Dash just got shafted out of the blue.
Totally joking. Love all these new heroes,
All right. Where's Arachne going?
dude.
S tier, baby.
Oh yeah. All right. Tell us why.
Okay. He's got a hump and he's fucking dope. He's got dope robe on, dope mask, has a hump under there, which I still think is an arsenal of weapons, not a physical deformity. And he's fucking sick. That's all there is to it.
I
No,
think it's
okay.
the head of his best friend that he accidentally murdered and already dead and kept and attached it to his body.
Yeah.
Isn't it just a hump in solitary confinement's painting?
You don't know that.
I mean, I can't say the election wasn't rigged.
That hero's not
You
in
know what I
this
mean?
format, so irrelevant.
Yeah. Objection. Okay.
Fair enough.
S tier.
Beats Prism? He beats Prism?
Gosh, I don't know if he beats Prism. He might. He just has he's better. He's so much better than everybody gives him credit for. His actual ability, where you get a peek at the top card, is so good. If you understand what the other decks are doing. So, I think he beats Vincent because he wants to block her BS, has blues, and then is I'm just going to banish your cards, and you're going to have less of them, and you're
Give
going to
you
take more blood debt
Mm.
because it's harder for you to play out multiple Rune Gate cards in a turn. And I'm just going to bottom your non-attack actions, so you just have hands of attack actions. And that's just pretty disruptive. And every dagger's on because it's Vincent does not want to block. Once you get through her armor and then has to block with attack actions, her turn is way powered down. Fatigue's
That's
Riptide.
interesting. Wait, hold on. Question about that.
Yeah.
But you don't get to mill Vincent as well because Vincent gets to use a lot of those cards you banish. That's not a huge factor.
At a certain point, it's hard to play 2 Rune Gate cards in a turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you just play another one the next turn. Is what I
Yeah, but
meant.
you always
still
have to
get
banish
use
a
some of
card
those
from your
cards.
hand. You always have to
Yeah.
banish. So as
That's
soon as
fair.
she blocks or surgical extraction comes up or whatever, you play
Yeah.
already dead and you're do you want to block with your armor now? Because it's all going to be gone. Those are just
Eradicate. Just put 5 cards in your
blam,
blood
blam,
debt.
blam, blam, blam. Yeah.
My favorite assassin card.
Yeah.
I could see that. I could see it being really good. I do question the Prism matchup.
I do too. He
That's-
definitely dunks on Tekla Vossen and the
yeah,
mechanologist.
we saw that happen. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
He dunks on mechanologists because they all have to boost, and he's just sure, yes, I will block this damage. You lose 2 cards, and then I'll attack you, and you'll lose 2 cards or take damage. I don't care. You're
Dude.
just gonna die. You know what I
Shredded
mean?
temper
Just
equipment. Ugh.
They're
Yeah.
just playing your game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
oh, I love it.
milling
Boost
more
3
cards?
attacks this turn.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I'm bored. Yeah.
All right. What does that mean though? Does that mean Prism's better than we're saying? if she,
I don't
if
know. Maybe
she rallies against what we're saying is the top deck, like,
We'll come back to it.
all right,
we'll
Yeah.
get back to it.
all right, Leviathan.
I kind of hold on. I kind of agree with you, Taylor. I'm gonna say Arachne's in A tier, but
At the top.
I don't even know about that. Maybe behind those two, but I agree.
He
In this
definite-
meta specifically, he kind of shreds because of like all the points you said, and there's like 3 mechanologists in here and stuff. It's like he's pretty punishing, I think, in this particular meta. Smacks Riptide, just
And-
like has a good Swiss here, good Swiss
has-
setup.
And I think something we forgot to mention with Riptide and the Assassins is like they have access to Codex.
Mm.
So like Vincent gets absolutely housed when you Codex her because she then has a free arsenal, goes down to 3 cards, and then you present a relevant on hit and then has to block with maybe 2 of those cards or all 3 of them and then takes a turn off and takes a couple of points of blood debt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So he can really do some damage to her. Same thing with Riptide.
Yeah, I feel like Arachne, a lot of these decks like need a certain amount of cards to work together to do what they want to do. Like a lot of them need both non-attack actions and attack actions, or items and attacks, or auras and attacks to do their game plan. So if you're always bottoming like the shit they want to do so that they're not seeing it,
Yeah.
and then at the end of the game all they have is a bunch of crap that they can't really use together the way they need to, that could be pretty skewing. So I'm kind of swayed. I feel like I'm okay saying S tier because I love Arachne and fucking he's got a cool hump. So
Arsenal. It's an arsenal.
that's my art.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to round 4 at the AGE Open this February. Interesting game. I looked away, and then Zayne won, so that was cool.
That was a very tight knit game.
Zayne's just good at Azalea, folks, so if you want to be good, be like Zayne.
Dedicated Ranger main for sure.
Absolutely. Being a little outside of the meta, both him and several other people, but we covered this before. We got a lot of KOs out here. There's a lot of Guardian and a good amount of Warriors. And then Dromai, of course, is just good all around. Haven't checked in on our Kanos yet. I believe some are doing all right, but I'm not sure how close to the top tables they are. But yeah, really diverse meta, including what we have coming up next, which is a Dorinthea, but they're playing the Decimator Great Axe.
Yeah, it's going to be a Decimator Dorinthea. Very different build than you expect, but it's currently at the top table. Both players are 3-0. Moises is going to be the competitor against the Decimator. He's going to be playing Kayo. So you're going to see a cool brand new meta deck versus a very unique angle from Leon. I'm really excited to watch this play out. This is definitely something we haven't seen before in any, I think, Battle Harns or anything. It's a Decimator Dory.
Yeah, I have not seen this deck very much. I know some people who do like Dory have kind of toyed around with it. I think you were telling me that Leon is kind of something he's been playing for a while.
Yeah, I play Leon. He's local to San Diego on Team Humongous, and he usually brings us to armories. I played against it. Leon's a really great guy. Usually plays very patiently and puts a lot of pressure through the Decimator. But it looks like for the KO matchup, he switched to Dawnblade.
Okay.
But has Decimator on the side if he needs to.
Oh my God!
I know. Now he
we were
gets to
so excited for this axe.
We heard the rumors of the Decimator
I
axe.
saw him play in the last round. I just assumed that it wasn't the kind of.
I think it's for the Guardians because, for people unfamiliar, why people run Decimator is the first card that blocks it cuts the defense in half.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's really good against Guardians, but KO doesn't block. KO's a honey badger. He runs at you. Half his cards don't block. So I imagine Dawnblade will be able to sneak in, good hits here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that totally makes sense. I guess in my mind, Decimator wasn't something that you really could flex different weapons with, but maybe that's just how people have approached it previously. And Leon has built his deck in a way where he can lean in that direction, get the value out of it, and then push the game long enough to squeak in that damage over time. So that's pretty cool. But no, we're back to the good old Dawnblade Dorinthea. And if I had known this, I would have vetoed it.
I'm sorry.
She makes me mad. No, I'm just kidding. It's cool. They're both 3-0. We're getting to that point in the day where this less and less people are going to be undefeated, and Leon actually just beat the previously undefeated Alldredge, who had not lost a single game at AGE
with the Decimator, which is where we heard.
Which he did with the Decimator. So we did get a little excited, but we'll be back to see we're back to seeing what Dorinthea can do now with all the new cards.
And I think Dorinthea is definitely one of the specialist picks nowadays that people brought. It's not obviously because if you want to play Warrior, people want to play Kassai right now, but Dorinthea has a lot. It's still very strong, I think, in this meta, and it's proving out there in the tables. Not the most represented, but definitely putting in a lot of work. I think with Kayo, he has good armor, has the fridge, still the same things why Kassai is good into Kayo. Has things like access of on hits where if you don't block, you're going to get really punished into snowbally events. And that's really hard for Kayo to deal with. As Brute, you only have a couple different layers of protection. Apex is definitely great, now new bonus, but a big one is Flesh Bag. You got to get through the Flesh Bag before you can really threaten anything major. So Flesh Bag is going to be huge here into Moises getting tempo. But here is a really good new card. It's going to be called Send Packing, coming straight out of Heavy Hitters. Send Packing is better than Intimidate because it banishes the card in your arsenal face up. So you get to know the information, and you only get that card back if you fully block Send Packing, pretty much.
Oh, nice.
That
is pretty good.
Send Packing did its job. It got the D-React out of Arsenal, and since he blocked it, it goes actually back to hand, not Arsenal itself. If that makes sense. So it kind of like digs it up, puts it back into hand. On hit, you don't get it back.
Wow.
It's very, very strong. It blocks 3. It's a yellow. Great card.
And then coming back with the standard Warrior's Valor. Is that Warrior's Valor? Yeah, into Dawnblade.
Yep.
On hit, go again. The classic Dorinthea poke for 6. And see what happens if you don't block it.
It's really interesting because, like I said, Kayo earlier cannot block well, so there are going to have to be some rough trades here. You're going to have to try and edge ahead in some way or another. And obviously, I think Moises early is going to try and set up something big like a Blood Rush Bellow. Ooh, No Fear is massive here too. So another new card.
So funny. I was just looking at that. He has 3 of these in his deck.
No Fear does so much for Brute and unlock the M side of this set are amazing for Brute. So No Fear says banish all the cards out of your hand. Whatever that number is, as long as there's 6s plus 2, that's how much damage you're soaking up. So with KO, every card in your hand is pretty much a 6 because of his hero ability. So he was able to negate 6 damage with only losing 1 card and just completely stop the Dawnblade.
That's pretty good. I think the only thing I would be worried about in that situation, he did have 1 floating. If he had a 0-cost attack reaction, he could get over that 6 and then have go again and then get a counter because you just banished all your cards from hand.
Yeah.
But
I think some require reprise too as well.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so without having to block and from hand, you don't get as much value, so you'd rather just take it, I think.
Gotcha, yeah. That makes total sense, yeah. So if it was a reprise attack action or attack reaction, he wouldn't wouldn't be able to do it or get the same amount of value. So, but yeah, it's crazy. You just banish all your cards and then prevent a bunch of damage. We saw this to great effect earlier on with Fuzzy against Alldredge on KO in that matchup where he just scraped by the skin of his teeth with a no fear play late in the game. I think we got a judge call. I think maybe talking about whether or not
how it works with agile windup probably or something. New interactions, new cards. You're going to have these questions, but things have been going thankfully smoothly. Thank you to our judge out here, killing it with 70 players.
Connor, who's holding the whole tournament down.
100%.
So he says agile windup?
I think it's pointing at agile windup for some reason. I think it's asking if he know. He's probably like asking if he no fears and goes to end step. Could he probably discard the agile windup at the end? And it's probably a no. Like you move to these come back at the end of at your end phase. In which case, you know, you can no longer.
You can't. You don't have priority.
You don't have priority to discard agile windup. So that's probably the question there, which is I think a great question. But now doing KO things. Now he's discarding the agile windup, generating the might token from KO, and generating the agility token from discarding it that agile. Getting a lot of value for next turn, but for now, we're just going to do a quick little claw, get a little riled up, and that next turn is hopefully going to be extremely explosive for Moises.
That's so cool that the instant ability. I mean, I like these instant abilities on cards that do things outside of like, you know, do alternative things with the cards rather than just playing them for what they do. And then especially with KO, getting that agility token, getting that might token because of his hero power. You know, both of his hero powers coming into effect there to like, you know, make this cool synergy. But then Dory does stuff like Steel Blade Supremacy, where it will get +1. Is it +1 go again? No, +2 go again and draw a card on hit. Is that Steel Blade Supremacy? I used to know these by heart, but then
you stop playing against Dories, but they're coming back. They're always there in the meta.
They're always there, and I just try not to think about it too much. Steel Blade Supremacy. Yeah, +2. No go again on the swing, but it is draw a card on hit. So, very powerful card. All the way back to a Welcome to Wraith. Dorinthea, always just making you think about how you block with your cards. And interesting, you know, we were watching Kassai earlier and the kind of differences in how that kind of plays out mechanically and in the play style between the different warrior heroes. But yeah, Dory is just always scary.
Yeah, currently no Gogan on the blade, but that's all right because it has stumped Moises. There could be attack reactions. It's still early. An early flashback. And Moises suspects something in hand, probably like an Iron Song or something. That he doesn't
or glint, you know, something, and he gives you go again, and, you know, they could really turn the tide on you. So.
Yep. Oh my gosh, the other no fear coming down. Moises using all his defensive tools to try and grab tempo early.
Yeah, Scowling Flashbag, such a cool card. I love the intimidation on block. Interesting to see kind of similar or like echoes of that idea in the clash and like the cards where you clash on defense. Really kind of playing out in this new set as well. So both his tokens breaking and just going to come in with the classic Pack Hunt, intimidating naturally on the card. Will be coming in for 7 with Go Again, I believe.
Breakpoint.
Or no, was it Vigor?
This is might in agility.
And agility, okay.
Yeah.
I only thought
KO cannot make figures.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
He gets the brutes get the might in the run. Still good though. Obviously big turn coming on after this. I see the card in Moises' hand, which is gonna be Cast Bones, which is absolutely massive. If he can hit all of it, he's KO. He's probably gonna hit all of it. Very unlikely he doesn't, but.
Pretty good. You know, just adds +6 to your next turn, which will put all of the pressure on Leon to try to disrupt Moises' next set of, you know, next hand to prevent that being as impactful as it probably will be. But he is getting a pretty powerful card in block right here.
Yeah.
I hate that card. Both for its ability and the fact that you have to buy a beginner set to get it.
Yeah, it's definitely a paywall behind some things. But here you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What do you know? 6. Crazy.
It all 6.
Crazy. KO's crazy. Everything's a 6.
So, in this situation, right, you see the big turn coming. You know that the KO player is probably going to play a little greedy because they want to pop off with, you know, the Cast Bones. So here, if you have the hand, you just got to send it, like full pressure them, and hopefully you can snowball enough to where it makes their next turn not as impactful.
Yeah.
And
interesting that he chose to block with the, was it Glistening? What's it calling? Whatever. The Majestic one where you just get a bunch of tokens on your Dawn Blade, because I feel like this would be the turn where you could probably get it because you know he's going to go for it. But it's also a situation where the might tokens mean that Moises can just keep 2 cards and then just swing back for 12 to 14 or something like that, depending on what's in his hand right now.
It's definitely true, but it seems like Leon is going to be taking it in and hitting Moises maybe for the second Dawn Blade. The first one, you're always like, cool. And then the second, like, man, I don't know if I want that break point on that Dawn Blade.
Yeah.
And that's making it really hard for Moises to here. Like you said, he could keep 2 cards, no problem, and still create a massive turn, but nice. Pack call. Pack call triggers. Beast Within stays. Cool.
All right, here's a question.
Iron Song response.
I don't know if you know, but does Apex work against a weapon that's been buffed? So if the Dawn Blade's coming in for 6, does Apex trigger? Because it says a card.
When this defends together with a card. No, it has to be
with
on your hand,
okay,
yeah.
sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, so he has to block with a card and that, which maybe he just.
It would be it has to be a natural 6 though. KO only gives +1 to everything in your hand and deck.
Oh yeah.
Not
totally,
the board. So if he blocks with that and a 5, KO doesn't see that as a 6. If that makes sense.
All right, so just a 12
CNC.
12 CNC with go again. Just your average day at work.
Thankfully, no Arsenal.
Yeah, no,
We
he's
cleared it. We cleared the Arsenal.
take 12. There he goes. He's just taking 12.
And we're balling right now. So Leon was playing very conservative in the beginning and kept that extra health. And now you're at a 5 health differential here. It's not horrible, but he can still keep that Dawn. And the Dawn Blade did get a counter, so it's going to be progressively harder for Moises to block efficiently. And he has 2 No Fears gone already and a flashback. So his defensive tools are running a little slim currently.
Yeah.
Moises is looking to start running at him as much as he can.
Yeah, when you see a warrior take that amount of damage and have a counter on their Dawn Blade, you do have to work a little bit because he's got all the tools he needs, apparently, to get this snowball rolling down the hill and getting out of control, which is just... There's a certain point where it just becomes unstoppable, which is the scariest thing about Dawn Blade. And you always have to be managing that side of the game as well.
All right.
Dorinthea probably doesn't care about the copper. I don't think she ever has.
Nothing she can use copper on.
Yeah. So, miss trigger, but we won't miss it very much. Here we go.
Moises says, my hand isn't good enough to threaten. I give you... So this is how you... Back in the day, or now, that's how you stop at Dorinthea. You say, here's a massive wall you can't get past, and I'm going to end your turn here. If that makes sense.
And then they play Twinning Blade and something else to give it go again, and you just get killed anyways. But here we go. We get a Stroke of Foresight. So +3, draw a card, then put a card on top. Which, oh god, he drew a glint, so...
He drew a glint. He has a Blade Flurry, which is, like, disgusting. If Leon can get past this, Moises can't do anything.
Yeah.
Moises already gave up Fleshbag. Already, boom. There's a glint. Since he's blocking, he draws the card. Reprise. We talked about this.
Yep.
Blade Flurry. Just had it. Oh, my gosh. Blade Flurry with an Iron Song response.
So I think he's coming in for 13 or something.
13?
Or is Blade Fury +2?
That's crazy, man. So Blade Flurry is +2 to that attack and the next.
Yeah, I think he was just over the top there. Yeah, pretty crazy.
And it still has the mana floating, plus a Blade Flurry buff to come in. Gonna get another counter if Moises can't block this out.
Yeah, coming in for 6. He potentially can block 5 with this in his Apex. I mean, I guess he could give up his tunic, which honestly, at this point, might be worthwhile to stop this counter from happening. I don't know. That's pretty...
Man.
That's pretty rough.
Moises tried playing safe. Honestly, I would have done the same thing. Here's 3 cards. Stop. Here's a giant wall you can't get past. And Leon just had everything he needed.
Yeah, I mean... It do be like that sometimes, for sure.
All right, no blocks on Moises. Good call. Gonna take another 6. Closing that gap.
Oof. And we got 2 counters on the Dawn Blade. Leon over here showing us that Dorinthea is still pretty good.
Yep. Play what you love and you will be rewarded. Leon has been playing Dorinthea for a very long time. One of his favorite heroes in Flesh and Blood. Definitely has a lot of reps on this deck.
All right. So Moises drawn up, passing his turn, and Dory back doing her same old ish.
Yep, and now Leon has the tempo. Moises gave it up. Last one was not successful. Moises has a very fun card, which is Blood Rush. Moises says, "Now here's every card that blocks. I need to get these. I need to get these off, right?"
But here comes the route. So.
Oh, route's so good. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a route. Moises is laughing, having fun. Moises has been on the other side all day, 3-0, just honey badgering people with Kayo, and now he's having a good time against a Dory from WTR.
Yeah, Dory's like, I know how to get you. I just poke you with this long, sharp stick, and then you die.
How you doing, Colin? Any flashbacks to your early days yet?
Honestly, yeah, this is nothing's changed. You know, really, Blade Fury is just another line, another item in a long line of gross things, atrocities committed against me and people who don't like warriors.
Definitely, learn how to block against warrior is a skill.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, you think, okay, I let them get one counter and then I'll block out and I'll be okay, but it's just they can draw it. So not easily, but it just is so possible based on the numbers and what they have in their deck, and that like everything really just pumps, and they don't really have to worry about not having cards that pump. So it just makes it harder and harder, and then you have things like Steelblade Supremacy, so he's going to keep drawing cards, and it's just.
And then the counters with the vigor, because he's using the new chess piece, grains. Yep,
spell, yeah.
Vigor, and he has the arm pieces to create courage tokens. He is able to generate so much value on board. 2 blues and a yellow pitch, drawing cards. Man, Dory's good.
Dory's pretty good.
Dory's pretty solid in this meta right now.
I hate to see it. But there's not a lot of them, I think, we only had, I think there was only one Dory out there. And I think Leon might be the sole representative of this classic W2R hero.
Boom, boom, boom.
Traumatizing people like myself for years. Tokens cracking, turn passing. Yeah, that's,
Oh, breaking new tokens, the little ones. Look, oh, he's got little sleeves for the tokens. That's cute. I didn't Moises is laughing at that. I didn't even know they made sleeves that small.
Oh, yeah. They do for all sorts of games. I do like the little mini tokens. It was a good idea. There's
Definitely fun.
Tokens in this. Yeah, curious about that. Chat talking about not sure how that had go again on the last one.
I'm sure something happened in communication.
I thought it was something in the reaction step.
Yeah. They'll figure it out. They'll work it through. Both players are in charge of each other's counters. No one caught it, then nothing apparently happened. That's how Flesh and Blood plays.
Yeah, I don't try to police these things.
All right, so we have Steel Supremacy, right? Was that?
No, it's glistening. No, that's the other one. It's the Steel Blade. God, no, Silver. No, what's it called? Songs.
Quick quiz. What card is that? Which Pokemon? But it doesn't get the
Singing Steel Blade.
Yeah, Singing Steel Blade. A route off the top, fetching from here. Moises cannot, putting his whole hand in front of this Dawn Blade to try and stop this monster piling up. But Leon having fetches to get the route, put cards back in hand, push pressure. Man, Kayo does not enjoy blocking.
Put the cast bones back. Come on.
Put the cast bones back in my hand, man.
I promise it'll be okay. Yeah. Oof. Gross. Yeah, this is not looking great. I don't think Moises is gonna be able to block this out again. So what do you do in this situation? Do you try to clap back? Do you just stop blocking? Is that even a possibility? I don't think so.
So you're at 20 health.
Kill you if you don't.
You're at 20. You have some gas in the tank. At some point, you just have to take it on the chin.
Yeah.
And be like, I'm gonna try and get tempo. If you can't do it at 10,
Yeah.
You have to use the health as a resource at some point, especially if you're behind. At least that's my perspective when I'm playing. I'm like, well, you did a great job at circumventing my block, so now I just have to just run at you.
Yeah, these players do look like they're having fun. Shout out to Moises for taking it like a champ.
Yeah.
Because it's very easily the most unfun thing to be on the other side of this kind of onslaught from Dorinthea.
Thankfully, both players in the community, well known, very nice players. We're always here having fun.
Yeah, that's the reason we like it out here.
Yep.
At the AGE, just a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces.
Yep.
But just good vibes all around. People playing and learning and having fun. So that's 4 counters now on Dunn later.
So many counters.
He's like, Kayo, you like 6s? How about a 6 power sword swing? Crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen this many counters on Dawnland. I run removals in my sideboard just for this scenario.
Yeah, I've definitely been on the other side of something like this, and then I'm pretty sure I didn't handle it like Moises did.
Dory's real strong.
Iron Song Determination. What about Dominate now?
Would you have conceded by now?
I might have. Yeah, it depends, If I was on stream, I wouldn't. I would play it out, but I definitely would not be smiling. Ryan over there enjoying this because he loves Dory.
Right, there's a lot of Dory believers. Ryan is also doing pretty well with Dory in this room. We have a good amount of victors. We have a good amount of KOs. I think Dory's gonna be real strong in the meta for sure. Definitely a big player.
Yeah, we'll see. As things kind of smooth out, people usually like to play the new heroes because it's fun. Learning new heroes it's part of the joy of a game like this.
Yeah.
But as things start to take shape, could be that Dory actually is the most powerful. Although we've seen, we got Kassai out there doing really well. We got at least one Olympia, but I haven't heard anything other than that, so probably not making too many waves out there. But it's could be Dory's time. And then if she LLs, I won't be mad.
You start going back to armories? Finally.
I still got to deal with Dromai and I guess Kassai now forever, so.
Yeah, Kassai is definitely warrior up tremendous.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is I was excited and dreading this set because of it. Although I've made, I'm going to do it. I'm going to learn a bit of warrior, I'm going to play it a couple times just to get a feel for it. I've always just been anti-warrior.
Definitely provides a lot of insight, playing the other side and allowing you to see, this sucks when this happens, so maybe I should do that next time when I play against it. Always ask to borrow a friend's deck or, hey, you want to switch decks? It's a really fun experience. I suggest trying.
Yeah, definitely if you're struggling with something and you have the time and the friends to do it with, it's great to switch decks, play it on both sides, get feedback on both your side of it and understand the other side. But I don't know if this is a soft concede right here. Moises did not block. It does have Dominate, but he will die now.
Possibly. It all depends what's in that arsenal. But I think Moises is doing what I said earlier. You have 20 health. You had some room to try and just ignore what's going on and try and go for the tempo grab. But Leon's still having some armor up, still having his headpiece up. Moises giving up his armor super early. These factors definitely mattered.
Yeah. Scowling Fleshbag is such a, I think that's a very high skill block choice. Because it can either be the most impactful thing or it can just block too sometimes,
No, definitely.
And you either need to know what's in their hand or have the read on them, which is hard to do. So yeah, here we are with 5 counters on Dawnblade. We're going to discard the Agile Windup, make our agility token, and then...
It should be a might token as well, right? Because of KO?
Yeah, I think Moises might be on the tilt a little bit, missing some of these triggers and stuff, that's the hard thing. That's the thing you got to learn in a tournament like this is to maintain focus on all the things that you're responsible for understanding.
All the triggers and stuff. And that's a big thing I always preach to players and people who come out. It's like, you're going to have a fun time, but you're also going to get practice what I call underneath the lights. You know, when you go play underneath the lights or on stage, that adds another layer of nervousness or just like just kind of disheveledness, you know, that where it's like, oh, I messed up in situations I wouldn't, but if I'm going to be doing good, I need to be able to practice at this level.
Yeah.
So both these players, 3-0, if they were at a traditional battle hardened, they would definitely eventually hit the stage and will get those nervous feelings. But it's okay. We're here up here laughing. No one's too serious, you know. We're here to learn and have fun and play Flesh and Blood together. And that's all you got to realize once you're on there, you know.
So, did that hit? I think a humble hit.
Okay, so I guess KO, you only get the might activation on your turn. That makes sense. Thank you.
Oh, that's right. He did at the end of.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So
okay.
he get it right away. Yep. Thank you, chat. You guys can read the cards better than me right now.
Well, I wasn't totally sure it was Moises. I thought it was Moises' turn already when he did that, which makes more sense to do it at the end of Leon's turn. But yeah, he did turn off. I think he turned off Dory's hero power with that humble.
Yep.
But I don't think it matters anymore.
Not with this many. It was 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of Cheerios on there.
We got 5. We got Spoils of War. We're coming in for.
It's like here's a block. Here's 9. Yep. Here's the Bone Breaker.
And that's.
He
good.
just says, I just GG. I don't believe in whatever was going to happen.
He might have a no block in his hand.
Yeah, we're just gonna see courage. Oh, because I had go again. So he's like, here's all this, so you couldn't do it. Here's go again. Here's a no block. GG. Congratulations, Leon. Wow. Definitely the early game was a little rough, a little slidey on the surface, and then Leon found the hand, was able to punish Moises on a hand where he gave everything up.
Yeah, no, I think, honestly, I feel like he allowed it to happen, which is always the first mistake, which you can't tell. Dory can draw potato hands. I think we're at the point where you talked about earlier, like it's kind of the Lexi situation where she just has so many good cards. So it's likely that she's not going to have many bad off-turn hands. So you really can't hope that that's going to happen and allow them to get that first counter, because every time you do, unless you have like unmovables or anything like that can really stuff their turn, once they get high enough, like you can't even block everything out anymore, which is just terrifying. And then you're just kind of slowly losing the game. Yeah. And then again, he had that choice of, do I try to pivot, take some damage, and just push back? And I don't remember what he had in his hand that turn, but he started blocking, and that's when he dipped down kind of closer to 10. Then I think is comfortable to try to like do that anymore, and then you just kind of don't have any choices left.
Chad has some interesting perspectives too when he full blocked that first initial, that big turn where he had it all. Like if Moises would have blocked maybe with his arm piece, he might have got the extra value there. If he would have gave the full thing, it's so hard to block Warrior.
Yeah,
I'll keep saying it, and you continue to have that experience. There's going to be Doors in your meta. There's going to be Kassais. So getting with a friend, playing those casual games, laughing like they were, and figuring out, going up, I should have blocked here, should have blocked here. That's how we learn. That's why we're here. That's why we show you guys, so you guys don't have to make that mistake later on. You get to learn from that, and just enjoy the game.
Yeah, and now you have to worry about 2 different Warriors at least that are playing slightly different. You got to block slightly different, and really kind of learning that. Luckily, it seems a lot of the same powerful cards, so you are familiar with what's going on. Dory, of course, is going to be more interested in the reprise cards. Getting stuff that empowers Dawnblade, and then Kassai kind of doing, something new and scary in her own right. But yeah, both requiring different kind of blocking strategies, which is difficult in itself, and then just having to do it over and over again because they're getting popular.
Yep.
We're in for a rough season if that's the case. We'll see.
Definitely a lot of learning. Come out to your AG, go out to your armory, get your practice in.
Yeah.
We're going to get Leon up here, though, in like 5 minutes. Colin, I appreciate you casting.
Hell yeah.
Today.
Always a pleasure. We'll be right back, and see you soon.
are back. We're here with Leon. Hi, Leon.
Hi.
Great game. First off, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, of course. We'll start off a little bit with where are you from, man?
I'm from San Diego.
Nice. How long have you been playing?
Born and raised.
How long have you been playing?
Since Uprising. So, going on 2 years soon.
Crazy. Time
Yeah,
flies.
very, very fast.
Nice. And nice jersey.
Thank
You're on
you.
the team too.
Yeah, humongous. He let me have one of these.
Nice. That's awesome. You got a lot of friends here with the jersey on. It's always great to carpool and have that camaraderie come up to compete. We're gonna talk a little about Dory.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing Dory?
Ooh. Better portion of maybe like 6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months. Nice.
Yeah.
How you been liking her?
I've been liking her a lot. I really liked her. I liked her before when I first started playing. I built Dromai and Dory, and I like Dromai and I like Dory. And then recently, this past 6 to 8 months, I've been really liking Dory. She's been feeling particularly rewarding.
Oh, she definitely looks rewarding if you can get her to go off for sure. The Dory list you had before, because I played with you at Armories and stuff like that. It seems like it's transferred. Not too much has changed since Heavy Hitters besides maybe the Blade Flurries and stuff like that. In that transition to this meta that you've been playing currently with 3.0, how does it feel from being the Dory player then to the Dory player now?
Feels like I did a bunch of steroids. Like before, all my matches really felt like I was struggling to win. And every single one of my wins really felt like they were I had to work for them. Right. So I was playing when Lexi was at full power after Outsiders, and that was difficult. But again, every time I won against her, I had to fight for it, as opposed to like when there's one particularly meta hero and they just sweep all the rogue matches, and they don't. It's just there's only certain matches that they have to focus on. Dory really feels like a hero that you have to focus on everyone. Everyone can beat you.
That's scary.
Since then, things have changed. So the introduction of Iron Song Versus and the Decimator Great Axe definitely changed a lot of things. And that gave her the power bump to be viable. I think Versus and Axe made her completely viable. And then Heavy Hitters came out, and then now it feels like she's juiced. Like she feels really, really strong.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're kind of forged through it. We were all there for that Lexi meta. We were all there to kind of that was the big bad. That was the deck, and through that through that grind and that practice and preservation, you're able to be ready for this meta. And it's really interesting. The build that you have is originally, we're hearing rumors. Before you were on stream, you played against a Victor and you had a Decimator. And that's the big thing I want to highlight here.
I played against a Bravo, not a
okay.
Victor. But I played against Alan Hoang, Alan Loop.
Yeah, Alan Loop.
I played against his Bravo.
Yeah.
And that was a very grindy matchup. I definitely had to use literally, I would say every tool in Dory's arsenal I had to use. It went down to like a very grind, very fatigue, and he made a very risky play line, but it was his only play line to win.
Yeah.
And I had the punishment for it, and yeah, that's how I was able to get there.
And that's so cool that your list. So originally we were expecting Decimator. I didn't think about it on this match you just played, but obviously you side in. You have kind of a hybrid list. You side in Decimator for those grindier matchups because Decimator can cut through that, and obviously for Kayo you just do the Dawn Blade because he doesn't like blocking.
Yeah. I don't like to call this a hybrid list.
Okay.
Mostly because it is like 78 Dawnblade Dory cards.
Okay.
And then there's 2 Decimator cards, one of them being just the Decimator. And I first started doing that back in right after it came out in Dust Till Dawn, because we had a couple Riptide players, and Riptide was virtually unbeatable against Dawnblade Dory, because everything that I did, there was a D-react that punished me for it with 1 point of damage and something else.
Yeah.
So if I gave it a buff and attacked with it, I did Spoils of War, gives it +2 and go again. So 2/3 of their D reacts are gonna deal me damage, and I'm not gonna get the hit because he's gonna block out.
Yeah.
Blood Rot Trap was particularly devastating. Not that it's particularly seen a whole lot of play.
Yeah.
But after that happened, I was like, well, what happens if I just take out one puncture for a Great Axe, and then against Riptide, I just play the Great Axe, and then that matchup went from unwinnable to basically almost unlosable. So that was kind of very it was like a weird kind of polarization. So
Yeah, that's crazy that one card does
one
that.
card changes my entire play style.
That's absolutely insane and so efficient because you don't have to sideboard like like I said, it's not a hybrid list because you're just playing the Great Axe for those correct matchups, which is a super cool discovery. I don't see a lot of Dories doing that nowadays. Let's talk about now the game we just played. So very interesting game. You know, it started off hot and heavy. He had the no fears. Every time, you know, and I think, you know, you could have done more, but you saw that like, oh, he has no fear, so I'm just not gonna press it. And then he used the flashback early.
And I was very much able to capitalize on that. I think he could have blocked with his boots on that turn instead, because I think I didn't have like a good follow up. I think it was just like a arsenal. I think it was like a D react that I was gonna arsenal anyways.
Yeah, but he assumed it was something else. I think.
Yeah, so I was able to scare him with the. I think there was like one counter on it at the time.
You're threatening the first counter, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was able to scare him off with the counters, and that just helped me set up for the following turns.
It was crazy swingy. So he did that. He played the cast bones, CNC for 12. Take it to the face, just right on the chin.
I had a really good hand.
No, I saw the really good hand.
I think I was up by like 8 or 9. I wasn't up. I was up by a little.
Yeah.
It was like 32 to 39, I want to say, and then I went down to like 22 in that one, or 21 in that turn. So like I just figured, you know, I have a lead of 8, and I think I can return not 8, but if I can return a hit and possibly a counter. My win condition isn't dealing enough damage. It's gaining enough momentum, gaining enough counters. So that first counter, that second counter are very much worth 8, 10, 20 life even.
Yeah, no, it's true. And thankfully for when he hit you at CNC, you didn't have an arsenal at that time. So it was just...
I did it, yeah, that's right.
Just 12 vanilla, thankfully, in a way. And then right then there, the game froze in my head. And then that's when, like, the anime protagonist mode came out. And he's like, all right, so I need to buy myself a turn. I'm going to give you, like, most of my hand and some armor. And then you just had it.
I was able to go over. I had just enough to go over.
Yeah.
And it would have, I think, I just had just enough to go over. And then it was just setting up hitting next turn, and then hitting next turn, and then hitting next turn until it just runs out of control.
That Blade Flurry was insane.
It was ridiculously good.
It was so good.
Again, so like in part before heavy hitters, I was running Out for Blood, which is like diet Blade Flurry. It cost, it cost 1, 3 on the front end, 1 on the back end. It's just not as impactful. So you were talking about how she feels now in heavy hitters. Taking out the Out for Bloods and replacing them with Blade Flurries just makes her feel so strong.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Blade Flurries, massive buff to all warriors out there, super juiced. So after that happened, you were able to grab tempo, and then how did you feel from there? You felt like you were in complete control, just had it after you just kept giving you hands and you could keep going over?
Yeah, I run D-Reacts into Kano because I want to be able to filter my hand, be able to know what I'm coming next turn, while also protecting my life total until I can finally have enough counters to cash in my life and then swing out. So I just
snowballs from there. You got your counters. It's so massive. He has to give you a hand every single time, and he just slowly loses it. It looked like, from the audience perspective and from my perspective, you guys are having a blast. It seemed like.
Oh yeah. So his first language is Spanish. My first language is Spanish.
Oh, nice.
So we were actually playing in Spanish, and we were having a good time talking about stuff.
That's great.
Almost my entire deck is in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
So I was showing him like check out the boots, they're in Spanish. Check out this CNC, stuff like that.
Yep.
We were having a good time.
That's awesome, and that's super great. You know, you come out, you get to meet people who have things and things you relate to and things where you come from and stuff like that, and have that fun conversation. Even though it felt, most of the time as Dory, it feels bad, but it seemed like you were just learning, having fun, and that's I think the true spirit of Flesh and Blood at the end of the day. So a big thing we're always talking about the entire time, and it's a great topic of discussion, I think, is how do you block against Warrior? And I don't know if you want to give me too much of the secrets, right? But giving you the whole hand every time is that always the play? Obviously, it punished him here because you had the right hand, but does that always just prevent you from doing anything or popping off like that?
It's difficult. It's difficult to say, right? Not because I'm just trying to hold secrets, but like, because it feels like the right play, right? I have 3 counters. I'm attacking for 6. It feels irresponsible, and you know that the Dory player is going to have things in hand to buff, to give go again. So it feels irresponsible to just not. It just feels like the right move to be like, all right, I'm going to block with for 12 or 10, and hope that's enough.
Gotcha.
That feels like the right play, and it generally is. But Dory also has ways to punish that. So you have to. There's a lot of the game is played not with the cards, but with movements and trying to figure out what's in their arsenal. If they didn't play it last turn, does that mean it's a go again card that they had an excess? If they had excess go again, you arsenal that. So maybe it's just a go again card and not a buff. So there's a lot that you have to feel out as opposed to just the right play is to block 12 and armor for 16. That's not always the right play. It can be, but there's just so much that happens on the table that it's so hard to answer that question.
In that part, that's understandable. Just trying to help give some knowledge, me not being a Dory player and some maybe Dory players, not Dory players, how to combat that in its upcoming meta, because we're probably going to be seeing Dory. I've seen a lot of Dories, including yourself, doing really well in the bracket against KOs. They can play against Dromais. They can. They can pressure victors well enough if you have those routes lined up and things like that. So she's definitely a good threat in this new emerging heavy hitters meta. Is there any advice you'd give to new aspiring Dory players out there who saw your performance and be like, hey, I want to try this at my local armory? What's the first thing you would say to get them started?
So Dory's generally like it's a hero that like a lot of new players pick up because she has a pretty low ceiling, right? Her turn generally consists of attacking with the weapon and then doing stuff. So you know what your initial play lines generally are. So it's a lot of like learning the fundamentals of the game through Dory. And if you haven't played Dory, I guess my best advice would be to really learn, because there's a lot of moving parts in Dory, right? Her hero power turns your weapon into twice per turn instead of once per turn. So the go again is very important. So don't shortcut. A lot of times people they'll attack with the weapon, and then once they hit, they'll shortcut to the next attack and then forget about go again, or they will. Or they'll forget about her ability, making it twice per turn, and trying to understand all the little parts that go into the game that Dory's pushing the mechanics to the limit of.
All right, I think that's pretty good advice. Take your time, don't be too greedy. We're running out of time in the round. I appreciate the interview so far. Is there anybody you want to shout out, say hi to before we go?
I'd like to give a shout out to my girlfriend, April Miller. She is
out there
in the field right now. I believe she's also she's also 4-0 or 3-1.
I think it's a 3-1 or something. Yeah.
I haven't talked to her last round, but she's doing great. I'm doing great. I really hope I don't get paired against her.
Oh, that would be a rough ride home.
Because I lose or I sleep on the couch. And
well, I mean, it's great you guys are out here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing, making the drive, and supporting.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. I'm glad I could help break your stream loss record. He was so nervous. I was like, hey, you want to go on stream? He said, I always lose on stream. I'm sorry. I don't. Please don't. I said, it'll be fine. And look at that. We had a really great game we can go back and learn from. So thank you again. You guys will be right back with the next round in a couple minutes.
And welcome back, everybody, to the February AGE Open. We are in the thick of things now as our classic constructed competitors are throwing hands left, right, and centre. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Sam O'Byrne. We had a question in the chat. At what point do we get to see acclaimed national champion Charles Dunn? It's right now. We're going to bring him in here. Now, for those unfamiliar with Charles's preference or play style, Sam, how would you describe him as a competitor?
I would describe him as kind.
Mm-hmm.
I would describe him as intuitive.
Yes.
Very smart.
Yep.
And plays
Very well spoken.
Very well spoken. A talented dude, game designer at Blizzard.
Yep.
And plays some slow grinded decks if I've ever seen him.
He is like the Kenny G of
Yes.
Blood players. You know what I mean?
Slow jazz.
Again, which no surprise to me against someone who's like as a game designer and developer, really likes to dig into like understanding value. And I think Charles always, to me, has looked like he's lent towards like decks that would give him a deterministic outcome in a lot of situations, right? And Oldham was absolutely the kind of deck that could do that in many cases. And his Bravo list, which I have here, and it's cold to the touch somehow still, again, is, like pretty classic, but we're talking a deck list that features Fate for Scene, Oasis, Sigil, Sink Below, Imperial Warhorn, Unmovable, Staunch Response, all at red. So his attack actions at red are Command and Conquer, Cripple and Crush, and Enlightened Strike. There's a Spinal in there as well. So very defensive deck. Now, if those of you watching Battle Hunt at Hartford, that the first round of coverage that saw Chris Ciali play Bolton against Bravo, a similar feel, I think. Another very slow sort of deck that really wants to sort of freeze out the game. If you'll excuse the pun, it's a definitely throwback to the older era. His opponent is someone who I actually only met recently. We've had him on coverage already. Colin Eriksen, young fellow who has put a Kassai list together. Even just talking with Justin, obviously, as the director, he's mentioned that this guy's played like 200 plus games on Delp. He's just been absolutely grinding out. The guy has great intuition. I sat next to him drafted the other week down at Odyssey Games. They're really switched on guy, and so far he's like putting up some serious results. We've already seen him on camera. And a Kassai versus Bravo game, it's not going to be explosive necessarily. It's definitely not going to be particularly fast, but there are going to be a lot of really important inflection points that we'll get to examine as the Warrior player looks to try and get some value, get some gold and copper generation around what is going to be an absolute just avalanche of defense reactions.
I just watched Colin take down Alejandro in this last round.
Yep.
It came down to the last 4 cards in both players' decks, and Colin literally actually only had 2 cards left.
So
in
beat
deck at the
Victor,
time.
right?
Beat up a Victor and was able to get a blue overpower just to finish the job. But that hot streak really puts in work when they have only the attack actions. I think the story of this game is going to be different. There isn't going to be the same offensive pressure from the Bravo here that the Victor was able to present. There isn't going to be the same amount of kind of disruption in consistency, I think, that the Victor deck was trying to do so. But the question is, when and how will Colin on Kassai be able to force the damage through to get the gold, get the copper? Because there is some real game with Raise an Army if you can get there. But the question is, can Colin work through the defense reactions, through the equipment, with enough time, with enough cards left in deck to finish out the game?
Yeah, but we're still in timed rounds, first and foremost. And of course, like, just the sheer amount of defense. This is the kind of deck you wish you ran Burdens of the Past against. Like, it is that bad. And that card is pretty narrow. This is the deck it is designed to be played against, a blue 3 block that no one's really running right now, because so much of the metagame is about like either playing mid-range or racing your opponents when you sort of can here. So for Colin, I don't know if anyone has told him that his opponent is the current reigning United States national champion.
That's true.
Maybe we don't.
Just let him just play it out.
You know what I mean? But again, that will be a huge challenge. And obviously, Charles, recently sort of moved into the area, has become a local, which is great. I think previously up in Ohio. So the SoCal scene has leveled up considerably. Not that we didn't already have an absolute crap ton of Guardians out here. Another one added to their ranks, possibly one of the finest here. So I think that really speaks to just the level of competition here. You've got Hoang there, who even dropped a game, I think, at one point. So we've got really great Guardians. And of course, Marcus Brown on Victor's doing really well so far. Alejandro Cuevas as well. So that top 8 is going to be rather brawny, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the little trifecta. The set just came out. We're seeing the Warriors, we're seeing the Brutes, and we're seeing the Guardians really put up numbers. I think the players are getting ready to roll here, so we probably should get ready and jump down into the game. Let's take a look. Charles Dunn, your U.S. national champion on Bravo Showstopper versus Colin Eriksen, a little new up-and-comer, and when I say little, I do mean very tall and lanky,
He's tall, yeah.
on Kassai of the Golden Sand. Colin has a game plan. He just took down a Guardian in this new victor list. The question is, will Charles Dunn's defensive prowess be enough?
I will say Colin reminds me, again, probably because of his youth and also how switched on he is, of like a Brody Spurlock.
Oh, yeah.
Very, like, extremely switched on, very intuitive, and understands the game very well. Of course, this is a Crown of Dominion Kassai list, so you already start with a gold. Charles Dunn opens the game here with a Titan's Fist swing, and we'll see a Oasis Respite spent.
Sigil of Solace going to follow it up from Charles here, so he's heading on up to 43. Did a, not quite a filter, but you did get to put a Nourishing Emptiness to the bottom of the deck. If you're Colin here, hopefully by the time you get to that second cycle, you've banished all other attack actions out of that graveyard to the Kassai ability, and that Dominate can be a good way to push some damage through in second cycle.
Such a cheeky pick here, and I love Colin's deck building, a Gorganian Tome in this list for Kassai. And you won't see it in every list, of course, but it's being played really infrequently, right? Obviously, the risk of Gorg Tome is your opponent has one and plays it later and will draw up an extra card. But again, it satisfies that condition for Kassai to cheapen the weapons here. So this will be a chip in with a hot streak, and yeah, be the Rampart of the Ram's Head offered up to block here. It will be hard, I think, for Colin to sort of lead, with hot streak getting go again, just based on its text. He will have to assist it with Blade Runners like this one.
Yeah, you're going to see probably Colin checking some graveyard later in this game to see how many defense reactions have we worked through. Are there mostly attack actions left? These blue block threes that Guardians are so able and often, running, that where that hot streak is going to get a little more value late game. They're going to get a staunch response with those. Talk about it, folks. You got the Rampart of the Ram's Head into the staunch response, even though the Blade Runner is going on that Centauri Saber. No +1 to any attack actions.
Yeah, but you feel okay about that, right? Staunch obviously such a chunky defense reaction, but with that Blade Runner +3, you actually feel quite happy sort of expending it now and just send back a CNC of your own here. Not a great, Colin in this matchup, he got 15 value out of his Valiant Dynamo against Alejandro Cuevas in the previous game. 15, that is what? More than 2.5 husks, for Christ's sake. It's insane. Here, though, maybe a little bit harder to find it unless it's you throwing it in front of the Titan's Fist if it gets that +1. So here's a block and Oasis to eat up the CNC.
And look at that, both players sitting above 40 because technically, Colin was technically lower than Charles at that point. So the one from the Oasis going to trigger. We're just going to go ahead and put into the Iron Song versus into the hot streak. Once again, threatening that go again if Charles does decide to block with an attack action card. But we know Charles got a sink in his arsenal, got another staunch in hand. That ain't happening anytime soon, my brother.
Again, I love Iron Song versus. I didn't really appreciate it at first, but giving yourself a non-hit, like as a Dory player, I say that is really powerful because obviously if you're only attacking once per turn, there's no text on Doorblade virtually. If your opponent sees your hand being too small, if you're on a 1 card, having the ability to create a non-hit is really important. And here as well, like you want to incentivize a block because hey, if you see an attack action thrown in front of that hot streak, you get a ton of value. You might not get the courage, but you get to swing with the saber here. So blocked out by Charles, sink below expended here, and Colin will be keeping track of those defense reactions, but my boy don't know how many Charles is packing.
And that's the power of this Bravo list. Even in a deck that is so designed to be so defensive, the Bravo ability to just put Dominate on a big attack, going to be huge here. Do we have a defense reaction in the arsenal for Colin, or is it just going to be a 3-block placed in front of it? See if any armor goes in there as well. Looks like at least a Blood on the Hands is going to get in there on defense.
Yeah, again, this is a card that likely is just a blocking card in this matchup. I mean, you only have probably 6 to 9 sources of copper generation in this deck. Outland Skirmish, red and yellow, plus Spores of War. So realistically, your chance of having that amazing 6, damage, rather 6 copper blood in her hands turn rather is not really going to be a factor. And yeah, if this Fatigue Bravo list is playing up against a deck that's comparably slow or grindy, you have the option, if you keep a fat hand, to send a dominated attack like that across.
Yeah. Hot Streak going to be the lead once again from Colin. A really nice new addition to these Warrior lists, presenting a different kind of problem, especially in the late game. It was the thing that basically got Colin the game against Victor the game ago because all he had left in that deck were attack action cards, and he couldn't, as soon as the hot streak got the go again, those Centauri Cell Swords would finish the job. So the Blade Runner here then going to go ahead and bump up the Centauri Saber as well.
Pretty handy here. +2 on the Centauri Saber, so you're presenting 4 here, with obviously Rampart already being committed. So you get a 2-card block from Charles, so Colin like, okay, finally making something happen. And in the swing comes down. If this is buffing your second swing, you get a nice little +3 there. So we're heading to 8 with the help of that Blade Runner buff. So hey, getting some damage in there. The moments, obviously you need to do damage to the Bravo player. It's really important. But more importantly than that is Colin needs to find a way to secure the on hits. And you'll probably only see him activate that Kassai ability unless he's pretty damn sure he can force some damage through.
Yeah, I gotta imagine some of that armor is gonna have to be a little more busted and broken before Kassai is really activated, unless there are some powerful attack reactions set up in the arsenal, set up in the hand for Colin here. I know he has game plan into Guardians. I don't know if he's really ever faced an opponent quite as staunch as Charles Dunn before.
Yeah, I was so excited to watch Shin Inoue play a game at the Battle Hearted in Los Angeles as I'd realized he was actually attending the event. He's a Dory player I sort of follow. And I walk over and he's playing against Charles on Oldham. I'm like, well, I'm going to go get a coffee. Here his commanding performance comes down. So he's going to buff Colin's next attack by 3. And also say to Charles, if you dare to put an attack reaction in front of this, you can kiss your arsenal goodbye.
Yeah, attack action's going to go ahead and just blow up that arsenal upon defense. Such a cool new card from the new set here. So instead of any attack actions, definitely going to start with the Rampart of the Ram's Head and then probably just throw that Sink Below in hand if I was not mistaken. Let's see, we do have another Blade Runner and critically a couple yellows headed to the graveyard early.
Yeah, so we've at least secured Go Again here with a pump on the next attack. But yes, no attack action being used to block. Again, this is something that you sort of are aware of when you throw this out. Your opponent will either not block you or throw a defense reaction in your way. Colin obviously much preferring the initial one in the swing. We're getting damage, Charles. I know it hurts your soul, mate, but attack reactions, that's how they work. So Colin happy to get use out of in the swing because on small hands, you can't guarantee attacking with both weapons. So getting those inner swings and actually getting value in terms of life, damage out of those cards early in the game feels really good.
Fair amount of those 0 for 4s have already come out from Charles here in terms of the Sink Belows. And in terms of Colin's deck texture, we have seen a number of Blade Runners already be thrown down and 2 in the swing. So it's going to be really like counting the threats that Colin's able to conserve, and especially the Go Again potential, and then counting the defensive capabilities that Charles runs through. It's going to be very end game, end of deck scenario on this game, folks, as we come to the end of it. It looks like this Nourishing Emptiness, I don't think he's blocked with the CNC or anything like that. I know he does run him in the list, so this might be dominated.
He probably wouldn't play it unless he had a clear discard pile. We're going to see the Oasis Respite here drawn out, and that Warmonger's Diplomacy, thank you. Also getting put out in front there. So again, multiple copies of Nourishing and other attack actions in this deck because Colin can obviously clear the way by banishing them from his sort of discard pile. And I've seen Colin today not have a weapon attack, not have any interest in trying to get gold tokens, but needing to clear out his graveyard to make sure Dominate is secured. This time, though, because he doesn't attack twice in the previous turn, can't refresh that Valiant Dynamo and doesn't choose to block. So we got a 5-card hand coming back from Colin.
And our first Kassai of the Golden Sand activation of this game. 2 reds, 2 yellows, headed to the Banish Zone. If a weapon hits this turn, we're making a gold. We already have one thanks to that beautiful Marvel Crown of Dominion. Got to imagine that, Raise an Army is a huge part of the game plan here. And this Outland Skirmish, going to go ahead.
All right, so we have +3, and the next attack will generate a copper. To say nothing about Go Again here, but you've seen the Kassai player pitch a Blade Runner, so you know full well she's going to have Go Again from another card sat in the hand. And yeah, Raise an Army, right? In a matchup like this here, making it impossible for your opponent to sort of fatigue you out. You keep them on board, you keep hitting, you keep asking for cards, and it's a great. It's like I guess it was like Chain used to use Ursa, I think, to try and sort of win the games like that. It's very similar. This gets 2 cards, so. But Colin would not activate Kassai ability if he didn't have a way of getting around this. And there it is, Blade Flurry. +2 this attack, +2 the next one. It's the first 0 for 4 attack reaction that Warrior has sort of received. That's, I guess puncture. But yeah, it has that slight condition of being spread over 2 hits.
Yeah, and look at this. The run-through going to get the Go Again. We're making the copper and we're making the gold thanks to Kassai. This is huge for Colin. I said he wasn't going to do it until the armor was worked through, but Colin knows this deck better than me, and he said, I think I can sneak this through. I don't think you have the defense reactions, nor do you want to commit it. And this Hawk Streak now coming for 6. Got to put a couple more cards if you're Charles here and you want to make sure that no more copper is created. Is Outland Skirmish the next time, or is it... It may just be the next time, right?
Yes, it's not everyone. So Spoils of War is every weapon hit will generate copper.
For sure.
Outlet Skirmish just the one here. But again, you have the +2 from the run through, which is in this deck, for all intents and purposes, it's a yellow Blade Runner, right? The reason why run through so exciting is because it doesn't just care about one-handed weapons, and that's why Dory players snapped it up, and the Classic Battles deck skyrocketed in price. That and glistening, yeah.
So this is huge here for Colin. He has made that second gold. I think he's really going to be looking to find like the third. If he can find 3 to 4 gold and then raise an army, that is when this starts to get pretty nuts in terms of what the Kassai deck is able to put onto these defensive decks in terms of damage that isn't cards, that doesn't take cards from your deck, that just takes, you have to continue to find the go again. So that's why we've been tracking those Blade Runners, the run-throughs. We'll see how much of that Colin is able to conserve when cards like Command and Conquer look to threaten the arsenal. Potentially the defense reactions, the go-agains, or the raise-in armies that lie within.
And we are going to block with 2 cards here. Colin really priced into protecting whatever is sat in that arsenal. So that's something to sort of keep an eye on. I think Colin, would he want to... Yeah, okay. So it's actually Command and Conquer of his own here. Happy to just to throw this one back. Not a hell of a lot else to do, right? It was a remembrance and like a hit and run. A bit of a dirtly hand.
And 2 defense reactions in the hand there for Charles, I believe. So he can't play either of those. Also, critically on that last turn, 2 go-again enablers also that were thrown to the graveyard. So I'm going to be tracking that this game because I know that Colin, he's trying to find a way to make some sellswords. But those sellswords don't attack for you until you've shown them that you're willing to fight for them too. You got to swing a sword first before they're willing to take up arms for their leader. So he's already worked through a number of cards here. The life total is less important than the cards in deck and the texture of the deck.
Charles here really has to think about it. He's got a blue disabled there, Crippling Crush also in hand. So making the 2-card block here is not the issue. It's that Charles would really rather, be using defense reactions for an attack of this sort of magnitude and maintaining deck size.
Remembrance as well for Colin. Looks like he runs just the one. Headed now to, significantly into our second cycle. But once we grab it, we can get some more go-again enablers. We can get some more, if we needed to block with Raise an Army or cards like that. This is going to be a Titan's Fist just for 3 as the Staunch Response and the Fate Foreseen, I believe, are going to head to the bottom as well for Charles. So.
I like that from Colin. He sees a 3 coming in, but says, yeah, look, I can leak a couple of damage here and get dynamo value and still go for it. Spoils of War, commanding performance. So we're looking at +5, go again. If you block with an attack action, you lose your arsenal. If I hit, I'm making a lot of copper.
Yeah, very, very cool coupling up of these cards because you don't want to let them get 2 copper at all. But if you block with an attack action, all of a sudden that arsenal gets destroyed. So what defensive piece is Charles able to find? Is this finally when we're going to start cashing the equipment block if we are the Bravo player here?
Maybe. I mean, it's a break point. You get 2 copper per hit this turn, right? And at that point, your blood on her hand strategy actually becomes viable, becomes live, right? Civic Steps is going to be thrown out here because we're already looking at an attack with go again. So, we know that Colin's not going to be able to make use of the Quicken token here. We won't have anything to do after another Saber hit. So Hold the Line comes out. I do love that one. It's a cute little addition, but won't be turned on in this case. So Colin, gets that Quicken token. Yeah, Hot Streak does have go again for what it's worth. And again, still buffed by that Spoils of War effect, being an annoying 2 damage that still threatens to generate 2 copper.
Sigil of Solace going to gain 3 life for Colin here. Or for Charles, excuse me. And then, going to have to give that 3 block. Open up the arsenal for whatever's left. No copper generated. Commanding performance. Was not able to destroy the arsenal, but again, that +3. And it was nice for Charles there. His hand lined up rather nicely to get around it, but I just like that card so much. I think it's such an interesting effect, and it's not an hit effect. It's an on block, which is so cool.
It's very warrior.
It's very warrior, yeah.
Because you are still giving agency to your opponent. You're still offering them a choice. But again, a situation like that was almost damned if you do and don't because of the Spoils of War combining with it. And that's what warriors on big hands, they tend to put you in a position where there is no right answer when they have a combination of those effects. Yeah. Sync here, going to be eating up that Titan's Fist swing. Colin, that's in the pitch zone, believe it or not. Yep. Glenn, looks like another, was that a Spoils?
Yeah, another Spoils.
All right, still threatening copper generation. Colin,
third one played this game? Third Spoils?
At least the second.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Again, Colin running very low on sort of copper threatening on hits here, but it may force Charles to block in like a below rate fashion.
Yeah,
which is important.
Looks like there's an unmovable. Looks like there's an Oasis Respite and a Tunic, which is huge for Charles here on this Spoils turn. Number of cards in hand, and of course the Spoils giving the go again to the Centauri Saber. Let's see how Charles wants to try to hold up the defenses, hold the line. We've seen one played. We know it's a huge part of his identity in this game.
Yeah, and I think every hand that Charles draws up, at least one defense react. You can expect
for sure.
He has 3 copies of Hold the Line, which is it blocks for 2, but gets it prevents the next 3 damage done if your opponent's drawn 2 cards this turn, right? It's like a balance of justice effect on a D-React. Something that people maybe overlooked. I don't think it was definitely the highlight of Dusk Till Dawn, but a very relevant effect in the world of Blood Rush Bellows and stuff like that. People cracking a bunch of gold maybe, or Steelblade Supremacy, bunch of stuff like that. So here's that unmovable.
Unmovable going to block out the Centauri Saber, and then just the Tunic into the Command and Conquer. We're going to go ahead and block 4 of that, utilizing the Tunic, interestingly, even though we still kept the Oasis Respite, just valuing 1 point of life on this turn that much and just resetting the Tunic. That's interesting from the national champ here. I would think that Tunic counter is so valuable with an Oasis in the arsenal, but he certainly knows better than me.
Yeah, like I guess I think he's just happy enough paying for an Oasis, pitching a card from his hand. You know, maintains that deck density and can also like eat up another threatening on here. We probably are down to like 3 copper generating effects left in Colin's deck at this point here, but this is still a good +3, and the hot streak he's going to open with instead here. So that means that he's going to have a go again, enabler either way, but he might be holding a Blade Runner either to Arsenal, or he might want to do something after a Centauri swing.
Looks like Charles going to go ahead and just... but that's why, because the Rampart of the Rancid, he's always pitching a card anyway, so he's happy to just go ahead.
Have leftover. It's that old him math
Yep.
right?
That Oasis is going to do just fine.
Okay. So make sure you are not generating copper there. Sam and I reach for our phones at the same time to check the exact same thing.
How does Outland Skirmish still affect this attack? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So it's the next time a weapon hits
this turn. Okay, that's what I thought. So this Centauri Saber is still threatening the copper.
Yep. And I like the hit and run here as well. Getting a +2 and giving go again. Not that it's relevant in this situation, but pretty nice in between your sword swings.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and really try to make sure we get the copper. Do still have the 1 block on the Rampart of the Rand's head. Can pay another time because we have... Or we can't pay another time, but can go ahead and...
Yeah, you break the chain with the hit and run.
Yeah, that's not the attack
It's a non-attack action, so it's something you really want to avoid doing if you can, but Colin maybe favoured the sort of the +1 there, but I mean, yeah, something in this matchup you stay extra aware of when dealing with that Rampart.
Colin Eriksen sitting at 29 to Charles Dunn's 30. Both players here 4-0, and it looks like it's time for our second Kassai activation of the game. Let's go ahead and get some attack actions out of there.
Those 2 attack actions out.
Let's get those attack actions out of there for the Nourishing Emptiness. We saw at least 1 go to the second cycle. As I said, Colin's going to have to be checking that graveyard out there at this game. See how many D-Reacts Charles has played. Colin, one thing we've all learned, he's somewhat new to the scene still. Been playing only, I think, like 3 or so months. October was when he started and quickly kind of fell in love with the game. Credits Majin Bay and from his Legend of Runeterra days, Collins, is getting him into Flesh and Blood. But as soon as you talk to this dude, it's so clear how intelligent he is. When we had him on stream earlier, he's very, very with it, as you said, very switched on. And so you got to imagine at this point, even though he's still somewhat new to the game, he has sniffed out exactly what Charles Dunn is trying to do and has built his own game plan for the game on this, as it's been played.
So it's a harder final in the pitch there. Just being proxied there by Colin. Gain himself a life, bringing it back up to parity here. And this has attracted the Crown of Providence block from Charles. I see an Oasis Respite in hand as well. We're sinking away that Arsenal here. Looks like we replaced that with an E-Stroke.
Another Blade Runner.
Yep, going to see all
and
9
the Blade Flurry. We're going to get some damage across on a turn where we have, in fact, activated Kassai. Question is, can Charles go ahead and block it out? He does have that Oasis. Does he want to pitch a whole card to do so? He hasn't used the Rampart yet.
It's a no-on hit with this, I guess, the Kassai effect, right? So I think it might be worth throwing like an Oasis here.
You need gold if you're in Colin's seat to actuate that raise an army plan. So the question is...
Letting him go to 3 gold will be scary for Charles, yeah.
We are going to go ahead and grab the Oasis, but there's only 2 cards left in hand, and one of them's in a Sigil of Solace. So that doesn't block for anything. Here comes a Centauri Saber. Can we get our 3rd gold if we're Colin Eriksen here? Can we find money to pay our sellswords? We've got the Blade Runner. We've got the Blade Flurry. This one's going to be pretty big.
Yep.
Oh, but
7.
the blue...
Yeah, the blue, baby.
The unmovable is going to be enough to cover it up.
And will he follow it up with that Sigil of Solace there? That would be the 9 life gain from that in total. No, so whatever card he's holding on to there, he's going to maintain. It is a Sigil, yeah, gorgeous looking thing.
Never need to play the Sigil if it's going to hit your arsenal anyway. Let your opponent think it's anything but a Sigil, and then
I love it when it's a Sigil and they throw a CNC at you and you laugh.
Yeah.
All right, Tunic tick up here for Colin as Charles shipped the turn back with just the one card. Okay, Slice and Dice. Colin only running the red Slice and Dice in this particular list, buffing that first attack by 1, buffing the second attack by 3. So always nicer on the backside there. And we'll make sure that hot streak is given go again by Blade Runner, which also will confer a +1 buff to that next sword attack.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3 from the Slice and Dice, 1 from the Blade Runner. So I believe this should be in Atari for 6. Non-attacks being put in front of it, and the Rampart of the Ram's Head, and then the Hold a Line to finish it off. Looks like that might be a Steel Blade Shunt headed to the arsenal there for Colin. So we're moving through some go-again enablers. Colin's going to need to keep them in the deck for once he finds that third gold, if and when. You need to make sure you have enough go-again to let those sell.
Yeah, we've seen so many of them, right? Obviously, Spoils would do it for you. All 9 of the Blade Runner, which is pretty common to keep them in here. We have like the run-through, right? There are a few options there, but you'll eventually run a little bit lean on those. The deck's made to have 1 a turn, ideally. Red Shunt used here, blue Shunt pitch. So we're starting to, work through these. And again, in this kind of matchup, you really want to try and make sure you shunt that weapon all the time. Unless there's like you're concerned about a dominated sort of like on-hit effect coming your way, you want to get like, I don't know how many, you want to get like your 5, 6 points of extra value off those, especially if you can throw them off a Tunic. Here's Spoils. That's the last one. The last Spoils of War in the deck here to give that +2 and threaten 2 copper on hit for both weapons this turn.
Also, sword is free thanks to that Gorganian tome played at the beginning of the turn.
Yep, that's why we did not have to pitch for weapons.
And a Fate Foreseen from hand here for Charles. Going to go ahead and cover it up. 1 card left in the hand here for Colin. Just pitch it into the verses, into the hot streak. We've seen this before.
Still, again, with that with that buff. And I don't think we had the chain broken here, so we didn't even see Rampart used earlier on those, so not so much of an issue. Charles can throw that in front if he needs to. Also, like Hold the Line, I guess, is fine here. You aren't getting you aren't getting 5 points on that defense reaction, but it's completely appropriate here to eat that up. And again, we are stopping Kassai from generating gold and copper. That is going to be her undoing.
Warmonger's Diplomacy headed to the bottom of the deck. A nice non-attack action you can put in front of both the Hot Streak and the Centauri Saber. I'm curious, looking at the blue pitches here for Charles. You got Buckling Blow, Choke Slam, Cranial Crush, Debilitate, Disable, Macho Grande, Thunderquake. That is where later in this game we're going to have to start really seeing how many blues are left in the deck and how many of them are attack actions for these cards like the Hot Streak, like the Centauri Saber at that point in the game.
And Charles wants to spend the first cycle playing defensively, right, when it makes sense. Then you run through that. You've got a lot of your reds that you've still been pitching away. Even like your cards like your Thunderquake are completely reasonable at blue, right? Just to throw some nice damage in. So this would be like Dynamo and card block is pretty reasonable. Colin again says, no, I think I'll let you have that. So Sigil comes out here. We saw, I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if Colin saw it.
Yeah, that's the main question.
That was a staunch response almost flipped onto the table.
Yeah, so if Colin was able to just see, Charles accidentally went and flipped that staunch response, that's not Colin's fault. No. And so if he is able to take a look at that and make sure, he keeps that in his head, he knows what's in the arsenal. And when you throw a Command and Conquer threatening an arsenal, that is a D-React.
That's so rude.
Yeah, let's see.
He has a Remembrance in hand as well, Charles, plus another D-React. So
I think, is that 2 D-Reacts? 2 D-Reacts, a Remembrance, and an Enlightened Strike. We might see some equipment block thrown in front of this.
Oh, God. It's so uncomfortable for Charles to have to equipment block an attack that doesn't generate Colin copper or gold.
One of the most powerful cards in this deck right now for Colin is going to be this Command and Conquer, given the amount of D-React that exists in Charles's list. He's able to put a staunch to the bottom, which is nice, but that must feel good if you're Colin to see those equipments be put in front of this.
Yeah, I mean, Charles tips his hand, right, pitching a staunch in order to activate the Rampart of the Ram's Head here. But having a look at the girth of that stack of cards there for Colin, start to get a bit concerned. We're running a little bit low on gas in general here. There's a second swing and a slice and dice in hand here. I think Colin probably just took the 3 because at this point you kind of need to keep full grips and try and play off your arsenal as much as humanly possible now. So Charles is going to bring back a Tear Asunder, a Crippling, and a Command and Conquer. So you can already see Charles gearing up for that second cycle where he wants to be the aggressor.
It is fascinating when you watch these fatigue-oriented games where you feel like you've just seen Colin lay card after card, attack after attack, buff after buff, and yet he sits at 25 while Charles is at 32. The power of these fatigue lists, the power of these defensive lists to be able to just use so many cards so efficiently, so defensively, and still bonky with the friggin' hammer.
Yep.
You know? Slice and dice now.
All right. So 4 value of attack power there, distributed across both weapon swings now. Colin checking the graveyard just to make sure. Yeah, okay. So again, we see the Blade Flurry, rather the second swing in Colin's hand. So again, we're only going for a banish when we can kind of guarantee to some degree, or at least really threaten one of those sort of on hits. And hey, getting the 3 gold, 3 cell swords.
Huge.
If you still have enough go again generation in your deck, it's a problem. All of a sudden, Bravo becomes vastly less efficient.
Yeah. Also, I do want to just point out a little bit. It's Findell Spring Tunic for Colin. We've probably discussed this earlier in the day, but not the new Grains of Blood spill.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think this is really about getting value from your shunts, because all of a sudden a red shunt is a 0 for 7. Like it's a 1-card 7. Excuse me. So like, you know, Warriors. You know, when I see Tunic out, I'm expecting Steelblade Shunt to be in the list here. Now, whether it's sort of appropriate against this list, I'm fine with it, because it allows Colin to sort of threaten the damage from Shunt on a weapon attack and not have to tear apart his hand to pay for the Shunt, and still let him come in with like 4 cards and actually try and get over this just defensive wall that is Charles Dunn on any Guardian.
We're going to go ahead and staunch response this if we are Charles here. But the second swing, in the swing is going to come ahead. And with +3, I don't believe Charles has a way to stop this, which might mean it's time for Kassai to get paid. She gets the damage across.
Go.
The sword is swinging. Bravo takes the hit finally. And she has been paid for her sellsword services.
Yeah, and again, you know, Colin's so sure of that he's happy to spend a resource into the Iron Song versus here. Courage token a little bit less threatening than it is in like a Dawnblade Dory's playstyle, where it is a breakpoint on a naked Dawnblade. But here now, Colin gets that extra little boost here. Doesn't quite have the snowball potential of what Dory has, but this hand here, the Syncball, I think there's a commanding performance there as well, which, again, if you can combine it with the Centauri Saber, your opponent really doesn't want to block that. Seeing 3 gold on the other side of the table, if you're Charles Dunn, it's a little intimidating. The deck count is equal between these two, as I've just had pointed out to me. So,
I was getting ready to see if Colin was going to throw this Sink Below down. I believe that's a Crippling Crush that Charles was able to just develop into his arsenal. And you know, it's pretty easy if you're Colin there to think, okay, I've got the easy 1-card 4 block. Let's go ahead and just throw it down.
Hold on, but he's got such a red hand.
Oh yeah,
2 reds in his hand here. I think he has a blue Macho.
And here, because of the Courage token, this is now Nourishing Emptiness for 7.
Did we? Okay, we didn't need to banish. I guess there's no attack actions in Colin's sort of graveyard. Again, we're definitely setting up here. We're going to be drawing big. Yep,
Yeah,
dominate.
Dominate.
Woohoo! That is such a good way to use a courage token. Like that's something that Versus is really good with as well, with CNC and with the any other sort of 6 power with an on hit. So here comes the equipment now. We're going to be pitching this away here, which really casts doubt on Charles's ability to throw that crippling in his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, that crippling's probably going to sit there for quite some time. It's just the question of when and how will it come out and will it be deployed. We see another one heading to the pitch. So Charles, like you said, getting ready to start putting the pressure on. Once Colin's done his full setup, perhaps Charles tries to ignore the sellswords if they're created and just keep his foot on the gas.
Which I think is probably fine to some degree. If you're the aggressor in that situation, you're tearing apart your opponent's hand. If that's a Blade Flurry in hand now, and there's also a Raisin Army. So Colin, thinking very carefully now about his steps. Is he happy with 3 sellswords? Is that enough to sort of put pressure down on your opponent? You lose 1 per turn to the Titan's
Exactly.
Fist,
I was going to say, once you get them out, they can start getting picked off.
Yeah. And that's all of a sudden where, you know, Bravo has to, make a decision, right? Do I ignore them? Do I make it impossible for my opponent to attack with a sword beforehand? Another Sync thrown away. So Colin is either sitting on one in his arsenal already and is happy to expend them here, or he's just, really trying not to leak too much damage now as we head into this next phase of the game. But it's a 3-carder. It's a Glint the Quicksilver in hand there as well, but 2 of them, in fact. So
I think he put a Raisin Army to the bottom with that Sync, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
He's not ready. Yeah. That's fine. Glint here, of course, will... Well, you have go again anyway, so you're fine. A hot streak getting swung in here. Glint in the pitch zone, but
Yeah, you got the Quicken token off of the Civic
That's
Steps.
right.
Had to be donated, so that's not something Charles wants to do. He doesn't want that Quicken token to actually get value, but because of the Courage token that Colin was able to develop the turn before, makes it so Charles' hand was somewhat forced.
Did he activate Versus this turn? He's got 2 floating.
I don't believe so. I think that's just from his last turn.
Okay. All right, here it is. Blade Flurry comes in. Charles opting for the no block, so I think the timeline for the deployment of that Crippling Crush has moved up on us, Mr. President.
All right, let's go ahead and activate the Versus now.
Again, he realizing his opponent's not blocking, he's priced into throwing a couple of more of these on hits in. What is that card in his arsenal? I wonder. Here is Centauri, Saber, threatening a Courage token, coming in for 4, obviously getting buffed by the Blade Flurry.
You can see both these players are locked in, making sure they have exactly the right information on the board. Charles here playing very defensively, has fallen down to 26. Both players have been sitting with life totals pretty close. It looks like he's just going to go ahead and take that 4, which, like you said, must mean something big is coming against Colin.
Cracks the knuckles. It's time to send it. Tunic counter is also up here. We got Staunch, Starstruck, Chokeslam in the hand. And here comes Starstruck, dominated. This one is absolutely terrifying. That's a crush effect that can essentially time walk you. And Colin threw out Sink Blows the last 2 turns in a row to eat up a weapon attack. Does he have one in his arsenal?
Does he have a
Ooh.
has to just go ahead and take the 6 there. So now can only present attacks with, I think, 6 power or more.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, if you take 4 or more damage, which you have done, the only attacks you can play or activate during your next turn are attacks with base power greater, not equal to, greater than damage dealt this way.
Yeah, so Colin falling all the way down to 19, just has to activate the Versus and pass there.
And this is something that you, like as a warrior, admittedly, one trick, something that you learn a lot playing against Bravo. It's like you can throw your D-Reacts, your Sinks and such at their weapon swings, whether it's Anathos or Titan's Fist. But when they come around to throwing a dominated attack and you don't have that available, it can cause you to lose your control of the game. Especially a deck that is playing Tunic and Crown of Dominion. You have Dynamo, but you do not have a Freach. You cannot just throw all your armor in front of one of those really punishing on hits here. So the question is for Colin, like how, you can't really play around that, right? Got absolutely time walked, just passed up, and now Charles is the aggressor. Enlightened Strike for 5 coming down. Of course, it has go again. Charles can follow it up with a Titan's Fist here. So now Colin, as his life total gets slimmer, is being forced to part with some cardboard.
Yeah, 100%. Colin here, all of a sudden, life totals are such a factor, a relevant factor in a way for him that he's been sitting kind of pretty before this. Going to go ahead and start the turn off with the hit and run. Next sword attack gets the go again. Charles sitting at the 22 to Colin's 16. We have found the goal, but now at this point is Charles able to just present enough pressure? This hot streak's going to be coming in for 2 with the go again.
Yep, Colin ensuring that. Now we're going to our less efficient go again enablers, right? Open the turn with a blue hit and run, as opposed to having a Blade Runner available in your hand. This is now, as the exhaustion starts to set in, as your deck size really starts to become limited, your options are a lot less exciting. This one does not carry any sort of buff here. But, Charles, we've got something I would have liked to see maybe from Colin is I wonder just how brilliant he is. Like, is he tracking the number of these D-Reacts left in the decks here?
And looks as though we are going to go ahead, and I believe we activated the Iron Song Versus on that attack.
It's been left sideways for a little bit.
It has. No Courage token generated. I saw Colin point to it, but now Charles is once again just taking some damage.
He is the aggressor and he knows
Yeah.
it. Again, when my opponent puts his cards like that and they go straight into the pitch, I know I'm effed. I just know I'm gone. Here it is, a dominated Crippling Crush coming in for 11, saying, if this crush effect hits you, discard 2 cards. And Charles has firmly gotten himself into the driver's seat now after really grinding Colin's teeth to stumps.
I believe we have a Steel Blade Shunt off of the Tunic, so we're not going to get crushed here. It's part of the reason you run the Tunic in this Kassai list is for those Steel Blade Shunts like you were alluding to earlier.
It's great in a long game.
Yeah, 100%. Charles, I believe, was able to establish another 0 for 4 defense reaction in that arsenal. Going to be huge. We're going to have to see when that gets deployed. First, hot streak. Currently no go again.
Yeah, opening with a hot streak is can be a bit of a signal here by the Kassai player that there's no sort of additional way to confer go again.
Fascinating change of pace in this game. We've seen Colin be so content, so happy to play for the long game. However, Charles is really showing, I'm ready to start putting the pressure on. This run through is going to power up a Centauri Saber, but just with the tunic counter and the Rampart, is Charles even afraid of 4 damage here?
But Colin has demonstrated the foresight in this game to be pitching those Raisin armies continuously towards the bottom of his deck. He knows that it wasn't the time that he really needed. Okay, we're reaching for the graveyard. That's what I want to see, because you really want to start now keeping track of these defense reactions, because Colin might be thinking, I wouldn't mind a couple more on hits here, actually connecting with some gold generation or something similar. So good time to make a mental note of those and try and. But does he expect 3 hold the line? I don't know. It depends what kind of read he has here. But Charles won't fully block this out. Buckling blow here will eat 3, and we will get some damage done.
Time for the single copy of Remembrance. So we have gotten all the way back to that point in the deck, folks. Let's see. We're going to grab a Spoils of War. Let's see. We're going to grab a second Spoils
Probably
of War.
3.
Have to imagine that's one of the most premium cards in the deck. 1, 2, 3 is the winner here. They're all going back in. They're getting shuffled. But Charles, he's been ready to take some damage because he knows at this point Colin's been setting up for the long game, but has he set himself up with enough life to get there?
You need that buffer, right? And that has dwindled. To be fair, these players have walked each other's life totals down just fine over the course of the game. Colin needs to shuffle those cards back in and then draw up his hand and then decide. So Charles is, maybe... Yeah, uncharacteristically speedy here now as he realizes he has a chance to sort of look to close this out before things get out of hand. He runs 2 copies of Remembrance, Charles does. So, those red attacks that we're starting to see thrown out will be able to be brought back into the fold. This Command and Conquer would be one of those here. So, Colin now at a point where it's like, man, I don't want to be given cards here, especially don't want to get caught with awkward defense reactions stuck here. Don't know what's in that arsenal.
Which is what it is, I believe.
Oof.
The fascinating thing for Charles here is because he's put all that pressure on, he's come down to a point in this game where now all of a sudden Raisin Army looks much more threatening than it did when he was at 25. Now all of a sudden 3 Centauri Sellswords start to look a little more interesting if you're Colin. A couple 3 blocks being put in front of that Command and Conquer here. I do believe there's at least one other defense reaction in the arsenal as well as maybe the hand. So don't want to let that just get eaten up by the CNC.
Some nice cards that Charles has put in his deck. Lots of different colors on those pitch strips, actually. Terra Sunder, Starstruck, I think, and then a Crippling Crush put back in the Bravo deck. And here, it's nice and thin. There's a good chance you're going to run into these. And basically every turn cycle, you can be really sticking one of those big attacks in front of your opponent here. And nothing but the hot streak for Colin.
And Colin, once again, keeping some defense reactions in the list, keeping that red steel blade shunt ready for when we get to that point of the game. If we get all the way through the second cycle again, 18 minutes left in the game. Both players sitting at 13 and 14, sub 15. This is going to come down to the wire.
Starstruck in the hand for Charles there. He just drew that one up. So that's an option. Charles sees the hot streak and says, if I don't block this, it doesn't get go again. A completely reasonable way to play if I want to be leading the charge here. And here it is. Starstruck comes out. Not dominated, but still is going to be asking for a lot of cards. I mean, it's 10. The Crush is on 4. So, again, when you have Dynamo in your list, you don't have to give an extra card to avert the Crush, which is really handy. But Colin needs full grips to force damage. At least he has a Blade Runner here. So there's an easy go-again enabler, but that actually gets thrown away. And, yeah, we will throw... Oh, the Fate comes out here.
And we're going to go ahead and put that Nourishing Emptiness to the bottom. Looks like we're going to keep it for later. But the Fate Foreseen there, the one of in this list, a nice way to keep himself from getting crushed. Only take a couple points of damage. Looks like we have the Spoils and a Glint. That's going to be pretty threatening here.
Yeah, again, you already have go again. You just want to throw out the Spoils now, and you're going to be asking Charles to throw out and try and block here. And again, we'll get a deck count soon and get an idea of how both these players are tracking. Notice that Colin definitely less cards in deck now as opposed to Charles. He's had to block some stuff, like 2 card blocking Command and Conquers and such. So I'd expect him to bring a healthy... I mean, I think Colin has to have had 70 sort of cards or so here. Here's a Fate. How many of those we got left? Maybe only 1 or less in the deck, but the Staunchers are still hiding out in Charles's hand.
Valiant Dynamo once again removing that counter. That card seems good, man. I remember
so
I bought that card a long time ago. I was like, I can't wait for this card to be good. It just seems busted.
You wonder why they didn't just make an adult version of
Old
Kassai Centauri Sellsword?
That's why.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of it, that's for sure.
Just a little hammer for 4 here. Looks like there's another Crippling Crush headed to the arsenal for Charles, ready to dominate if he ever gets the opening from Colin. The question is, Tunic counter on 2. That's a Steel Blade Shunt.
Steel Blade Shunt. We have an Overpower, a Harder Final, and an Outland Skirmish, I think, in the hand here. There's Shunt from Arsenal. Completely reasonable way to use it, especially if you're already sitting on one more and you can develop that with a Tunic counter up.
And it just flips the life total. Colin able to gain a life and deal a life to Charles just like that. So,
So
a
good,
nice
right?
little,
I like
nice little
that.
play there from Colin. And the Tunic's up to 3.
Yeah.
We have the Raisin Army in the hand here. Or it looks like we're just going to go ahead and keep it around because this hot streak right now doesn't have any go again.
Yeah, again, we need to attack with a sword, right? But for our Centauri cell
So
swords.
if we just develop them now, they'll just be sitting there,
That's
sitting
right.
ducks, ready to die.
A whole lot to do. Charles, looking down. Yeah, again, is that yellow staunch? Yellow staunch.
Oh yeah, he got 3. He got 3 yellow staunch,
It's
my
just
brother.
a crime against humanity. Someone get Geneva on the phone immediately. This is, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. So again, yeah, still plenty of D reacts to play with, but they don't feel nearly as good thrown at sort of allies.
Looks like Charles here just going to go ahead and take the 2, head on down to 9. You know what that means? Got to be a big old dominated attack.
Again,
Oh,
the
yep.
steel blade shot.
Threw it right in the arsenal. There's a crowd behind us watching through the window, folks. This is the barn burner of the day. The two of the 4-0s. Charles Dunn going to go ahead and perhaps activate the Bravo here. And just throughout that,
all right,
Starstruck.
10. So the steel blade shunt plus the dynamo means you're only taking 3. If that's a red shunt, right, that is pretty important. I think it was red. Card, dynamo,
Tunic.
shunt. Nicely done. Really focusing on preserving life. It says 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 covered. It's a blue shunt, so you needed a little bit of extra help there, but you got it. Again, Charles really taking that turn off to develop, that big Starstruck turn. Obviously coming from Arsenal. And does get shut down, but Colin is down to 3 cards here.
Time to activate Kassai for Colin. If we're able to raise an army here, Colin is able to just immediately threaten lethal. As soon as he gets the raise an army off, as soon as he gets the sword swing, gives it the go again, those 3 Centauri cell swords will threaten Charles's entire life total. So the question is he able to find the go again? Looks like it's just going to be the spoils of war, giving the go again. Oh my goodness, and threatening a gold generation on hit, pitching the Raisin Army. Is Charles able to sniff it out? Like, hold on, you pitching one. What's that last card in your hand?
Yes, he is good enough. I think he's absolutely good enough to know what is waiting. So this is now Colin moving in towards his own endgame strategy. We're 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Spoils also, I mean, if there's any copies of Blood in Her Hands in the deck as well, like this.
I don't know. He's been blocking with them.
Super relevant.
No pitch floating at the moment for Colin, so any Centauri Cell Swords again would just be left to die.
There's a 3 staunch response hand, or is that 4 staunches in his hand? I think that's 4 staunches.
No way.
That's 4 staunches in his hand.
Oh my gosh.
I can't get me out of here. This is so wrong. Oh, my goodness.
Staunch response though, that's pretty bad against Cell Swords.
Not great. Yeah,
Those are
again,
terrible
it's really
against the
it's a
against
really
those homies.
unwieldy reaction to have to throw out. And you want it against these big, tall attacks, but against these little 3 damage hits, it's not nearly as good.
Colin just snap takes. This could be the turn. We might see. That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
go again.
I want more cards.
Slice and dice.
All
It's
right.
going to be Centauri Saber.
+3 on the Centauri Saber. He's coming for 5 or 6 if blocked by an attack action. It has go again. This could be big. Again, we don't see a Kassai activation on this turn. So
He's got a lot of go.
it's a 3 goal, right? That is good. It's very, very good in this situation. Charles can't efficiently block out a bunch of Centauri. Like he will leak 6 damage if he has to, right?
This is threatening 2 copper on hit. Slice and Dine is going to pump up the next weapon attack by 3, but Colin, I don't know if that last card in his hand is a yellow or a blue. The question is, does he raise an army here? And if he has 3 pitch, all of a sudden he's able to just threaten Charles's life total. Oh my goodness. If this Kassai, hey, we're still very far away from the end of this game, but this.
I mean, are we? I don't know, man.
Warriors don't normally feel good into Fatigue Bravo, if I'm not mistaken.
You hear the footsteps, like the ooh, coming over the mountain behind you. It's
And this is still 5 damage. This threatens half of Charles's life at the moment.
Yeah, and he can't block this efficiently either with like a hand that has 2 staunches in it. I think there's maybe a D-react in Arsenal, but like, how do you block this out and then be able to threaten that crippling at all, right? I just don't see how he's supposed to make that happen. It's a Terra Sunder, 2 staunches and a crippling. Is that a red staunch and blue staunch? Unclear. Yeah, this is getting extremely tight, and Colin is absolutely locked in. Red staunch. No extra pitch into that one, so 7 will do the job. It does also cover him from Blade Flurry, and here it is, my goodness. The army's been raised, baby. Let's make it happen. 3 Centauri Cell Swords will hit the table. They swing for 3. They are 3-2 allies, and if, of course, you've attacked with a weapon this turn, they have go again. How? Do you stop this relentless march?
3 damage, go again, and of course we can't forget there's that slice and dice that has been played, so the next sword attack gets that +3, so Charles has to think, there's Centauri Sellswords coming, but also that hot streak is going to get sliced and diced. This is sick.
I mean, again,
I'm loving this.
Yes, this is really tough. I mean, this is that sort of deterministic end game scenario that, you know, Colin is trying to create. That is
He
blue
has the
pitch.
blue.
Oh, buddy, he's coming in with 2 more cell swords.
Plus
Let
the
him
hot
swing, exactly, with that +3 on the backside. There is an absurd amount of damage to try and cover on a turn like this, and Charles is thinking, hang on, am I cooked? Was that a crippling in Arsenal?
It's a crippling. Yes, for sure. I remember him arsenaling that crippling. He doesn't have a D-react on this turn, so there's 6 more damage threatening on this turn.
There's 11, no?
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that sword swing at the
exactly.
backside.
6 from the Centauri, and then, of course, the hot streak here.
This is your United States national champion looking down the barrel, or rather, I guess the blade here of a number of cell swords accosting him, dragging him to the gallows for his crimes against fast play. That's right.
He does have the 1 floating for that Rampart of the Ram's Head. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and cash that in right now. Just block for 1, take 2, go to 7. We have 2 more pitch floating, so 1 more Centauri Sellsword. Here's 3 more damage. Charles is going to have to give that final card. He's going to be left with nothing, and then Colin is going to have a full grip. If he finds a go again, that might be it.
Yeah, he needs a go again source, and I don't think Charles can deal with the sort of the width of this kind of turn here. Here's the block. Yep, take 2 damage.
Go to 2. There's 3 sellswords sitting ready to fight for their master. All their master needs is a go again.
They are licking their lips here now as there's more than just blood on the sand. It is Charles Dunn brought to his knees here by this immense pressure in the late game of Kassai of the Golden Sand. Turning up against the fatigue strategy and showing that you can do it. And is that a glint? The Quicksilver types 2 in the hand. You better believe there's go again aplenty. Here's the hot streak swinging in now, and you better believe Colin is far from done.
Hot streak again. We're looking at how many blues does he have? How many cards does he have that aren't attack actions anyway? But we know that there's a way to get go again anyway. And of course, if you're Charles, you see a glint the Quicksilver pitched. You got to imagine you're staring down the bottom of the barrel here.
Can Charles survive this turn? I think if there's like a staunch in his hand, yeah. So it's like threatening 11 here. Glint says we get go again. Obviously, we're not drawing a card here, and here come the cell swords now. So he's number 1. All of them threatening lethal damage.
Staunch Response, again, so unwieldy here. You have to pitch 2 cards into it. That doesn't feel good when you have 3 cell swords coming at you. Here's the second.
Okay, eats that one up here. He'll be able to eat the 3rd one as well. Come in with the sword swing on the backside. Staunch is going to be pitched into Rampart of the Ram's Head to at least keep Charles above water. But your boy doesn't have any equipment. No cards to play with on his turn. That card stuck in Arsenal, which I think is still that crippling crush. And Colin, he's coming back for a 3rd round.
Does he find the go again here? The Heart of Final, the Overpower, the Raisin Army, no go again on this turn. The question is,
can he get it from this?
With the Overpower, is the Overpower enough to just finish it here?
I mean, that's a blue overpower, so that's
exactly.
+4.
That's a lot of damage. And does he have a non-attack action card to block this hot streak? The answer is no. The answer is no.
way. He blocked it with an attack action. Charles had no choice.
We've been talking about it all game. By the end of the game, you're just going to have attack actions left.
He couldn't just block with the Rampart anyway. And here come the cell swords and the sword on the back. There it is. Unreal. Colin Eriksen topples your current national champion. Charles Dunn falls to the relentless onslaught of Kassai and her Centauri cell swords. And finally, we really get to see what this new hero and heavy hitters can do.
Oh my goodness. Huge shout outs to both these players. Charles, truly one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. I remember when I met him, I told him, dude, I kind of thought you'd be like a little more, crabby with your fatigue reputation, but he's truly like the kindest, warmest guy. With this, though, you have to, when fatigue strategies are so sometimes, challenging to get through, you have to come to the tournament prepared to beat fatigue if you want to get through Southern California. And Colin Eriksen, the 19-year-old...
I'm telling you, I came into this game saying he reminds me of Brody Spurlock. The guy is relatively new to the game, but he's genuinely brilliant, like a brilliant player, and he really showed it here. It's a fantastic deck. He was ready for a longer game. He just had a really grindy Victor matchup to get through as well. So you're feeling fatigue now, but bringing in the Tunic, having the shunts when you need them, maintaining sort of enough deck density to go the distance against, one of the most well-known, maybe if not the most well-known sort of slow, sort of fatigue-style player in the entire Flesh and Blood world. And yeah, you've got to be feeling great about that. That's homegrown talent here.
Look at that. People in the back stoked to see the new kid take down the national champ. But Charles isn't going anywhere. He's so good. He's X1 moving into this next round.
He's chilling.
He's chilling, but you have to feel good if you're fans of these new heroes. If you want, we've been hearing from fans of Flesh and Blood for quite some time now. They would like the new heroes to make an immediate impact into Classic Constructed when they join the fray. And if Kassai of the Golden Sand did not just show you that she can beat one of the most powerful strategies in the game when you don't have a plan, Colin came in with a plan and he executed.
You cannot build a deck in Flesh and Blood right now that I think is more effective at blocking, playing defensive, maintaining life, and pushing your opponent to fatigue. And again, like these strategies to break this have existed in Flesh and Blood for quite some time, right? Like Dromai, obviously, famously very, very good at developing the onboard presence that really threatens cards for efficiently or for free in many cases. Chain was doing it, of course, with Eclipse, with that sort of endgame approach here. There's a few of those methods that we have seen now. And once again, this is the kind of set where, I mean, Brian Gottlieb said it, like, in heavy hitters, like, it's going to be hard to fatigue, not only in the limited format, but so many 2 blocks, but with these options for the later game. Kassai will grind out that sort of long mid game, and if you can't overcome her, if you can't outvalue her across those turns, she will have a almost deterministic win condition established against you, which is something that the Guardians of old, the defensive players, sought to create here. So it's great to see a fatigue strategy overcome by this aggressive play. Like this is, Kassai is not necessarily like always above rate, right? Like she's very straightforward. She's like throwing 2 card 7s at you a lot of the time, but you're accruing that value over the course of the game. You have a goal to start with, right? With that Crown of Dominion, just need 2 more gold to do that. That's very scary.
I feel like we've been spoiled. Talk about spoils of war. We've been spoiled for games here. Both of the games we have gotten to catch together have been absolute barn burners. That was an incredibly exciting match between Colin Eriksen and the U.S. national champ Charles Dunn. Both of them doing very well. Now Colin moves on to X-0, 5-0 on this Kassai list. So we'll be checking in with him most likely in our top 8 of the tournament and see if anyone's going to be able to take down the young master of that new deck. And I think we're probably getting ready to take a quick little break.
Yeah, I think we will take a breather after that.
Move on
Slobberknocker
into the next. What was that?
Slobberknocker.
Okay,
yes.
We're going to take a short break.
are back. Get ready, everyone. Round 6 here at AGE Open in February. The year is 2024.
Yep.
The story is that young Colin just defeated Charles Dunn National Championship, and people are beside themselves.
Old Colin hasn't done that yet.
Old Colin's never played Charles Dunn, so we can't say whether or not I would have done the same, but let's just say probably would have been a similar outcome.
Yeah, we don't need to go into the details of that.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
We're gonna go into the details of this next game we have coming up, which is gonna be a Warrior versus a Dory versus Dromai.
How did I ever get so lucky? 2 Dory matches back to back. We got our good friend Ryan Alldredge over here on Dorinthea. He loves Dorinthea, we know that. And then Grant, who I don't know,
He's from San Diego.
San Diego guy. There we go.
Grant's
Back in it.
A new recruit, probably came playing around Bright Lights was when he actually started, and he's been a really big grinder. He comes to all the armories. He practices. He carpooled a bunch of people up here. He's part of it now. He's one of us.
Hell yeah. I think that's great. I think he's the only Dromai player in the top tables right now, which kind of tells you where the meta's at. It's not easy pickings for Dromai, or maybe they just need to adapt their decks to how things are going, but I guess we'll see in this matchup. This one I know people have feelings about this matchup, and I think it depends greatly on the player, but I know it can be a little rough on Dromai. Depending on Dorinthea, I think.
It depends on the mentality. So I play Runeblade, and I find the matchup it's similar with Warrior, where it's like you're fine clearing dragons because you get benefits for it. So I find that when the Dromai plays less big dragons and requires more blocks from like the go again attack actions, that's the better play than developing big dragons, in my opinion, because I have less things to hit, and I imagine that's the same thing for the Warrior. They have less things to hit. You don't want them getting those free Dawnblade buffs because it makes it harder in the long run. So you just need to play more red line and try and get the cards from hand right away. So here we have the Rabble turn 1. Good block. Good little sting. Sticking to the plan we discussed earlier.
Yeah, I was trying to look at Grant's list here, and what I heard, I think Blake played him earlier on and was saying he was mostly big dragons, so I'm not sure if he
can cut them too much or cut them thinner.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I don't know enough about like the Empress version versus the other versions, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out if indeed he is playing mostly big dragons, and how that could benefit Dory and all her special little hit effects that she gets.
I'm looking at it. It seems he is more of a standard big dragon list. He has D-Reacts, he has Sigils, and then he has all the dragons.
Tomotai, he's got Dominia. He
yep.
doesn't have Optimi because that's a pipe dream.
So it seems like he might have to lean in. We'll find out. He could draw all the right cards and filter correctly. I see a Toma Fendel in hand, which scary.
It's pretty good.
And looking at Ryan's list over here, a lot of one-ups, a lot of spice. I'm a fan of a lot of one-ups, honestly.
All right, so we got the Iron Song Determination coming in with the hit and run. We got Dominate. We've got Go Again. It's everything Dory ever wanted.
Ever.
Again.
Again.
And now she's got Blade Fury. It's a new card I have to hate and learn its text. But
Ryan, a great local player up here in LA, a big collector, as you can see from his bling. He still comes out and plays with it. I'm a big fan. Because a lot of people, when they buy the bling, they'll let it sit on the shelf. Come play with it.
Yeah,
slap some cardboard together.
We like to put the bling on the table out here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, when you see other people do it, you're like, well, I could do it. I got some stuff to show you. I'm pretty sure Ryan was there when the artist of Dorinthea was just selling cold foil for like cheap amount of money.
It's meant to be.
Oh, I missed out. I almost bought one just for the value.
All right, so no dragons yet. Grant is going to have to face down this Dawnblade with no distractions. He's going to figure out, do I just take this first counter? I imagine no, we don't want to, but Iron Song Determination is going to make it hard to not, just give it to him.
Oh, he is going to take it.
Because Iron Song Determination makes it so he can't block efficiently.
That is true. He does have, he's got the chess piece I guess that's his only blocking armor. So yeah, it doesn't. Not great for him getting that counter early. We saw how bad that went for Moises in our last Dorinthea matchup, but Dromai is a different beast.
No, definitely. And you let Dromai do too much, especially double big dragon here, it can get out of control. So so we got the Kyloria. Does he have another big dragon? Oh, yep, another big the big one. Invoke.
What if that's Dominia.
Dominia.
Yeah. Like, what if we just do this from the get? So Dominia coming in, gonna banish a card after he reveals a red. And that's just pretty good, you know? It's just pretty good.
So there's a lot of heads-up knowledge here. Like, which one would you banish if it were for you? You have an Overpower, you have a Singing Steel Blade.
Does it come back after you
route
banish it,
and
or it just stays
no,
banished?
you're
It's just
done.
banish.
Done.
I'd probably banish the Singing Steel Blade because actually, this is pretty bad.
It's Shun, Overpower, Steel Blade, Route.
I think Route and Singing Steel Blade are probably the two I'd be looking at. Overpower, I think, is a blue, which is probably his resource card. Singing Steel Blade is just too good. They can get any card in the deck, basically. So, yeah, that would be the one I'd get. They only got 3 of them in the deck. So I think that's a solid choice.
Yep. And now Ryan, as the start of his big dragon quest, he's going to have to now take up the mantle and slay these dragons to get through to Grant. But he could all have poppers. Does he have poppers? Let me see. I don't think Dory runs anything that's poppers.
Yeah, maybe Command and Conquer.
Yeah, just Command and Conquer I'm seeing currently.
Yeah, I don't think popping's what he's going to do. So he's going to have to kill these dragons the old-fashioned way with brute strength and a little sword that we like to call Dawnblade. But yeah, it's pretty good start for Grant there. You know, Kyloria is good on its own, but Ryan's gonna have to take care of Dominia, which he does. He's gonna pop his bolters to get go again for the hit. He's gonna activate Grains to make a vigor token, right? Yep.
And
he's gonna take out Kyloria. So that's pretty good.
Yep. Very aggressive, not allowing him to get too crazy. Popping bolters at 39 health. He says, I can't let Dromai get a hold of the board this quick. And especially Kyloria. You do not want Kyloria out because if Kyloria hits, either steals an item, which he doesn't have, so he's going to draw a card.
Yeah, I think those are 2 high priority cards.
You see what's in Grant's hand?
No, there you go.
The Tomultai and another Kyloria.
Oh, yeah. Well, Tomultai is expensive, so...
It is expensive. You need that. That's what the tome's for.
That is. But, you know, it'll come back maybe in the second cycle if we get that far.
Definitely playing aggressive right now.
Seems like it. Although Grant has 6 health just sitting in his hand right now. So
Classic.
that's cool. That's cool for him. We'll see how he plays this turn. Oh, he got a little blue dust up there?
Yep.
Interesting. He doesn't have go again.
We can't play the sigils, really, so we just play both sigil and dust up? I don't know about that.
But wouldn't you play Kyloria first?
I'm not a Dromai player.
I would think you attack with Kyloria, or maybe he's thinking, Ryan might pop it and he'd lose it, and maybe he just gets the ash from Dust Up. But yeah, that's an interesting play. But if he's a newer player, he's learning.
No, I believe he knows the reason why.
He knows.
So a little hit and run from Ryan, giving the blade go again. Ryan with 2 counters on his blade already, so this is going to be coming in for a 5. Very, very scary.
Yeah, that's rough. I don't.
Aren't you so excited to play Dory in your meta?
Apparently there's like 6 out there. We did attack with Kyloria. We just missed it. And then Spoils of War. Why not? Let's get some copper. Let's boost the attack value and also get go again.
Yeah.
This is why I like to say Dory ruins everything.
That's not true. Dory is the main character in this event here.
She's got main character energy for sure.
Not Kano.
Look, Kano's just out there doing his thing. I guess Dory is too. It's just I like his thing better. So coming in, I think for 6. No, 7 on this.
So
one.
it's going to be the original 5 from the Dawnblade, and then you're going to have the plus from
Doesn't Spoils of War give you +2?
plus 2 or 1.
+2, yeah.
Thank you. So it's +2. So coming in for 7, a nasty break point.
And then he's just gonna go ahead and Twinning Blade and swing it
matter what.
again.
Yep.
Why not? Yeah, so this is looking like a familiar story. Dory's racking up some of these Dawnblade counters, which at a certain point really can't be dealt with anymore. But if Grant can put enough dragons on the field, it kind of balances it out there. But if he gets enough counters from killing dragons, he's gonna be able to push that Dawnblade straight into Dromai's heart and take this game. But we're still early. We're sitting in 30 life range now. There's still lots of game left to play. But I think Ryan is, he's been carved from a Dromai meta that has existed much longer than this season. So he's definitely...
He turned his hat backwards. He's in it.
Oh, he's in it now.
He's in it.
He sees his blood in the water.
Hat backwards engaged.
Here we go. So I think Grant's got 1 card in hand. Let's see. What's he got in his arsenal? Will it impact this turn?
Grant's playing slow. It was the sigil.
Oh, yeah.
Grant's playing slow. He's not worried about life. They're still above 30, which...
I'm worried about his life. But that's just because...
Oh, commanding performance. I think that's the new card. So that's another popper right? Is that a popper or is that a non-attack? Let me see. Got to research new cards. Commanding performance.
Looks like a non-attack because he played another.
Okay, yeah. So I'm thinking of the other one. So yeah, this one is the +3 until end of turn. Your warrior attacks get when this is defended by 1 or more attack action cards. Destroy a card in the defending hero's arsenal. Very scary. So it just happens.
Yeah.
That
one's. I don't like that card.
I don't like that. No, a lot of pressure. Blocks 3, costs 1. What a great card. And another card from Heavy Hitters, which is Lead with Agility. Love that card in Limited.
I hate commanding performance. It's just you defend and you lose your arsenal card.
It's a attack action though, right?
Yeah, that's true. I guess in Dromai you're fine with that for the most part because you don't run that many attack actions. But for everyone else, that's just a nightmare. Looks like Grant's going to skirt that by with his multiple defense reaction hand, except Ryan's going to say no. We're going to route that Miragai, right? Or not Miragai, the other one.
He's shuffling 2
Dromai.
Yeah, Dromai, yeah.
Get the 2 action point dragon, and route going to just come over the top. Someone needs to tell Ryan to use the really big power dice right next to his right elbow. It's right there.
I see it.
It's right there, dude. Just pick it up and put it on the board. We know how
Since he can see it fine.
He's doing it on purpose. Shout out to Grant's T-shirt. It's the hot dog deal from Costco, and on the back, it's a quote from the CEO who said he'd kill anybody who tried to make the hot dog more than $1.50.
Oh man, Grant's all about value. Plays
Respect. So coming back, got the, nice to have that Dromai back in your hand, and then you get the Azalea as well. We'll do some arcane damage. We'll get some action points, doing all the things Dromai likes to do. Very interesting, I think that Dromai did show up not in force, but there's 6 Dromais in the field, I think, so pretty good. But it does seem like they are struggling on the day. I mean, especially with the number of Guardians we have out there. I'm not totally surprised, but I know some people do like that matchup. I know it's difficult, skill intensive, and can be a bit grindy, but it was my impression that it still was pretty good for Dromai. But now it looks like Steelblade Supremacy is coming out. We're gonna get to draw cards as we kill these dragons, and will he push damage at Grant, or will he just keep wiping the board? At a certain point, it does become a thing where Dorinthea needs to worry about how many cards are going to be left in his deck to go wide, push damage. If he's spending them all on dragons, is he going to be able to push enough damage at Grant? But I think, there we have it. He's playing out another, what is that one again?
So that's Steel Blade Supremacy.
No,
the Lead with Agility.
Lead with Agility.
Yeah.
Some of these cards, they're hard to see in this new set. So yeah, coming in for a big swing at Grant, I'm guessing, because why would you buff it up for Azalea? So trying to maintain both the board state and put pressure on his opponent, because you really need to do both to beat Dromai.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the lead and some other cards that we didn't see in the other Dory matchups, and you're seeing it really shine. Just as Leon was mentioning in the interview earlier, that Warrior got juiced. It got a lot of new tools that help really with their consistency. This agility token giving the weapon go again is massive.
Lead with speed. That's what it is.
Lead with speed. Okay.
Yeah. It creates an agility token.
Yeah.
And of course, it gives it +3, because why not? Although it does cost one, so that's different for Warrior. They got to pay for it.
Nah, you got the grains. So if you're pitching extra to it, then you get the vigor.
Oh god.
You just store it in the bank. Free city.
It's too good. Too good.
All right, Grant looking to block out this big Dawn Blade, hoping to stop Ryan in his tracks. Looks like he's going to. No hits for the Dawn Blade. Oh, no, he hit the earlier one, didn't he?
Yeah, he hit the dragon.
So that's going to keep it there. But just no hits directly to Grant. So keeping those counters, Grant saving some damage. Going to play with his board here. Has the Azalea to pressure. He needs to find those things like Rake the Embers. Things that let him go extremely wide and be able to leak damage to Ryan. And at the beginning here, I felt like Ryan had a big commanding lead. But as you can see, as Dromai does, slowly shifting the tables with her healing, her board presence, 32-27. Grant looking in the lead position here. It's going to be really interesting how it turns out around 20 health. What these people are going to have to do in order to gain the advantage.
Oh, I was like, does he have go again? He had the agility token.
Yeah, he just ate it real quick. You missed it.
Yeah.
A little Cheez-It token.
Warrior just didn't have enough ways to get go again. So, I'm glad that they got these agility tokens in here to help them out with their game plan. She's going to be swinging yet again with the Dawn Blade. Oh, nothing to worry about here. It's just a Dawn Blade. I only have 3 cards in hand and a card in arsenal. Or is it 2 cards in hand?
It is 2 cards in hand.
He shuffles so fast. That's why he's good. If you want to get good, you got to learn to shuffle fast.
1, 2, 3. Maybe it's 3.
Is it 3? It's very tricky. I think it's 3.
It's 3.
Yeah. The way he's doing it makes it look like
3. I can see that.
So block out 9. Is that going to be enough? He's like, well, let me look at your deck to see how many defense reactions he's
Saw 2 defense reacts.
He still has the sand covers as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Ryan is trying to play safe here. Grant trying to stop this Dawn Blade from getting too crazy.
It's the thing to worry about. We saw Moises. I was talking to Moises after his game, and he was like, "Yeah, I just don't know how to block Dorian." I'm like, something we all learn to deal with. At least, try to learn to deal with.
First time.
Because it's difficult. But he was having a great time in that game. It was fun to watch, even though he got stabbed by the Dawn Blade.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, big thoughts here. So he did clear the dragon initially, so he's going to keep the counters. Now he's wondering, do I push past this to try and really snowball my Dawn Blade into unblockable territory? Like, there's no way you can block this without giving me everything.
Yep.
Currently 2 counters. Run through.
There we go, and a Blade Flurry. People all over the Discord asking for it. They're like, I need this card. It's too good. Gives me +2 now and +2 later. Right? That's what it does? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's +2 on the front and another +2 on the second.
Yeah. It's good. The card's good. That's why it's got an M printed on it. Puncture is the other one. Thank you. Thank you, Chad.
Colin CE's a warrior card, just forgets about it immediately. Just doesn't want to remember it.
I know the classic ones. I just haven't had to deal with it for so long. That I don't
Well,
know.
guess what? You better get ready. Start studying, Colin.
I know. I'm gonna have to do it. I know. There's too many warriors. Young Colin out here just taking down the titans of the game, and I'm out here not knowing what puncture does. But that's fine. I don't need to know because I'm not playing against Dory right now.
Yeah, if it happens to all of us, it's okay.
All right, so
32-27 still.
this I think this can be a bit of a grindy match. Dromai's got a lot of blocking ability. They've got good ways of covering up damage. But you got to start worrying about this Dawn Blade with its counters. It's got +3 in piercing. Thank you, Brandao TCG. Out here doing the Lord's work.
So a double block here from Uvia. 2 Uvias, it looks like. Oh, and a sand cover. Nice. In the arsenal.
Cover that up pretty good. Does he got? He's got the Iron Song response. He's got another puncture, which we know does +3 and has piercing.
And Iron Song response.
And another sand cover. Oh, God.
Go. He was ready for that one.
Yeah, he's like, come on, do it. Do it. Give me your cards. I'm going to cover it up. We got rid of those counters. All right, a bit of a reset here. Ryan having to work real hard to get damage through. That's the thing, though, with Warrior. Like, it takes a lot of cards, and I think I said this earlier. It does in some ways feel similar to like Azalea and Ranger, where like you're doing these pumps up front, and then you're swinging your sword. So like it, but Dory's not going to be like that. Kind of. I mean, I guess you could do fatigue Dory, but for the most part, it's going to take a couple cards every turn to swing your sword in a meaningful way.
Yep, and it's okay. Ryan did lose his counters, but guess what? He's got the steel the one card you can get from the what's it called? The classic battles steel blade. It gives +1 counters to it. Plus he has a dominate.
Glistening steel blade.
Glistening steel blade, and then
that card.
And he has the thing that gives it dominate. So he's going to be getting those counters back really fast here.
Oh God, what a combination that is. Glistening steel blade, of course. The specialization gives you go again, and then whenever your Dawn Blade hits this turn, put a +1 counter on it.
With Dominate.
Insane, with Dominate. So, gonna get upwards of 3 counters in one
Grant
turn.
astounded, reading the cards again to make sure this is exactly what's happening. Yep, this is rough. Grant did all that work, gave 2 sand covers, blocked all that to reset, and Ryan says, I'm going to come raging back with this 2-card combo, which is really, really good, honestly.
Yeah, it's probably one of the more distressing things that Dorinthea can do.
Does he have 3 counters on there now?
Yeah, I think he does.
I don't know if they're counters. I think they're signifying he's getting +3 from this, and this.
No, because he hit twice.
He hit twice, and then got the third one. So, yeah, Ryan has 3 counters now.
Yeah.
That is the scary zone.
It's the full Monty right there.
Oh, man.
It's right back to where we were, except even better now. He had 2. They went away. Now he has 3. Up tremendous, as we like to say.
But with a Tome slapback, let's see if Grant can read his way out of this.
All right. We're going to draw 2 cards. He can pitch 2 reds, make some ash. Let's see how he's like, I got clapback turns too, so. But will it matter when his Dawn Blade's swinging for 6? 1 for 6 right now.
Oh, it's going to be more than 6, Colin. You know that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's its baseline.
That's where we start talking, is at 6.
Yeah, let's add 3, add 3, add 3, and then we're talking about what we're really talking about. So, just
now we're making sandwiches.
Possibly 1 for 15 in 3 cards,
All right. Kind of looking at Grant's hand. He didn't draw anything too strong. No big dragons, a D-React, and some Rabble. So he's kind of figuring out what dragon I want to keep. Do I want to keep this D-React? All right, so no on the D-React. Get some Ash, which is really good. You need to keep that Ash economy up.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And a Toma Fendel. Insane. So healing so much from the Toma Fendel after that.
Wow.
So is that what, 6? 1, 2, 3. It was 5. Healing 5 from that Toma Fendel.
That's great.
Massive. Grant almost double digits on healing this game.
That's pretty nuts.
Yep.
I mean, he's played most of his sigils already, I think. How many?
He played 1 sigil, 2 sigil, yeah. He's thinning the deck. He definitely, looking at Grant's list right now, he has 3 sinks, he has 3 fates, you know, he has the sigils. So he's getting he's thinning his deck. He's getting out those early blocks and early sustains, and then second cycle is where it's like, I got into that more, now I can be more aggressive, you know?
Yeah.
Which is good, because that's what you want to do against Dory, because Dory's sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. And then Burn Them All just comes out, and that just becomes the chip damage generator that can really turn the tide on a game, just because you get so much value out of it the longer it's there. Which, based on his graveyard, can be there for a pretty good amount of time. But will he have dragons to push that damage with?
I feel like so much has happened, but at the same time, there's still like the same health.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just eking down. So it's really going to come to a point where either someone can really pull the tempo, push more damage, and get all the cards out of their opponent's hand. Or, you know, I guess on Grant's side will be, can he get his board state to a point? I mean, like you said, I think he really does need a rake or something like that that's going to, I mean, even that Uvia is like, at least that would be harder. It's harder to kill, although I guess now he's swinging 6 on his Dawn Blade, so, and now we're going up to 7. Oh my goodness.
So looking at Grant's board currently, Grant has a very interesting line to win through Arcane. He has the Burn Them All developed, and Ryan has 0 AB.
Yeah, exactly. But can he live long enough when he's swinging for 7 to 14 every turn going forward?
Just close your eyes, and you're going to be there for a ride.
Yeah. Do you believe? In
2 big dragons is massive here, though, and the other one being the 3rd Kyloria is super important, because Ryan's not going to want to let him snowball off of that Kyloria, and now he can also attack with no fear because of the other Misty Dragon.
Did we get our Burn Them All trigger? Did he take that damage?
I trust him.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, for Grant's sake.
They manage their triggers, not me.
That's right.
Yep, there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Pointed at it, got the finger, says, you got to take this.
This means you're going to die in 22 turns.
Dromai can do it.
Yeah, if anyone can, it's Dromai.
Dust Up. Grant putting really good pressure here.
Yeah, Dust Up, just a great card.
Both players not letting they're not letting each other phase each other too hard. I haven't seen Grant get too demoralized or Ryan get too demoralized. They know their outs. They're very comfortable on their deck, it seems like, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for both of them, you know, it's a game where they got to concentrate, you know. Not a lot of, I mean, they're both wearing masks, but not a lot of joking looking like it's happening in this one, just because I think there's a lot of things to factor and board states and cards to keep track of, and I think that can be, you know, you got to play this one tight on both sides, because I think either way it can get out of hand, which it's getting close there with this 1 for 7 Dawn Blade action we got going on.
Yeah.
Man, Vigor tokens and utility tokens for Dorinthea. Gross.
So many tokens.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It looks like, I think he's going at Grant. He's going face here. What's he got? Oh, it finally looks like he's got a rake in hand, but it looks like he's thinking of, oh no, okay, he's got a fate foreseen.
But a 7 attack.
It is
so
7.
Spooky.
7 attack. It's
no more
lot.
armor, so everything has to come out from, well, you have 1 armor, I think, on the furnace, but you don't want to give that up. Everything has to come out of hand here. And has to block with a rake.
Which is a 2 block, right? Ooh. Steel Blade.
Up, and immediately
And
fetches the
oh
Clint.
my god.
Giving it go again. Classic.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think, at this point, it's probably, I don't know. It seems like Ryan might be pivoting and looking at pushing damage at Grant, trying to win this game. But you always got to be a little bit worried about letting them get too many dragons on the field.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Another one
steel
for a fetch.
blade. Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
He's just like, what if I just give you more damage to take? What do you think of that?
Or you fetch the blue, which is really cool to pay, for it.
So he's got 7, 10, 13,
Iron Song, oh my gosh.
16 damage on this, I think. That's
Ooh,
That's a lot.
Fate comes down.
Fate comes down, but I think still damage.
This is not
going
enough,
through.
but it does help soak up some of that damage.
Yeah, that was just huge. That was a huge.
It was a 13 block, and he did.
That was a big sword. I think. Wait, I was
No,
gonna
no,
look. Is
one,
Rake
2, 3,
2
3.
blocks?
I think it actually was enough, wasn't it? So it's
Rake is 2 blocks, so he had 8, 12. So he should. I think he took.
it was 8, and then it's a 12 block, and then he was at 7. Yeah, it was enough. So it was at 7. The singing steel blades only get +1.
Oh, it's +1 on those.
And
Yeah,
then-
because
and
they
so
fetch.
it's-
Okay,
yeah, so
I kept
it would
thinking
be
3. Everything's
9.
3.
So it was exactly enough to where he could stop it.
Dude.
Goodbye counters, Ryan.
Woof. Woof.
All that work gone.
Man, a lot of investment in that sword, and then good blocking on Grant's side. I think he had 2 glints.
Yeah, I think it was 2 glints. Yeah.
He had 1 in hand.
Yeah, there's 1 pitch and there's 1 on the board.
Yeah, so that's pretty unfortunate. He'd made a big play at the hero's health, and now he's left with 2 dragons on the field that he has to deal with.
Not the fun ones either.
Not the fun ones, no. I mean, he's not really, for him, Maragai means less because he's not looking to pop a lot of dragons. But it would be nice if he could, if the cards came up for it.
I really feel Grant stabilized well here.
And there is the
A clear on that. It gives go again, just inheritedly from Valor.
Warrior's Valor on hit. Yep.
So he's got another option to swing again.
He did have that popper in hand.
It wouldn't matter against Misty Dragon.
Yeah. That always happens. You're like, oh, I finally have a popper. And they're like, I play Maragai. And you're like, I hate this.
Stop it.
Yeah. Just let me have fun.
I'll tell Mom. playing legal cards.
Give me the controller back. It's my turn. Okay. So, Grant looking to have another turn. He hasn't done much since he gained a bunch of life off of that tome, that double tome play.
It'd be much closer if he hasn't healed so far.
Yeah. Dromai tome and then Tome of Findo was a pretty good combo piece to just gain a bunch of health and have a bunch of cards.
Slowly chipping Ryan down with that Arcane, but he's going to be running out of cards in his graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are red, so I think his graveyard is on the bottom. He's one of those players.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think he's got
That hurt my brain.
He's got a lot. I know. I don't like when personal take. I don't like when people do that. I think it's confusing to have to relearn how to read the board.
Give me back my borders. My zone mats.
I need my zones.
I need to know.
Get in the zone. Auto. Oh, we don't get a advertising bonus from AutoZone.
Oh,
yet,
Don't
so
plug them. They didn't pay for that.
we're more of a keys on Van Nuys kind of guy. All right. So Tom, thinking about what to pitch.
Always a hard one.
Always a hard one. Yeah, where.
I think he has 2 E-strikes in hand. I can see.
Oh, that's too bad.
E-strikes are good.
Yeah, but when you have 2 in hand, it feels weird.
Too much.
Yeah. Too much enlightenment can be a bad thing, is what they say. Ash getting a little low. Not sure if. Oh, but he's
Oh,
about
yeah,
to
oh,
pump
yeah.
it back up.
It'll
Yeah,
get corrected.
okay, yeah. What a good card the Tome of Imperial Flame was.
I remember people were sleeping on it for a bit, and then we played it like, yeah, you're no way.
Yeah.
You're wrong. This card's great.
Yeah, just draw cards and make Ash. Okay, fine. Pitching that rake, I guess, he's not viewing that as a key element to his win condition. Currently, he has another Tome of Findel, and maybe he could just be looking to play the longer game. I think the longer this game goes, probably the better he is, because he can do this chip damage that's always going to go through with the burn them all. If he can gain some life, keep taking cards out of Ryan's hands, and even push through some damage, I think it's really going to get uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, Ryan's definitely now looking a little uncomfortable.
All right, never mind. He's going to pitch the Tome of Findel, of course, and play Necria, because that's the best dragon.
Oh, that's so hard for Ryan to clear without those counters.
Oh my God, yeah, it's gonna do some damage.
Ryan laughing a little bit about it because he knows.
Yeah. Thanks.
And he can't pop it either.
Thanks, Necria. Yeah, it's a bad combo to have Maragai and Necria facing you down, but it will do some damage. It will lose some health because that's how Necria works, but it also makes Ash. So, feeling very good on the Ash right now.
Yeah.
Which I would thought. Oh, he would have gone to 3 when he pitched 2 red, and then 1. I think he should have 3 Ash, but maybe I'm wrong. Where's that 3?
No, he used Ash to make the Dragos. Because he played that one.
Yeah, but he pitched 2 reds to do it, and then Necria makes Ash when it does damage.
I don't think it did damage. He blocked it, right?
Oh, did he? Anyways.
Yeah, he blocked it.
Fine.
Meow, meow, meow.
Oh, great. It's the old 1-2, I'm going to stab you and draw a card and get go again.
You sound so enthused about that combo.
Steelblade Supremacy and Glint the Quicksilver. Come on, man.
This has been out since the beginning of the game.
I know. This is where my trauma began, I'm telling you. Everybody was playing Tall Dory in both Blitz and CC. And I had to learn all these cards and get sad about them.
All right, we got some questions here.
What is this card? And how does it work? It's Necria, and I don't know is the answer.
The Demonistary Dragon.
Such a cool... That's one of the best looking dragons. It's just like
Spooky.
wild
It's a
art.
skeleton dragon.
It is. Well,
It even has its own Ash.
Yeah, whenever you deals or is dealt damage, put a -1 health counter and create an Ash.
I think maybe they was asking, like, is blocking, is that doing damage? Like, no, it's not. That probably was it.
Well, I think...
Or if he's clearing that dragon right now, then...
It's got 7 health if he does +2...
Yeah.
4...
Oh, he wouldn't be clearing that dragon right now.
I think it's got 7 health, and it should have a -1 counter. I guess he might be asking if it generates the Ash when you kill it, but I would think so because...
Yeah, if you cut off its head in one stroke, does it still make the Ash?
Yeah, because you did deal damage, but I think he does have it killed with the Steelblade Supremacy and the counter on there.
Mm.
Exactly. No, they are asking if you are clearing it, does it make an Ash? That's what I just said after thinking about it for too long. But we got the Glint, which will give it going in, and he doesn't draw a card because it wasn't blocked.
That's where it was.
But, just little Brave Forge bracers, and then let's just swing again. Why not?
Try and get those counters back up.
I thought he... oh, he did kill it. Okay.
There's a little bit of a delay in the user having to move the cards. It's not Talishar. Things don't just happen instantly.
Yeah, like, what the hell happened? 33 triggers all at once. I don't know. Who cares? Just press pass. So it looks like this one's coming to the face. 7 power. Thanks. He found the power die. What great.
Wow. And it's a draw on hit.
Of course.
Of course. Why not?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah.
It's just that easy, folks. You play Steelblade Supremacy and you profit.
Grant looking to block.
Ryan's graveyard looking a bit taller than his deck, which is always something to worry about, although Grant's also looking a little thin on his side as well. Got 15 minutes. I don't think we're worrying too much about going to time, but we've had, some long games out there in the field today. I think, actually, Grant does have a draw. I thought Grant did draw. Or that was a different Dromai player, maybe.
There's an interesting thing I've been observing. Like earlier in the day, people play less slow. They're so excited to be here. They want to, win fast. As the day progresses, the games get slower. They start using their more time because they're warmed up. They know those lines. They know what's in their deck. So definitely, I think as you hit rounds 6 or 7, you're seeing people use the whole time, which they should. You're granted the whole time. Use it and make the right decisions.
Yeah. And, I think it's easier to make mistakes. You're starting to get tired, so you really, the less mistakes you win or you make, you're better chances of winning the game because of that, on its own.
Always.
Which is seems dumb and simple to say, but it's pretty. Ooh,
another burn them all coming down.
Pretty true. So another burn them all. So we're just gonna double up this arcane damage and put this ticking time bomb on fast mode. So Ryan's sweating a little bit. We see him wiping his head. This was going one way for a long time, but it is now really pivoted into another way. I think that turn where he got stuffed was pretty bad because he had 2 dragons on the board and kind of went for it to make that play. I don't know if that was greedy or not. I think it might have been more better if he had gone for a hit and then try to push a little damage, at least clear the board a little bit. But
Grant had to have that. Grant had to have both the soaks.
That's true. That's true.
Like even if you had one, he's like, okay, I'm okay. But Grant had to have both so like Grant had what he needed to pivot there, and there's no way Ryan could have guessed that or played around it, in my opinion.
Why not? I'm looking at Grant's cards. I could tell you what he's going to do. No, that's it. That's always the case. It's hard to make that choice. I think it made sense to try to press that advantage and gain a little more of a lead in tempo and in the game, but he is on the back foot right now.
Dromai has too many good blocky cards.
It really does. It
So many
really
blocky cards.
does.
And Grant's definitely running all of them in this list.
So Glistening Steel Blade yet again coming out to hopefully replenish the counters. It's going to get one right off the bat. And, that's why this card's busted. You just get counters. Like, what if Dory's and Dawnblade's ability were just even easier?
We're on second cycle.
Are we?
Yeah, there's a tumble tie right there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so his deck must be pretty thin.
Yeah, they're thinning out here, so we're playing a grindy game.
Yeah. Which I kind of expected, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. I haven't played this matchup, so I think it probably is grindy. I think it's just a lot of... I mean, anytime you're dealing with Dromai, unless you can just straight aggro them, like, you got to clear dragons. That's just going to take a certain number of your turns that you would normally just be trying to fight the hero instead of fighting all their dragons instead.
Yep, Glistening Steelblade is not as threatening without Dominate, so I think Grant's for sure going to want to move to block, but there's no go again, I don't think, currently on the blade.
And I think maybe Glistening is when you hit the hero, do you get the...
Yeah, it's has to be.
Yeah, it hits a hero. Okay, yeah, okay. So it doesn't get the +1 on the dragon, which would be totally nuts. It's still nuts, but
good card.
If it does hit the hero this time, though, it will get 2 counters, one from Dawnblade and also one from the Glistening Steelblade. So we'll be back up to 3, which Ryan's done a good job at stacking those counters up. But looking down at these burn them alls, I just don't think he's going to be able to get over it in time.
So welcome to Taumatai. He says Taumatai doesn't care about this matchup, especially in the second cycle. Like, you've used your armor.
Yeah. I mean, I could see maybe if you were a little bit behind, you try to get the Brave Forge bracers, but they only get activated every so often.
All Grant needs to focus on is just being able to swing with something for the burn the mauls, and he currently can't.
That's true, but he has two. He has 2 cards.
Iron Song response, too good. Back to those counters.
Back to 3, baby. Let's go.
It's disgusting.
All right, Ryan's deck is bigger than I thought it was.
Say that again.
I said Ryan's deck of cards is bigger than you would think.
It's true. It really is.
You're looking at it top down with no sense of depth.
All right, so we got a little Ashwing out here with
Billowing Mirage.
Billowing Mirage. That's what I think Grant didn't really get to see too many of this game was Ashwings. And if you were able to develop like a good Ashwing base, his pressure would be better. But it's 28 right now, so I'm not.
Yeah.
He's not worried. He's not complaining. But Ashwings definitely seem like something that would be massive in this matchup.
Yeah, no, but Grant's played this very tight. I think the big tome find out play, gaining a lot of health, gaining early health from Sigil. He's managed that really well, and he's weathered the storms of these massive Dawnblade swings, and while presenting the multiple dragons. But yeah, I think it is. It does. I mean, it does seem like the Ashwings would make this better, but it doesn't look like Ryan's gonna be able to come back from this anyways. So
yeah.
Unfortunately, unless something crazy happens, but reading Ryan's eyes right now, his hat's gone from backwards to forwards. We're back
to forward hat. Original state of the game.
It might be a sign, or maybe we're reading into it. But he's gonna clear the dragons. But just 2 more damage at least coming from Arcane. And of course, here's another tome play. Oh god, and he drew a CNC off this. This could be murderous.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be very strong for Ryan.
Ryan's gonna be mad at me for selecting this game to be on stream.
It was your idea. I don't remember I told him.
Well, we were taking too long and people were starting to play, so we had to pick somebody. So I put my friend Ryan on stream against the only Dromai in the top 8. So this is what we get.
Well, this is also a very pivotal game for both players. So
yeah.
being X1 is massive. You're going to need to carry that into your next round, in order to top 8. We're doing the math. There's going to be a 7-0. There's going to be some 6-1s. There's only going to be a couple 5-2s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's really going to be important for the loser in this to try to win out in their last round. Ryan definitely is skillful if he does end up losing this. He could be in there with a chance, but we'll have to see how breakers work out.
So these burn the mauls have done so much damage, right? How many, there's 6 counters right here. There's 2 counters right. So this one burn the maul is 6 Arcane already, right? Because it's gone through. Plus the second burn the maul is 8. So Grant's done at least 8 Arcane damage through these burn the mauls, which is a massive. That's almost a quarter of Ryan's health. And by the time this game is done, probably 10 health from these burn the mauls.
Yeah, it's the value on it is very good. I think once people kind of figured out Dromai, I think that was one of the first things that really helped give her an edge in the field, was just getting those out there and just pushing a lot of damage, because not a lot of people are going to play Arcane Barrier against her, because it's important to be able to block physical damage as well. But his deck is getting pretty small over there. I don't know if that matters at this point. Probably not, because he just needs to survive 3 more turns to push 6 Arcane damage, but he might. No, his graveyard looks pretty big too. So
yeah, he's going through this. He's counting it. Oh, Grant's low.
Yeah, Grant's very low. He's played a lot of cards.
And he's running out of things to swing the burn the maul. So I think that's what Ryan's looking for now. He's like, I just got to get him down.
Yeah, I mean, if you can prevent that, it would be great. But it's gonna be close. I mean, I could see a world where Ryan scrapes this one back, but he's gonna have to get a little lucky on what Grant pitched. Unfortunately, because of the red heavy nature of the deck, just late in the game, Dromai always has good cards in her deck.
Oh, there's a Rake the Embers and a Rabble. Rabble's massive here.
Yeah, Rabble is just annoying because you're like, yeah, I do have to block it and take a damage.
And Grant will take those 1 points of damage are so massive when you're at 5. They feel like massive swords instead of little pricks.
It is, yeah, it gets scary every time. And then, of course, you know, we're going to throw down a dragon. Oh, and it's Uvia. It's a big dragon. She's got health on her.
Nice.
She doesn't do a lot of damage, but she can soak it up. So, and then she'll just make these little baby dragons that will now do 1 damage plus 2 arcane.
Pop is massive here, stopping the chain.
Nice.
All right, Ryan, get some cards.
Ooh, is that his whole deck? Is his whole deck?
He's not gonna draw. I don't think. He has like a couple more, right?
I don't know. Let's find out. He's going to banish first for Burn Them All. Banishing 10 cards. Easy peasy. He's only got 9 cards in the whole deck that are not red.
He's got a couple. He's got 1.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, oh, no.
Oh. Good pressure turn coming out of Ryan here. On hit draw, make 2 copper. Go again.
Yeah, I think he's done, though. I think Grant can just make a dragon and then...
But what happens if Ryan can present 14? He says no way, right? So I think Grant has to just take it on the chin and say, I do 2 arcane to you next round.
Oh, is he attacking him? I thought he was attacking Uvia.
Is he attacking Uvia? I don't know. Right
No,
now.
he must not be because that would just be done. That just happens and it's over. So he must be putting it at...
Yeah.
Grant try to win this game outright, but he doesn't have anything left, does he? Yeah, I think this might be game. I don't know if Ryan has anything that can really impact the rest of it.
He's going to take it. It has go again.
He's got 1 card in hand.
And he's going to pitch it to this one. So at 4, we're presenting. So it's
7, I think.
2 plus 3 plus 8, right? No? Because that's 3 counters. Dawnblade's 3. And then Supremacy's 2. So that's 8, right?
Yep.
On hit draw card. And all Grant needs to do is survive this.
Yeah, you just got to survive, swing back, deal 2 arcane. You know, it was a honorable presentation from Ryan here. Got him down to 4.
Yep. And then block. Grant sees the line.
Grant doesn't need a line. He's just going to push a dragon forward and win this game.
Unless draw.
Does he?
No sigils out of Ryan.
He's got an Oasis Respite, but I don't know if he's playing it in this one. Wow.
Congrats to Grant. It was a very grindy matchup.
Yeah.
Very grindy matchup.
That was good. Good handshake there. Good sportsmanship. We love to see it out here at AGE. And that is our round 6. Going into the final round, things are heating up all over the place. Top tables looking interesting. We got Kassai. We got Victor. We got a Kano up there.
Dash.
We got Dash up there. Yep. Aidan holding it down on his favorite hero.
We're going to have a lot of really cool top 8s depending on how next round kind of shuffles around. There's going to be a lot of specialists you might see at the very top.
Yeah, so it'll be cool to see where we get with that. I think probably for next round we'll try to find a winning in, get something with a little dramatic flair for y'all. Hopefully it's also a, interesting hero matchup and not just another one we've seen all day. But I think it's been good. The hero spread has been interesting. We've seen a lot of different matchups. There are a lot of KOs, but I don't think they are overwhelmingly winning. But they're definitely present in the top table.
We had a crazy spread. Everyone who's just joining us. This was the meta that we started with this morning.
69 players total out here on a lovely Saturday in Lawndale, California. I was corrected earlier, and then I immediately just was going to call it Hawthorne again, but we're in Lawndale. It's near Redondo Beach.
There was an Azalea at the top tables. Zayne running it back with Azalea, this AGE. You have. I think it's going to be a mix between specialists and meta decks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's shaking out that way. And then just KO.
Yeah, the Honey Badger.
KO is his own form of meta deck, I guess. But yeah, I think, Victor, Kassai have done pretty well as well. So hopefully we have a really cool top 8 coming up. But yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes with round number 7. And then there'll be a short break just to give you a little sneak peek. Short break will be another stream for everyone to move to for the top 8, which will happen, but we'll let you know all about that. Thanks, y'all, for hanging out in the chat, keeping us honest, keeping us entertained, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Sorry to keep you waiting, everybody. Welcome back to February's AGE Open. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Sam O'Byrne. Last round of Swiss. So large is our attendance today that we needed 7 rounds of Swiss to cut the top 8, which is great for us and great for you at home. And the players, I'm sure, are enjoying it, but I'm quite sure that fatigue is about to set in. I don't mean the Charles Dunn variety. I mean the actual, I'm bloody tired variety, but I've got to play for top 8 like our competitors in this next match.
Yeah, we've got a couple people sitting right at the edge. They're trying to get in. Let's take a look at these two incredible competitors.
Cronyism!
I know one of them. That might be what you're referring to. This is Aidan Kwasneski on Dash, inventor extraordinaire, my flesh and blood, my cousin. Ynez Navarez on Bravo Showstopper. So this is going to be a good game. I know Aidan definitely has learned quite a bit. He's been playing Dash. He was in the very first stream of the the very first stream ever of AGE Open. Aidan was playing Dash Inventor Extraordinaire in a Dash mirror back in those days. He's played a bunch of Bravo. He definitely liked the old him matchup back when that was more of a legal thing in this game. But the Bravo, because of that activated ability, being able to dominate, it's a little bit of a tougher go for the Dash players, and Ynez is definitely going to try to dominate her way to victory in this game. Aidan definitely playing a hybrid package, not going full pistol, not going full boost, going to definitely try to leverage the plasma purifiers and the induction chamber, and you have to imagine that Ynez is just going to try to dominate as much as possible and finish this game as quick as she can.
Yeah, I mean, Aidan wants to thin his deck of defense reactions and non-mech cards in the first cycle. That's really important. Play defensively, try and eat up these large attacks, and then you will have an opportunity to pivot and have more consistency on your boosts once you've gotten those D-reacts out here. So not like dissimilar to a Guardian's way of playing, where often that first cycle is throwing a lot of them D-reacts out and sort of pitching your reds away, keeping them in the deck here. So in the past and more commonly, the Bravo versus Dash matchup looks like a Dash that's playing full pistol package, right? Bravo then has to try and, break through that with smashing good time and stuff like that and try and avoid that sort of deterministic endgame state where, Dash is throwing like these lots of these massive pistol attacks here. I think Aidan's on 1 induction chamber, 2 plasma purifier here, so never going to fully develop that kind of board. And Ynez, and the deck list, there's a couple of interesting inclusions, I think.
Absolutely.
There's Humble in there, which is fun, and in some matchups, it's absolutely filthy. Boulder Drop in there at blue, which we don't always see, so that's always fun. But again, very much a Bravo list. I would not call this like a fatigue-oriented Bravo list from Ynez. She does have some number of sinks here, but there's no red staunch responses in this particular list here. This is a really deck that wants to go hard and fast. It doesn't play Tunic, so there's no sort of indication that we're going to see that sort of value-oriented Bravo plan on every third turn. Throw a sort of a 1-card 8 rather with the Tunic. Very much, this to me is pretty salt of the earth Bravo style,
With the tectonic plating definitely falling out of favor in just these classic Bravo lists. You look back to Worlds and some of that Wolfpack Bravo list that they really propagated and took to some pretty good success over these last recent tournaments. Michael Hamilton, Michael Fung, piloting that deck and bringing it to the forefront of a lot of people's minds. But Ynez definitely going to go ahead and just opt for the tectonic plating here and the Anothos. So I wonder, does that favor Aidan a little bit if he's facing a little more of just these 2-card make a seismic surge 6s and he doesn't have to block with that many cards, can look for his items, if Ynez is not throwing these big 4-for-8s every third turn, or is she going to be able to utilize those cards for dominate more? We're going to have to wait and let the game play out and tell the story.
Yeah, look, that's a really good question. I actually think it's how that has a lot to do with how the game state settles over the first few turns here. If Ynez can open up a lot of these sort of wider turns with Rouse and Zealous and stuff, that starts to become a little bit scary for any sort of player. Big shout out to Mara Faris in the chat. Our top 8 is absolutely fascinating. We have a Tech Levostin in top 8. Charles Dunn, I believe, is in that top 8, but suffered a loss on stream against Kassai as Colin Eriksen was able to raise an army and throw those cell swords. But we're into the game here straight away. Aidan, maybe looking to load up a little bit here as he's going first.
Yeah, I wonder if he won the die roll. Bravo would be happy to go first off in with a bunch of blues, activate that hero ability, and just come in swinging. Looks like Aidan's going to be able to activate the counters on the pistol and the induction chamber. It looks like he might have a defensive card ready to just plop into the arsenal right away. See if he wants to
reinforce the line there.
That's a good one.
So load. Arsenal a card here, draw up. There's a 0 to 60, I think more of the blue variety, if I'm not mistaken, in hand here. But so Aidan perfectly respectable turn. T-Bone, Sink Below drawn up here. So again, thinning the deck of those defensive cards in the first cycle is pretty reasonable here. Ynez not able to dominate a Bravo attack, but opening with a Zealous Belting doesn't suck.
No, certainly not. 5 go again. You know, these Bravo lists. Looks like she's on E-Strike as well. So some of the best ways to get the go again in this list, the Zealous Beltings, the E-Strike, the Rouse the Ancients. And Ynez definitely going to be wanting to put on the pressure here. Let's see if Aidan wants to throw down any of those defensive cards. He'd probably like to chain the Reinforce the Line into that Sink Blow in the arsenal, but you also want to make sure you utilize it on a Bravo activation or something where you wouldn't otherwise get to block with cards. And Ynez definitely not posturing like she's going to activate Bravo on this turn.
Again, you can stop a Crush effect with one card plus that Reinforce. So I don't see a problem with Aidan looking to part with the Sink at some point this turn. But Aidan more thinking towards what follows this Zealous Belting. Ynez still 2 cards in hand. More likely this is like a CNC Anathos kind of looking thing. A little bit awkward, but again, Reinforce the Line answers the threat of CNC pretty effectively. Or Aidan could just opt to throw those 2 of those sort of attack actions. Yeah, I like this much better, right? Eat that up, keep 2 cards. Arsenal that Sink.
Absolutely.
Continue to play like a bit of an attrition game with 2 pistol shots here. And I did say that there was a Tekla, I believe, in top 8. Connor Davenport was also able to take down Charles Dunn on his Fatigue Bravo list because, Tekla Vossen, the Necropotent, is pretty disgusting if you can assemble the pieces.
Absolutely. Our national champ went 4-0 currently, I believe, into 4-2. So fighting for his tournament life out there. Not sure what his matchup is, but, you know, it's not easy in these streets for him to
SoCal,
necessarily.
baby. That's right. Okay, possibly the most nightmarish matchup for a Fatigue Bravo deck to walk into, that Tekla Vossen one. I don't know how that plays out. That seems rough. Here comes some pistol action here. Aidan going to be pitching, I think, that blue T-Bone to fire off.
Couple more points of damage. Ynez have to think about. Looks like just going to take it, go down to 36. Ynez was not able to establish an arsenal on that last turn, so going to have to see exactly how much pressure she can put on that Sink Below an arsenal. We're going to keep close eye on it, see if it stops a Crush effect at a critical point. Aidan hasn't been able to find an item, which means he's going to draw them at some point, and that does mean eventually there's going to be a no block in that hand.
Okay. Blue disabled there, Thunk in the hand. Looks like it's like a Rouse the Ancients into potential Anathos turn here. Yeah, a lot of blues to deal with. So.
A lot of blues to deal with. Aidan, is he going to be comfortable if those are all mech cards, just laying down 12 block and just saying pass on over, knowing that this is going to be a pretty vanilla turn for Ynez, wanting to keep that Sink Below in the arsenal? He has to be aware of his cards in deck as well.
Bearing in mind, Aidan was able to see the remainder of that hand, has full information here about what will follow. Neither of those cards in Ynez's hand are great candidates for arsenaling. But one of them is going to go there anyway. So make a surge. And Bravo dominates.
Just to continue to pitch into the ability, just to make sure all the resources are used, I guess.
Yep. No good arsenal targets, like I said. You just Blue Thunderquake getting stuck there would be a bit pointless here. So Throttle thrown out there to block by Aidan. And probably not feeling too upset about how that turn has gone. Definitely hoping, though, to start to assemble that pistol package a little bit more, at least the truncated one that he likes to rely on here.
Absolutely. If that is the blue left in hand, going to be able to threaten 4 damage and most likely end the turn with the counter back on the induction chamber. That's going to feel good.
Here it is. Load pistol, shoot pistol. Clock in, clock out. It's honest flesh and blood, folks.
Ynez does look like she's showing us a Sink Below there in the hand. Might be a good arsenal target for her. Both Sink Belows can stare at each other from under the table. I see you over there.
Lady in the Tramp moment, sort of,
Oh, look at
share
this.
some spaghetti.
Gonna just go ahead and throw the Sink Below on a pistol for 2. So if that doesn't tell you how Ynez wants to get this game going, this will give you a good indication. She is not really wanting to make this game go long. She understands that Aidan's going to be presenting these items later in the game. She's trying to go again. She's trying to find, dominate, or else why throw the Sink Below there? She's looking at it as much for the filter as for the defensive value.
And these two players are walking each other's life totals down, and a lot of that is because Ynez has found Zealous and Rouse, right? Obviously, there's 2 more copies of each of those cards in the deck. That's where a lot of your go again is going to come from. But it means that Ynez is playing off Arsenal a lot of the time. Last turn, it was intentionally, right, pitching to Bravo just to sort of try and filter through a lot of these sort of blue cards. There's a Spinal Crush in hand here, which is nice. Another Rousey Ancients, a Starstruck there as well. So Rouse definitely needs to be pitched here. We'll get a Seismic Surge. And do we send a Starstruck here? I don't know if it really bothers Aidan too much to see that, but
yeah, Seismic Surge active, so the first Guardian attack action is going to be discounted by the 1. That's Spinal Crush. Looks like it's going to be the target.
Sink and Arsenal here for Aidan. And a card from hand would account for that handily and just cause him to take 2 chip damage.
Could also just throw the 2 cards from hand, keep the sync for a Bravo dominate.
Dominate,
attack.
yeah.
If you're wanting to worry about that, I think Aidan is aware that that is how he's going to lose the most, kind of consistent chunks is through those dominated
It's
attacks.
such an easy trap to fall into. Again, yeah, I do respect it. I mean, I suppose, yeah, you really. It's very tempting sometimes to throw your defense reactions against these undominated attacks when you could just give some cards. If you're running, a fat enough deck and have enough to work with here, then yeah.
And the other thing for Aidan here at this early point in the game, we've seen a couple non-met cards. We also haven't seen many of these items. And look at this. We're going to give the Quicken because, of course, the Go Again is going to be utilized immediately unless Aidan wants to bank it here and not have to basically have 2 Go Agains on a future turn. That's kind of interesting.
Pass here.
And it looks like he's going to go ahead and, load up. And are we going to shoot with the Quicken? Yes, we're still going to get the 2 damage across. Perhaps not have a counter left for the induction chamber,
right? Yeah. Well, what do? Do you load pistol and go for it again and squeak a bit of extra damage in, given that your opponent is
this is going to have the Go Again, so you're able to utilize the 1 on either.
All right.
And just shoot it again. It seems
for a penny, in for a pound.
Pretty good actually for Aidan, finding listen, if you're going to give me extra Go Again, I can use it. I got 3 floating.
It essentially nullifies the civic steps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blocked for 2 and gave a Quicken, which Aidan was able to make use of to get 2 damage of his own. So I'm not feeling terrible about that. And my opponent's temper gear now is kind of getting thrown for not a whole lot.
And Aidan is nicely able to find fair amounts of damage throughout this game and not be worrying about boosting because there's a lot of non-met cards left in the deck, and he hasn't found the items yet that he needs to develop, so he doesn't want to boost those away either.
Is this enough to tempt you to throw it in the sink?
It is extended art.
It's dominated.
It is extended art.
And it's extremely obviously intimidating pose, but no on hit. It's just a vanilla H dominate here.
Yeah.
I think Aidan has reinforced the line in hand. If we're still priced into thinning our deck of some of these generics, you may.
That's another juicy arsenal target though for Aidan. He's probably feeling pretty good, but at a certain point has to find Spark of Genius. Might have found one in the hand here, but has to find a Spark of Genius and enough pitch or the item off the top to develop, or else you have to imagine just 2 into 2 throughout the game isn't going to quite get the job done when you're staring down dominate.
Does 3 into 3 feel much better? I guess that your opponent's more inclined to block that, right?
I think you're trying to get to 4 into 4, but you have to wait a couple. You have to find a way to get there.
A sink is being reached for here. Aidan's like, I'm really just preserving life at this point. Yeah, clear the arsenal. We'll take 4, and we'll keep walking these life totals down. And Aidan, as this happens, of course, like you mentioned, wants to find some of these other components to really build his Necropolis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keeping 4 cards in hand is Mr. Kwasneski. He's going to go ahead and let's load up these pistols. Let's see if he's able to, what kind of damage he's able to throw. He might be just kind of trying to develop with that Spark of Genius if it is in the hand on this turn anyway.
Yep.
And make sure he keeps that, reinforce the line for the arsenal for later.
And that is that a spark? It is a Spark of Genius here. We are pitching 4 into that, which means we're going for a 2-cost item from the deck, and I don't think anybody needs any hints to know what Aidan is going to be digging for. A Plasma Purifier. Most likely.
Absolutely, yeah, just the 1 induction chamber. So Aidan has told me, he said, listen, all I need are the 2 chambers, or the 2 purifiers, the 1 chamber. If I get the 1 Go Again, I'm going to be able to slowly chip enough damage through. He's already lost 10 points of life, so a quarter of his life gone, and used, 3 defensive pieces at the very minimum, but still has that reinforced line for the arsenal.
I think over a longer game, in using to the law of large numbers, I'm not favouring Ynez's position here because she has lost a counter on her civic steps for basically nothing, right? She's allowed Aidan to attack him with a pistol. She's also sunk a pistol shot, for example. Maybe, you're not going to get a ton of value out of those cards on this first cycle here, but if you're aware that eventually those 0 to 60 reds are going to come at you once the deck thins out a bit, maybe they're worth just pitching away, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how she wants to go this turn. That's going to be, is that a...
Last
out muscle, I think.
Muscle,
I think blue out muscle, which we can check. Yep, going to be a blue out muscle pitched with an imposing visage. This is what we were talking about, just kind of a casual Anathos for 6. 2 floating, though, 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, representing a little bit of a pummel here.
Vanilla damage.
But we know that Aidan has the antidote for that, so he'll block 6 and then reinforce the line will eat the pummel up. It comes in, red pummel, and Aidan says, how about these apples?
Yeah, a little reinforce the line. Such a good card from the arsenal. Get that. A beautiful reprint as well in heavy hitters.
Yep.
Shout out Alice for turning that card from dollars to cents.
Yep, it's dirty. I've lost more than one actually limited game to that card. It's pretty darn good.
Without a doubt.
Oh, is that a Oh, a plasma purifier from the hand from Aidan.
All right, Aidan is set up now, folks. He has really found the
This is his
items.
Roman Empire.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, he's just got to be worried about boosting away those defense reactions. So boosting can still be dangerous because when you lose the defense reaction, not only do you lose go again, but you lose such a key defensive piece. But now he's found the items that are his win condition. So he's definitely able to make some certain more informed decisions as he moves forward in this game.
Both these players may still be live for top 8, pending how that sort of shakes out here. Bravo activation, and Aidan already got rid of that reinforced line. Here's the crippling.
Is huge, right? Because we've had nice turns with those reinforced lines in the arsenal. However, on this turn, Aidan off of an arsenal, but I think maybe found an unmovable. Which, if he gives an equipment block,
that would be
enough to stop this discard.
So it would be what, 6 from hand. You need 2 more block there to stop the crush.
You got the Foundry Heart, you got the Crown, you could technically put the plating and brill up one of your items, but that's not going to happen.
No way you do that.
So most likely, all right, I have to imagine we're going to see something like a Teklo Foundry Heart plus the Unmovable to get over this Dominated Crippling Crush. But we're going to have to wait and see exactly how Aidan wants to work through this one.
Aidan previously going up against Leon, obviously a ramp Dory heading towards top 8 and falling, unfortunately, to a Steel Blade Shunt on a pistol attack there, but really electrifying matchup, and Aidan spent a lot of time in the tank here. Very good at using every second available to him. So reaching for that Foundry Heart here. Yep. Looks like he sees the same line.
Yeah, he's got to figure out that Unmovable is such a good card for the arsenal. You do get that extra point of block, but you don't want to lose 2 cards to this Crippling Crush. So move to the reactions. We're going to go ahead and throw the Unmovable down.
Okay, and look, I mean, if there's some blue density here in the hand, which I think there might be, this turn is completely reasonable from Aidan. Yeah, leaking damage to this as you'd expect, but this is these 2 players sort of walking their life totals down. Bearing in mind, we haven't had to load the items, so these are unloaded, all of Aidan's items, so need to get them locked in.
All right, let's see. Can these pistols start to put in work now that we've got these 2 purifiers? We've been just seeing 2 into 2. We're about to start seeing 4 into 4 here, Uber, and that's certainly more threatening.
2 blues is good for this, right? You got
Absolutely.
2 blues. Okay, a yellow.
Yellow. Still going to do some work, though.
Acceptable, absolutely. Lets you load, have a resource available to load pistol once more here. So here it comes. 4 damage across the board. Dash's game plan fully in motion now.
Is Aidan going to be able to find any more of these defensive cards to hit the arsenal before the next Bravo activation? That was a really clutch draw of that Unmovable. But from this point forward, he's going to have to find a way to establish a defensive piece in that arsenal, or else Bravo's activations are going to become much more disruptive.
Because at this point, Ynez says, I have to fold you into a pretzel at this point. I cannot afford to be giving cards to block pistol attacks. I will not have enough gas, especially, if I'm playing off Arsenal on any of those turns to stop you. So I need to nail you now.
Let's see. Ynez got definitely some blues in hand. Seismic Surge going to pop.
What do we see there?
Sable, buckling blow, yeah. And we are going to go ahead and just make... every time she goes for that, it looks like she's hitting the Bravo activation.
Okay, wider turn here. For Aidan, I guess, you are still... There's still an inflection point here because, probably forced to block across like a Zealous and Anathos play potentially here. Decent amount of damage. Aidan with a defense reaction in hand. Still wants to be able to load his stuff. And obviously you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you need 5 resources to sort of do the thing, which obviously is 2 cards at minimum.
Aidan would love to park that D-React in the arsenal. The question is, how much life is he willing to trade to do so, and how much tempo and, ability to load his own items and actuate his own game plan is he willing to give up to do so. Yeah. But that Sinking Arsenal represents such a key defensive piece against this Bravo hero ability. 5 damage with the go again. Aidan saying no blocks and just going to head on down to 23. You are nailing it. They are certainly just like Texas 2-stepping down. Their life total's going down one by one right after the other. This is just going to be, looks like a debilitate coming in.
Aidan happy to give probably 2 cards here for this one. Yeah, he cannot fully load his pistol if he does that because he probably just put his Sink in Arsenal. So it might be just maybe not even a Plasma Purifier activation on this kind of turn. You need, obviously, a blue will give you the 2 pistol attacks, but you may not be able to sort of buff it at all. Let's see what the plan is here, Aidan. Okay, does load a Plasma Purifier.
Yeah, he's just going to load up.
Okay.
load up the arsenal, load up those items. He understands the game plan. He's going to wait and see exactly when Ynez takes a little bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I mean, Ynez is playing off Arsenal, and Aidan was able to Arsenal defense react. So you're less concerned about like the crackback that might involve a Bravo activation. That's not a given if your opponent's only on 4 cards. And even if they can do it, that defense react will get you a long way towards covering up the crush effects. It means that Aidan doesn't need to keep as big a hand to hit twice with that pistol for 4.
And now that he's loaded up the items, just 1 card will put in a lot of work here.
Yep.
Let's see what Ynez is able to string together here off of an arsenal, as she has been all game. She's been really trying to put the pressure on.
Aidan obviously checking the graveyard here. Technically, you cannot reorder your or your opponent's graveyard at certain RELs. So something to bear in mind here if you are ever in a position like that.
I'll make sure to go and let the judges know. We'll get him disqualified.
That's it. Game loss immediately.
Just make sure he
cronyism nullified.
Out of there. Zealous belting number 3, I believe, in this game. This is going to be getting go ahead and block, buy a block from Aidan. That's Sprocket Rocket. 2 damage coming across. Ynez now ahead in life.
Oh, this turn has some girth. Okay, E-strike for 7. Aidan says, cool. I will give you 2, perhaps.
Yeah, it's got a number of cards, a bunch of blues, which looks like he's going to be able to still do a good amount of cracking back. Going down from 21 to 20 here, but going to be able to utilize those pistols quite effectively. And once again, Ynez off of an arsenal, so you have to imagine that she's really trying to just kind of keep the pressure on, utilize all her cards effectively, but without, holding something like a pummel, holding something like a big red attack for Bravo. It's going to be hard for her to get the most value out of what Bravo can do.
I think the pummels are going to get really important as this game goes on, because you need to find a way to just make half a dash to load everything back up again. Now, though, I mean, despite the sort of discussion in chat about it, all of a sudden these defense reactions, they're actually covering this adequately. They're blocking efficiently. Again, do they play into the Bravo's plan here? Perhaps not, but Bravo's able to sideboard in here all of those sort of more aggressive, those sort of go wide cards here. So we have a Fate Foreseen trigger here, and Aidan, of course, looking to come in once more with that pistol and Arsenal a card.
Ynez here keeping 3. One of them we can see is that cheeky little pummel hanging out.
There's a boulder drop in the hand as well. Okay, pitching that. Yeah, pummeled Anathos here. Again, Aidan, last time we saw this play pattern, Aidan had the perfect answer in that reinforce the line.
And I believe we do have, I think, a sync in the arsenal
and
again.
He pummels.
And we sing.
All right, beautiful. Aidan has now effectively dealt with all copies of pummel in Ynez's deck, which is a big deal. Now, the rest of these D-reacts can happily be used to sort of, stop these dominated attacks from Bravo. And it's a sigh of relief for you, because Aidan says, I mean, getting that in my arsenal is so good. I can come around on my turn with 2 cards. We're doing it again. We're pod racing now. We can absolutely load everything up here. Get 2 attacks for 4.
And Aidan doesn't have to worry about facing down something like a Command and Conquer with 2 floating with that D-React sitting in the arsenal. So there's a delicate balance, right, of wanting to make sure you keep a D-React for the Bravo's effect, but not wanting to be stuck with it when something like a Command and Conquer can come down with the pummel backing it up and make a turn look quite scary here.
4 again, Ynez, and he'll be looking to get very used to this particular play pattern. We're going to be taking 1 here, and eventually this war of attrition now, Dash starting to settle into it a bit more comfortably. We're going to get that go again on that pistol, and yeah, another blue in hand. Beautiful.
2 no blocks that we were very happy for Aidan that we weren't stuck with when it mattered. Yeah,
they are pitch stacked together.
100%.
And there's, I guess, you have copies of Spark of Genius left, right? You have 3,
Definitely,
so
yeah.
you could, if you want to shuffle your deck, I guess you can go pull out a Technocore or something like that.
Yep.
That's one way you would inoculate yourself. If we even get to that sort of next cycle, right? Yeah, the game
I was about to ask. I wonder if we're even getting to that point. Both players here at half their life or below. How much pressure is Ynez going to be able to keep putting on? Because you think at this point, Aidan's going to eventually, like you said, win that war of attrition.
Reinforce the line, going to go a long way to that effect as well. Now, Terrace under Crippling in the hand here. Now, how resource? Oh, and it's CNC. Ugh.
Oh yeah, that's.
I don't like to see that. Maybe you just send a raw CNC here.
But with no arsenal, how excited are you to be throwing a 2-card 6 that does nothing, giving Aidan an easy couple blocks?
What's your alternative? Because you sure as hell can't Terrace under the Anathos,
Yeah, for sure.
There it is. Good old 2 for 6. Aidan obviously being off an arsenal, but doesn't need to keep that many cards anymore to execute his game plan. He wants to block with 2 cards a turn cycle.
Yeah. I think things are lining up really nicely for Aidan, right? He's been able to
Except
find...
the glasses on his face.
Yeah. Other than his own glasses, like flashing the camera just a little bit. Other than that, he's finding basically a D-react to turn every turn or every other turn. They're not clumping together. He's able
getting
to...
him out of the deck.
Yeah, he's getting them out of the deck. He's establishing them in the arsenal. He's playing them when he needs to. He's checking the graveyard. And Ynez hasn't been able to really establish any big threats in the arsenal to utilize Bravo's effect. This Crippling Crush might be the first time we're able to see that really put to great effect. But if Aidan's able to keep that reinforce, again, that might go quite a long way.
Right, Aidan already with, the induction chamber and a purifier loaded doesn't have to necessarily keep 2 blues here if he doesn't want to. So if he wants to develop a D-react in Arsenal again, which would be really recommended, of course, at this stage. And high octane and throttle used to be blocked there. Happy with this is Aidan, and reinforced line, of course, doesn't have to be in Arsenal.
And another no block, just being able to be pitched. So you have to imagine a Spark of Genius is going to try to shuffle those things around eventually. Or again, if Aidan's not really concerned about that second cycle, thinks the game's going to be over beforehand. But it might be nice to know that those 3 no blocks are basically right together. But the question, if you do get there and it matters, that will just be the end of the game.
It would be, it'll all be over there and then. So here it is. So joining that Tear Asunder in hand is a Enlightened Strike. Straight away, Ynez wants to part with that one. Crippling in Arsenal. If there's enough blue density here, you can deploy that attack. Aidan is doing it. Look at all the... And he's lined them up for us as well. So we can count the D-reacts along with him. Yeah, he's... I think he started to realize, hang on, I might be safe to start boosting here.
That is a huge part of how these dashes eventually do kind of switch it up on their opponents. All of a sudden, they start boosting out and utilizing their pistol shots. And sometimes these Guardian opponents are like, wait, that's not fair. You're not supposed to be doing attack actions.
What?
I thought these were just pistols.
Exactly. Oh, goodness. All right. Another pistol shot there. Arsenal. Yep, there it is. That reinforcer line went to Arsenal.
And she took that additional 4, right?
I think so.
So it should be 13 to 20 here.
13 here. Ooh. Aidan there. Okay. He was at risk of losing his eyebrows into his hairline there. Decent trek, but that's okay. I share the same proportions.
And luckily, we have a 2-block in the Crown of Providence. We have the reinforce the line. We even...
I mean, my forehead's bigger than his, right? It's not, I can't, it's not an insult if it comes from me. Mine is gargantuan, really. My forehead, great size to catch these dominated cripplings. Actually,
I was gonna say, yeah, just right on the chin. You talk about a shiny forehead. His whole body is just glinting in the sunlight there.
Just like Quicksilver, to be.
11 dominate thanks to the seismic surge and the Bravo Showstopper ability.
So we're gonna be blocking 8 here. Oh, D-react in hand.
D-react in hand, and again, reinforce the line in Arsenal.
Yeah, it needs to be equipment here. Aidan, before reaching for his Arsenal, will expend that last point of block on that Tekla Foundry Heart. And a reinforcer line would follow it soon. I mean, ending this turn with 3 cards?
Yeah,
that's just ridiculous.
And once again, having another defense reaction to park into the arsenal. So Aidan here has to be happy with how his cards are lining up.
What do you think about the line from Ynez in which she E-Strike go-agains into Crippling?
With the 2 blues thanks to the seismic?
Yeah.
That's certainly throwing on a little more pressure. It's not dominated, but at this point...
Still, right? It's it asks for a lot. Especially
she's down 3 more life at 10?
Yeah.
That starts to get tricky when you're facing down this item package.
That's true. You've got to freaking kill this dasher. You've got to kill it. I don't know.
Here's 8 more damage and 2 floating to load up these pistols again. This is exactly how Aidan wants this game to be going. Still has 2 block left on the Crown of Providence, 1 block left on the adaptive plating, and again, a Fate Foreseen heading happily to the arsenal.
That's every turn. I mean, it's been drawn up beautifully here by Aidan in this game.
But the question is, what happens? This is he's down to like 1 or 2 left of these pieces. Yeah. Between 1 and 3, if I could go through and count, but I'm more focused on watching this before us as another 4 is coming forward. But once those defensive pieces are out of the deck, will Ynez be able to throw together something disruptive enough? But she's already down to 9.
If Ynez throws something vanilla Aidan's direction on this next turn cycle and Aidan just doesn't block, I mean, it might be Jova. I mean, just go for it.
Tear Asunder headed to the pitch, activating Bravo.
Not vanilla, more Neapolitan. It is going to be a dominated spinal crush here. That's something that Dash does not want to have to deal with. There's an unmovable in the hand over Aidan.
fascinatingly, he could just get 2 pieces of equipment and a 3-block here
Yep.
and be uncrushed and save that Fate Foreseen in the arsenal.
Exactly.
You no longer have your equipment pieces, but you do have the Fate Foreseen. I wonder what Aidan's going to value
That's why
more.
it's so nice that he's like maintained these equipment into the late game and opted to play conservatively, give 2 cards for a lot of to stop a lot of these crush effects, and slowly work his way into the items which he then deployed here. So, really well piloted by Aidan. I think the only inventor extraordinaire here
yeah,
at AGE.
100%.
Yeah.
There was 1 Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, 1 Dash IO, and 1 Teklovossen who is punched his ticket into the top 8. Evan Bridges could never.
All right, Connor Davenport, obviously, who has been a top 8 competitor. He's actually played in a grand final of an AGE.
Yeah, on
last year.
Reinar, I believe.
On Brute, yeah. So was at the local I was at, as Marcus Brown also hails from the same local out there in Brea. Smaller store, but yeah, got some serious players out there. Shout out to the Shuffle and Cut gang. Okay, we got the Fate Foreseen. We got the 7-block here.
That's
And
going to
Aidan
go ahead
is
and
sinking.
ship a card to the bottom. Nice if you know what you're going to at least not boost away if you do decide to boost on this upcoming turn. 3 cards left, 15 to 9.
You know what they say, Mega Monk? Better lucky than good, my friend. Here it is. The rubber hits the road. It's time to throw the zippy hit as Aidan is beginning to boost.
Yeah, it looks like just a red there, so just throwing 5 vanilla, and I think once again has another D-React ahead to the arsenal. So at this point, he has just been finding...
Oh, yeah, no boost, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 1 per turn. This is just 5 vanilla damage. He's setting himself up to really just continue to chip away and have that D-React, a big ol' unmovable in the arsenal.
It's not just not enough, blues to play the pistol play in this round. This is fine. I mean, this is non-negligible now, as it will put Ynez 1 pistol shot away from death, so... She must block this. It's an Imposing Visage snuck in there.
Imposing Visage. We do have 1 block left on both the Crater Fist and the Civic Steps, and of course the 2 block for both players on the Crown of Providence. But that Civic Steps, we've seen there's no real good time actually with this pistol package to give them a quicken, because if you're able to just use another floating to put it into the pistol, that's a pretty darn good use of a random Quicken token. Disable here coming in, threatening that arsenal, but not dominated, I don't believe.
No, it's just a blue disable. This is, I mean, again, this isn't vanilla. There's a relevant on-hit here to be sure, but this is probably... it's not a stumble, right? But it's definitely a turn where Bravo just cannot really get anything going. I mean, look at this. It was a Macho Grande Cranial Crush. So, like, just an all blue hand featuring an Opposing Visage there. So you just keep the most relevant on hit that you have and send that. Spark of Genius in the hand there for Aidan. I think there's also maybe a T-Bone to work with as well.
We're going to be talking about a couple different stories no matter how this game goes. We're going to be talking about Ynez's somewhat the proclivity to just work off of 4 cards, just throw everything, not necessarily try to establish those 5-card hands, and not really necessarily even being able to. Just the cards she drew kind of pricing her into these types of plays.
Go second.
Yeah.
And then just,
do everything,
lot of rouse or zealous type turns mean you don't really get to Arsenal.
Exactly. And then we're going to be talking about Aidan. The deck kind of sometimes it just has to line up nicely for you, and the fact that he's been able to just find D-React after D-React, not clumping them together, being able to get one out of the arsenal, put another one back into the arsenal, that is exactly what you need to have happen to get through this Bravo deck. These Sync Belows and these Fate Foreseens are covering up these pistol shots quite nicely, though.
It's a consolation where you probably don't feel like they advance your game plan in this matchup, having them in this deck, but now they are made relevant because your opponent is executing their plan against you.
And there you go, another 4 damage, bunch of armor block left over. Ynez
3?
Going down to 3 here, saying, listen, I'm going to try to do something a little more threatening than your 4 damage on my turn to put myself in the driver's seat for the remainder of this game, because 3 is not a lot left to work with.
What if, Squire? What if deep within that arsenal lingers a defense reaction? Crippling here.
Well, if a defense reaction was in the arsenal, then nothing dominated scares our young mechanologist.
And our intrepid inventor now wants to assess the density of the reacts remaining in his
Now, here's
deck.
the thing for Aidan. If he just blocks with 3 cards and uncrushes himself, he can just, if he has a blue, all of a sudden, he's threatening lethal with a single blue. The question is, don't even need to.
I mean, from Arsenal, baby! Gets thrown out there as well, and that gets you there, right? Yes. That'll get you out of crush radius here.
Which means 3 cards left and 3 life for Ynez. Do we have a boost to finish this game? There's an Achilles Accelerator just happily sitting down. If this is a, 3 card or, a 3 pistol shot turn plus a boost card, that might be enough. I'm seeing in her hand. Knee strike, a Spinal Crush. We'll have to wait and see.
An undeployable Spinal Crush. Red zipper hit. Boosting. Oh, Aidan! For the love of God!
Just immediately having to hit it. So there we go on the top of the deck. The Fate Foreseen. That might be the thing that starts to change the timbre of this game, folks, because that is not going to have go again naturally. The Fate Foreseen on top. I think maybe the last defense reaction in the deck for Mr. Kwasneski was on the top of the deck. Is that going to be the thing that closes this game or changes the direction of this game?
Having Achilles, though, that's fortunate. Aidan could still try and fight out of this position, or at least pressure a little bit more back here. Would have liked something a little bit wider. Crown of Providence here will sink away. Well, it's unclear. Maybe trying to...
Achilles, though, is often a way to, like, finish the game with a final pistol shot. A huge miss for the top. Aidan's deck has been so cooperative this whole game. You know, it had to just get one good little licking to make sure that it didn't all feel too good for our intrepid adventure extraordinaire.
We boosted. So Foundry Heart is online, going to give us a couple of those resources back here, and Aidan can continue to try and build that pressure here. Was that a blue debilitate drawn up there off the sink from the crown? It looks like it might have been. So E-strike in hand there for Ynez as well. Okay.
Each pistol shot with both of those purifiers active is going to go ahead and threaten lethal.
Yeah.
This comes in for 4.
Ynez might have to drop. Okay, yeah, okay. She may have to drop to 2 here.
Going to go ahead and give the final piece of equipment.
Okay.
Come in with one more attack for 4.
Turn very much salvaged by the presence of that Achilles accelerator.
Oh, without a doubt.
All right, yeah. Drop to 2. And, I mean, we might be asking a red attack on Ynez's turn here. So then Aidan is in a perfect position to close the game out. Can use a full hand in order to do so. Is that unmovable? No. Is it red? There's not red unmovable in this Ynez this year. All right, Aidan Kwasneski drawing up here. Has Ynez Navarez at 2 life. And let's have a look at that hand.
Each of these pistol shots without something like a D-React is going to go ahead and threaten that breakpoint. And those Civic Steps, the Quicken is game-breaking here because the Quicken is a whole nother pistol shot on this turn.
You can't afford that for 1 point of block. I mean, yeah, if it keeps you alive, that's all well and good, but it's 1 point of block to give 2 damage potentially. Here we go. Pistol for 4.
Aidan's making these moves with the precision and... oh, it is the unmovable, so it is going to go ahead and block out that pistol shot. Then going to come in with just the throttle. Top of the deck, Mechanologist card. 5 damage, go again.
Yeah, I mean, Ynez, I think, can stay alive at 1 here with 1 more pistol shot from Aidan. 6 block. Eats up the throttle. Aidan opts to load.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You have to stay alive with the Civic Steps, and the Civic Steps is going to give... Oh, no, you can just go to 1.
That's right.
This is the turn you can go to 1. All right.
But again, I mean, we're pretty done here. I mean, Ynez has had to just, part with that entire hand now. So she has to draw up, and Aidan now has 2 pistol shot breakpoints plus a number of other boost attacks that he can deploy. Very likely, we're looking at more than 12 damage worth of value here from Aidan's hand.
Yeah, here's the thing is we got a lot of uncomfortable breakpoints now on this pistol. Unless we have another one of those 0 for 4s, you're going to have to get the Civic Steps involved, and then that's another 4 damage off the pistol. Civic Steps, powerful card, but not without its drawbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, better than Iron Rod, and that's why you're seeing it in these Guardian builds. So here it is once more. The Purifiers stripped of their counters, and yep, it's got to be thrown in here unless you want to give 2 cards. Ynez thinks, yeah, may as well. Otherwise, I'm just giving you a lot more damage because it's not just 2 damage you're giving now. If Aidan can load that pistol, we can go all day. 3 pistol attacks here, that would already be 12 damage. So mix it in. Why don't we just throw a blue zipper here in the mix? That'll get the Thunderquake to block from hand. What about another one? What say you? Gets another card and shoot you. Ynez is like, how did you do that?
Make sure. Had 3 floating boost.
You got whatever. Sorry. Are you guys? Okay. My bad.
And yeah,
I wanted to try it on,
That is going to be the game as that final pistol shot is enough to do it. Aidan Kwasneski moving on to 5-2. He's right on the bubble. We're going to have to wait and see if he sneaks his way into top 8.
Yeah, look, great showing from Aidan. The losses that came up were also really hard-fought games. The only Dash Inventor Extraordinaire here at the AG Open Series for February. And I think it's worth maybe sort of talking about the Bravo list a little bit, right? Because we see the game plan from Ynez. It's pretty straightforward, right? But no value off those pummels. So no disruptive potential because they both got eaten up by a reinforcer line here, right? And really able to sort of live in 2 worlds of play defensively, build up the pistols, and also you see we are mixing in a couple of these sort of mechanologist attacks. Many are yellow and blue, for example. But yeah, still able to put a sufficient amount of pressure down and win the game. For me, that kind of game was pretty textbook.
Yeah, that was some classic Flesh and Blood, some classic dash into Bravo if I've ever seen it, and also just like I think that's about as good as it goes for the dash player without the banishing of the Fate Foreseen that one turn. Like everything else lined up perfectly for Aidan there. He found the D-reacts when he needed. He had the blues when he needed. He was able to put the pressure on. And honestly, for the Bravo player there, she didn't really find the texture and the timbre of the hand that allowed her to really set up nicely. She was just throwing everything she could most of the time, which left her without an arsenal, so made it hard for her to really get the kind of disruptive damage through.
What do you think about this? Like, what if there's a world where like the Bravo player is able to maybe have some off turns? Is there a world where like you can actually start to pummel these these crush effects, right, and really force a lot of these disruptive effects? I know like Bravo dominating an attack and then pummeling is very hard to do, right? But it feels like with only 2 copies of pummel, which is not that crazy, right? Pretty standard stuff here. I feel like Ynez, even on those dominated attacks, couldn't break through all those D-reacts, and then she had nothing to do with her defensive cards really on that first cycle at all, because the dash was not really incentivizing them.
Yeah, it worked out quite nicely for my cousin, my Flesh and Blood, and even though both players are, of course, have had incredible runs today, Aidan now sits right at the precipice. He was table 2 last round, which means he was pretty close among the X and 1s, now sitting at 5 and 2, but that's the end of Swiss. We're going to have to wait and see exactly who makes it into our top 8. We can see Josh back there just with the little head nudge saying, that's what's up.
Talking with Peter Bedensik, who just walked past today, again, baffled by the number of the amount of decks with Kano hate. He's like, how do these people have room in their inventories for all these AB3
oh my
and
God,
Oasis?
He's had a tough day. That's the thing. I was talking to him, and I was also talking to Zayne slightly about, the difference between preparing for a tournament like this, where you're pretty steeped in the local meta. We have players coming in from Las Vegas, from San Diego, from Arizona, and of course Los Angeles. But there, we've had every time there are some brand new players, and everybody's excited to see some new faces. But there's also the familiar faces, the heavy hitters, the people that you're expecting to come to the AGE Opens if you live in the area. And there's 2 or 3 just badass Kano players that are always here. And they're often either top 8ing or very close to top 8ing. So players are kind of priced into bringing some Arcane Barrier if they don't want to just get blown up by the Kanos that always come. But that means if you're a Kano player and you run into the players that have thought that far ahead, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, you're going to struggle, no doubt about it. So that is the end of our Swiss. We are 7 rounds of Swiss and then cut to top 8. So I think we're going to take a quick bit of a break. There might be a short dinner break here for our competitors before they head towards top 8. Before that, though, you can have a chat with Aidan, maybe break down that last game.
Probably.
That sort of fell. Yeah, have a little bit of a yarn, and then we will cut to a brief break and then on to top 8. So don't go too far. We will be back shortly. Welcome back here to the booth at the AG Open for February. Mitch Leslie here, joined by our recent victor on stream, Aidan Kwasneski, of course, of 3 Floating fame. Yeah, I tried to do the 3 Floating song and no one got it. Did you get it? You did. You just laughed at me though, so I didn't know if that was awkward or. No, nobody gets references here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, but great game. I got to watch you in round 6, obviously with a banger matchup, against Dory. I think we got Leon. I think it was who was causing problems in that top 8. We can talk about that in a sec. But going up against Bravo, the first thing you said when you came into the booth was I was hoping for a Guardian today. Finally saw one. So Ynez, your first Guardian opponent that you faced today?
Yeah. First Guardian. The whole sideboard is kind of built around fatiguing out Guardians, just tempoing them out. Eventually, once I have all my items up, and I've gone through all my D-reacts, my health is just so high, I can start boosting and also have the whole pistol plan package, which is just it's crazy.
I think it's worth talking about because I mentioned this to you outside, quite often in the past we've seen dashes, they build sideboard space such that we're looking at 5 items, right? We're looking at triple purifier, double induction chamber kind of thing.
Too much.
So you're really hedging this a whole lot here, and we also see a lot of those matchups where Bravo has to bring this item destruction package and try and deal with that. Obviously, that's not something that Ynez builds here, but your game plan in the Bravo, it looked like get through these generics and D-reacts in the first cycle and then maybe have a smoother deck to boost? Yeah. Is that kind of the thing?
Yes, and it was super funny because the last card on my initial cycle was the Fate scene.
You boosted up.
I was like, bruh. But yeah, I know that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I think that the 3 in the way that the current meta is right now is perfectly enough. I think it was even enough when people were running some of the disruption. I think maybe you go up to 4 items just in case if one is busted. You're still at the 3, but yeah, I mean, if they're bringing those. If they're bringing that tech into their sideboard, I feel like it just weakens the deck's matchup into all the rest of the field. So, yeah, I think I'm one of 2 dashes here. So
yeah, but you're the only dash inventor extraordinaire.
Oh,
sick. So the other one is a dash. So I'll talk about that as well because I think there's sort of in whispers, Dash is approaching Living Legend status right now. There's definitely a feeling
IP.
Yeah, I'm sure you're wanting to get in as many games on her as you sort of can, but you're the only one who kind of made that decision today. So where do you think she actually stands amongst the field now, especially with Kayo looking so strong and being so hard to mid-range against, for example? Victor also being a threat. As much as you like Guardians, does that matchup feel any different for you? Where are you at right now and how you feel about Dash?
I can only speak on those matchups very little because I haven't had as much experience playing into the new heroes. But in my head, Victor's just a worse Bravo because the thing that I'm most scared about with Bravo is if they come at me full aggro. And Ynez did a great job of throwing the go again attacks, those leak damage. I'm trying to get 3 value out of every blocking card in my hand just to keep my life.
Zealous makes very hard, right?
Exactly. I don't want to lose the point of life blocking 6 there. So it forces me to leak damage. And then Bravo also has these huge powerful specializations that just are crazy. And obviously Victor's drawing cards, but once I get to my setup and he's giving me all that extra time with his block cards and not putting as much pressure on, I feel like it's the same result, right?
Sure.
And now theoretically my life is even higher because he's not presented as much damage. KO's tough though.
Right. Yeah. I mean, definitely my next topic because it feels like if you try and 2-card block against him and sort of play this mid-range style, he just ekes out more value than you because the Bare Fangs is for 9 and all this sort of stuff there. How do you feel like you have to play something fully defensive there? Do you can you race? Can you try and pounder them? What's the plan?
I beat a Rhinar round 1 and I was on induction chamber start, but still trying to go boost. The induction is kind of you need that in those matchups where you're worried about the mid-game point where your opponent's oh, I can fatigue them.
Yep.
That just helps you.
It reminds them as well, I still got 4 damage here.
Also, sometimes, I'll lay out the induction, and a very common conversation with opponents post-game is, you laid out the induction, I thought you were fatigued, so I was, started playing to fatigue, and then you started going really aggro, and then, I was trying to aggro with you, and then I realized, oh, wait, no, you're doing this, mid-range thing, so I love being in the mid-range pocket, but with KO, I think if I played it again, which I did get it even with the induction, but it was very variance based. His fleshbag intimidate that
Can mess
hit
you
me.
up.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I got there with that. I do think if I played it again, I would start Pounder and just full race because Kayo has a lot more non-blocks with those extra pulpings that are just the pearl that I love to see in the corner. So like,
when you draw up 3 items, is that what you're
oh my God, I gave Uber such a look like in the Dory game. I just stabilized, I just removed his counter, and I had my full item package out. I was like ready to really like take over the game and draw up, and it's literally 1 blocking blue, and then the rest is Techlocore, Pounder, Techlocore. And I literally played a Spark of Genius because I was like, oh my God, I have all these no blocks in my deck. I can get 1 Techlocore out and just have it out of the pitch stack. Then there'll only be 2 in there, and then on the shuffle.
Yep.
There they are.
No
so,
good.
Yeah. But it was a really good game.
Well, I shit myself because you just stared down like a counter Dawnblade. You were at like 9 or something like that, 7.
Yeah.
And you just stone cold and like no blocks. I'm just like, oh, sorry, what? I think it said like a CNC after. Like, yeah, no blocks, bro. Go on a 1. I'm like, is he gonna win the game? His opponent's at like 10. Like, how is he gonna do this? Though?
Well, it's funny that you say that because actually, I think if those 3 cards are boost cards, there might even be a world where I actually still go for that play because I am at that state at that point in the game where I don't really have any defense reacts left in the deck. It's I could boost and probably strip all cards and then find a win from there. But yeah, no dice.
What do you? I mean, we got a meta breakdown. Have a look at that quickly.
Okay.
What are you kind of dreading as you look towards the top 8? Because the top tables, I think, are featuring. I think we see Kano there. I think there's like Charles Dunn is lurking with that fatigue Bravo list. There's I think one Dorinthea, maybe Victor. We know Colin Eriksen is on that Kassai list as well. Like. Any matchups you're particularly concerned about running into, in the event that you can, break in and not bubble out? We're assuming you will, right? Because it makes for a fucking better show. We also excuse my French.
Colin's a terrifying demon.
He's the SoCal Brody Spurlock.
Yeah, for sure.
He's unreal.
He's the wonder giant.
Mm-hmm.
He's so tall and kind and he's new to the game and he's a killer.
He's so good, man.
Yeah, I played him and that is the other loss that I have.
Okay.
So yeah, I would like to not run into Kassai. I think I have the right items in my sideboard, the right D-reacts. I don't know if it's race or if it's aggro yet. I just don't have enough reps in that matchup. So I mean, I'm going to try something different next time. I'm going to try a little bit more race because he was just putting the pedal to the metal. So I couldn't really keep up with that.
It's hard. Quickly, chance to talk about what obviously you're doing. For those that don't know, obviously Aidan is part of 3 Floating, one of our fastest rising sort of content channels in Flesh and Blood. What's come out for you guys? Because obviously the Fight Night's been fantastic. You guys have been super involved with those, putting out great content. What can we expect from you guys in the coming weeks?
More heavy hitters.
Nice.
Yeah. We've got great heavy hitters gameplay highlighting each of those heroes. And yeah, we're just trying to roll onto a more consistent schedule, like trying to give you guys 2 fight nights a month. So that's like every other week, just dropping content.
You hear that, game nights? 2 a month. It's a lot.
Hey, Flesh and Blood, like, let's go. We got to keep the train rolling, and there's just so much excitement around the game right now, and Sam, Jacob, and I were all super excited, and even though Jacob isn't in SoCal and he's off, filming in Atlanta,
things,
we're all just so excited about all these new cards, all these new decks, and the meta is so fun. Like, I showed up today, my back was hurting, and now I'm feeling cloud 9. There's a great day of great games, and like, I wasn't sure if I was gonna come out for it, but I was like, new meta, like I gotta be here for this.
Yeah.
Like, So.
I mean, hearing your local saying you had to play more, so I mean, this is definitely giving that 7 rounds of Swiss experience.
And I gotta say, Sam showed me a little Discord message. Someone was like, "No one plays Dash in SoCal," and he said that you defended.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah.
Blake is like, no one plays Dash. I literally wrote, "This is Kwasneski Eurasia, bro."
No, I saw that, and when he showed that to me, literally, I was just so excited. And honestly, I think you were the deciding factor because I was gonna just come in and not know what I was doing with Kassai and just whatever. But yeah, that message and seeing you be like, no, Kwasneski's on Dash.
That's it. You gotta let him know.
I guess that's what's good.
Love that. Hey, bro, great to have you here in the booth, man. We'll have to see how top 8 pans out for you, but obviously great to see you play so far today. And looking forward to seeing what's coming up next for 3 Floating. We're gonna take a break, announce our top 8. quick break, switching streams. We'll switch streams for our top 8 for those that are new to that, and then we'll be off and running with those top 8 matches. Thanks for being with us so far. Mitch Leslie here with Aidan Kwasneski, 5 and 2, looking to make it in top 8. We'll see you guys after the break. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Arcane Games and Events Open Series of February. Yeah, I threw up the top 8 straight away because I'm not wasting any time. My missus is waiting for me to get on home. So we are going to talk about this. I'm obviously Mitch Leslie here with Sam O'Byrne. Have a look at this absolute perler of a top 8,
Jeez.
mate. Do you see any duplicate heroes in there, Mr. O'Byrne?
No.
That's right, because you're right, Eddie. There are 0. That is right. We have Zayne Johnson on Azalea going up against Charles Dunn. That Fabtcg Bravo. That's going to be a banger of a match. We have Leon Cassel has made his way through all comers to take on Moises Lopez here on Kayo. That, again, probably a pretty fast-paced game here. I don't think either of those are looking to block too much here. Let's talk about what's on the lower side of that top 8 bracket, Sam.
I see a Kayo. I see a Dromai. Ryan Brown, the 3rd seed, and to Grant Strom, our 6th seed here. That's a matchup that can really go either way, depending on who gets off to the hottest start early. Both Dromai heroes looking to really punch their ticket into the Inferno and take the victory. And then at the very bottom of your screen, you're going to see Colin Eriksen on that really cool Kassai of the Golden Sand versus Connor Davenport on Teklo Voss, an esteemed magnate somewhere. Evan Bridges is punching the air.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's huge for Connor. Connor was on Teklo as soon as sort of bright lights came out here. This is what the present Flesh and Blood world looks like. This is why it's such a great time to be playing the game here. Look, I'm really excited for a bunch of these matchups, of course. And yeah, look, Teklo Voss in those grindier games, like, This is tough for Colin Eriksen, of course, our sort of our young up-and-coming prospect here, because none of those matchups in that lower side, whether it's Dromai or Kayo, were that kind to you on Kassai either. So that's definitely going to be an uphill battle. Charles Dunn makes it through, of course, and that's tough. I think Charles, won out some pretty big games, but I think what you lost to Kassai, you lost to Teklevossen, so still making top 8 at 5.
Yeah, went 4-0 into 4-2, and then won that final game to get right in there at the 8th seed and knock my cousin out into the 9th seed. So Charles Dunn will never forgive you. You're dead to me.
Yeah, I was just talking. I was talking to Aidan as if he would make top 8, right?
Right there at the 9th seed. But he's happy because he gets to go see his girlfriend in the concert. So he said, "This is actually the best for me. All the way I could, and then don't actually have to play the rest of the tournament."
Tekla made top 8. How many people at this event? 60. Nice.
60
really?
Nice?
Nice.
You hit me with the 60 nice.
I mean, you knew what number
I
got
thought I was
told.
going to say the nice.
So 60. I'm known for stealing people's thunder. I know it's this thing. I mean, so 7 rounds of Swiss here as well. Conor Davenport fighting through those. I would say some dream matchups for Teklevossen there, but really navigated his way well through some of the tougher ones. So getting him in top 8 coverage, I don't think we had him on camera at all yet. So
we might have to be featuring him for this first round. I have no idea how that Kassai list is going to do. I mean, it depends on how much pressure Kassai is going to be able to put up early before those Evo pieces are really established. How much gold is he able to get through, again, before the Evo pieces really just create this crazy fridge for Kassai to deal with. But of course, before you can threaten the Kassai ability, you have to put the reds and the yellows in the graveyard. Do you give a window for Teklevossen? That's going to be an interesting matchup. But again, like you said, if Kayo makes it through out of that after the quarterfinal, the semis, and then Teklevossen has to beat Kayo. That's just to shake your hand, like, thank you, this has been a good day. I'm going home.
Yeah. Let him go to the Arcane barrier and these bloody Evos, I mean, that's what happens when Metrics disrespects the Arcane Arcs, mate. That's what, hate to see it. Anyway, that's all from me. I'm out of here, but of course, Sam and the rest of our broadcast team will take you through the top 8. If you're on this stream right now, don't go too far. This stream itself will end, but on the Arcane Games and Events page, live.age.events, you'll see the top 8 stream come live. Go join us over there for what is going to be fantastic to conclusion to this February Open. It's been great to be here. Still more great games to come. So we'll see you soon.
That's my arsenal. That's not a hump. It's going to be like sorry.
What were you going to say?
I was saying it's going to be like Young Frankenstein where like Igor is just like, what hump?
What hump? Yeah. Yeah.
You have a hump. What? I have a hump.
Fucking. I can help you with that. With what? Dude, shout out to Young Frankenstein, one of the most perfect films.